that we are going to be grabbing out. This seems just like...
Już odpalę się. Haha, będzie grubo. O jady, to jest kontrol. Zrobimy...
Hoping to make a big splash here into day 2. Playing that Noivern EX for a lot of those basic decks like Raging Bolt, Ancient Box, really shuts down those cards. But Cornerstone is the name of the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. I also wanted to point out...
No widzę, że Tasiek się też odpalił, ale ja też się odpalę. Mamy chyba kontrola, z czego co widzę, bo tu jest ten Noivern. O Jezu, Scuba Cyclone, o. Czekaj, też nie wiecie co to robi. Noivern robi coś takiego, że ma pierwszy atak, że go robi przed basicami. A drugi atak jest za 140. To jest kontrol jakiś. Znaczy, nie ma wątpliwości. Aha. Ja już odpalam kamerkę, kamerka on. Muszę jeszcze zrobić... Jest jeszcze jeden. O, siemanko. Akurat 2 spoilery są na kadrze. Flusher to wiem co to. Ja już mam gotowy na małą metę w Dortmundzie, ale też tak jak... O, Carmine? To jest Lugia. A to jest jakiś klan.
Useless with that lightning in the prize cards, and seeing Carmine here, it's one of my favorite supporters that really has...
Ja nie wiem, czy to jest jakiś Pidgeot Control, bo ja wiem Pidgeot Control tak osobiście.
We saw a lot of players tech maybe 2, 3 Carmine, maybe even just completely taking out research from the deck and just putting all Carmines in. But honestly, as long as we're able to Luminion V4 Luminous Sign, we can grab that Carmine as soon as possible.
Ja jeszcze mam...
A great setup turn from Joe. It is going to head on over to Nolan for Nolan's first turn here. I think we did see a Buddy pop in, but there is that town store statement that is coming into play where we will be able to find a tool. Granted, dare I say, Jeremy, here comes that
Noivern.
It is one of the tools that's very important here, but again, it only really goes on that Cornerstone. One good tool here, especially going second, is going to be that technical machine turbo energize. Being able to attach...
To jest taki jakiś śmieszny... Może być zaskoczenie? To jest Noivern, dobra. Jest to Evo, co pozwala nam... No, tu jest Ogarpon, który chroni się przed abilitkowymi. To jest jakiś specyficzny kontrol. To jest deck oparty o samego Noiverna, więc... No dobra. Ta się chyba miał gdzieś to bingo, więc tutaj już mamy road deck taki bardziej... Ale kurde, że to 10 razy wygrało. Czapki z głów. Czapki z głów. Lugia jest. Rogue deck jest.
Gotta call it out. You also have 2 different types of Colress here. You have Colress's Tenacity and Colress's Experiment too. So Colress's Tenacity going into the deck, grabbing an energy, and also grabbing a stadium here.
Aha, to na pewno weźmie nas bola.
This deck it is going to be Town Store and Artisan, I believe. But then I love how Colress's Experiment has kind of found its place in a lot of decks just because looking at the top 5 cards of your deck at any point is a very valuable tool.
Yeah, well, a deck like this where your opponent's not really going to be doing too much, but we're going to have a lot of time. That means your hand is going to build up.
Od siebie ja bym dała notes. O, deseczka.
Or even research just to get rid of your stuff. So being able to keep your hand the way it is and then just add 3 more cards each turn is very valuable. And honestly, the Pokegear finding the Arvin really opened this hand up because I think without that,
o, to jest jeszcze
we're gonna
ten...
see something like an Iono, and now you can
Ale
carve
z
in
tego
for
co
the
wiem,
best
to
ball,
chyba Neuwer ma
two on the
darmowy
list, so
retreat, o
one
ile
of the
moja
big problems that's
pamięć
the
się
only
tak
next ball, but you're able to find
dosłownie nie
Cornerstone.
pomyliła.
We actually have enough energy in hand that we don't
To
even
ma
need to
darmowy
waste
retreat
energy in
chyba?
active and turbo
Czy nie
energize.
ma?
We might even just see a retreat here.
As the rescue board in hand, but instead going to just say, you know what, you can have this Noibat here because so many Pokemon on Joe's side has that ability.
No
So
darmowy,
therefore,
tak.
Cornerstone Ogerpon is
Ja
going to say,
naprawdę
heading on
mogę się
over to Joe's
pomylić na
side, though,
którymś
you do see the Ultra Ball,
etapie.
Ultra Ball discard of one
Że
Archeops
mam
here.
to, no to jest tak, że nie wiem, to jest ten Neuwer, to jest ten Neuwer, a jest ten Ogerpon, który jest koszmarem.
But it's very interesting looking at Nolan's list because there's only one of the counter catchers here, so we're really going for trying to keep something in the active and then trying to have Joe figure out the pieces of the puzzle. But I have to mention here, Jeremy, that bench is rather full. We do have Iron Bundle though, where we are going to be able to bring up that cornerstone.
To wszystko ma abilitki, kuźwa, no.
Into it in order for it to work.
Yeah, Bundle here is going to be able to clear the bench.
Bundle.
I think with
Znaczy nie ma co wybierać.
that is going to be the attacker for this turn. You're going to
Zaraz na razie trzeba rozłożyć te archopsy. Trafił na
the more damage that you're going to be able to do.
nie za ciekawą rzecz. Wszystko ma tu abilitki. A to jest build, który no nie za bardzo może.
And like we said, our ace spec of choice here is going to be that scoop up cyclone. But
Znaczy,
as Lugia does,
scoop up-
we are going to be able to find the
Znaczy,
B-star,
na pewno nie jest-
summon star here, and here comes Archeops hitting the bench. And then we will be able to primal turbo
Znaczy, sam
here. I
fakt,
like
że
the
to
preemptive attack from
przeszło.
Ryan onto the weird deer. I think a lot of the times when you want to play this deck at top level, you really have to be mindful of your energies. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Joe playing 18 energy. I feel like I've seen lists with 14. We saw a list yesterday with 17, 18 energies. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot, and it's really just down to that basic lightning tech in this deck, trying to just give you an extra attack with that Iron Hands. Maybe save that legacy energy for a different Pokemon. But here we see that Fluttermane getting fully powered up and the double turbo to retreat. So we're going to get some damage on the board, and Nolan's going to come into a crossroads where you might need to get that rocky chest plate down just so you can survive an arrow dive from a
A no tak, no chyba, że to.
As we were talking about it, Town Store in place, so he will be
Ale
able
on
to
ma
do that,
kamienną,
but
na
it's
pewno
always important
pozbędzie
to
się
put out
jednego
Fluttermane,
problemu.
Pokemon that has a great ability called
Że
Midnight Fluttering,
na
which
pewno
turns off your opponent's active ability. So that cornerstone stance now going to go away, and we can still start hitting into
chyba nie ma retreatu, tak mi się wydaje.
checking on over into Nolan's hand though, trying to figure out what to do. I believe that is the manual attached of that mist energy, and there's the rescue board. So we could just be seeing a priority of let's just get Ogerpon out of the active right now. We'll figure out what to do later, but let's get some energy on it so we could
A,
be
no
able
tak,
to
no chyba, że
swing
to
next
Ion.
turn. But there's the rock chest plate
No,
in
no,
hand
no,
though.
flasza
Those
jest.
rescue boards attached.
Bo to jest poparte na
it's going to be a little awkward.
nietoperzach.
But that second
Nietoperze
mess
są
up drive,
trochę.
there's 4 Ultra Ball in the list to be able to find more Cornerstone. But this Buddy Buddy Poppin is not really going to be that useful. You can find Noibat. That's the only other basic in the list, but it is not good in this matchup. You're not really going to be able to attack with Noivern efficiently just because Lugia V-Star's there on the bench and easily charged up thanks to those Primal Turbos.
At this point, I think Joe
Dobra,
is
weź proszę.
pretty set up, honestly. because of
Isaiah Czarodziej.
going into this, I think a lot of control decks do a lot of mental taxing on some players, but
Kurwa,
that's
ja
a
nic
great
nie wiem, co
play.
tu się
As the
dzieje.
Iono is going to come in for both players right now. There's the Lugia V, the boss as well, and a Mesa Gosa. So not a terrible hand on Joe's side, but let's talk about Nolan's hand. We are
A
able
ty
to
będzie...
get the Noivern
Niech on
next
wyewoluuje
turn
tego
for light
Noiverna, no.
attack, where it is able to not
No
get
chyba, że
damaged by
chce
basic
coś.
Yeah, but again, already attached for the turn to that basic Noibat. There's not really much you're going to want to do other than Turbo Energize, but you can only Turbo Energize to this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX that is already damaged. You don't have the Rocky chest plate, or the Rock chest plate on it, so not going to be able to reduce damage from an arrow dive, but since you're not taking a knockout, you're only worried about that.
O, Rock Chapsplay, który zjął, że walczącym Pokemonom zadaje 30 mniej obrażeń.
We'll see what the line is here for Nolan. Once again, 10:01. It is not easy to go 10:01. Joe also
Na pewno musi wyewoluować, tak?
Absolutely great, and I think it's also just a very important fun fact is we are going in for the turbo energize. This is both of these players' first day too.
Yeah, insane, and they are one win away from potentially
No
locking
nie,
up,
to no
top
chyba, że on
spot
chciał poświęcić
for
Pokemona.
their first day too, and honestly,
To jest tak, że
what better
może
way to do it,
poświęcić.
right?
Absolutely. See what Joe's turn is going to bring us. Once again, we do have boss's orders, we have Gosa, we have a lot of routes. We also do have the Iono in hand, so could be thinking about getting rid of that town store to limit Nolan's options of grabbing some more tools potentially. There's a lot of things that we can do though. We may just go for the knockout here, but I also think that bringing back up the Cornerstone Ogre Pond and then hitting...
Znaczy widać, że to nie jest jakby standardowy
What
deck.
do you think, Jeremy?
Yeah, you do have to use one of your boss's orders, but you're playing 4 of them, as most Lugia decks now do. And you're not going to take the knockout on that Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn EX, but you're at least applying a lot of pressure. And the more pressure you apply, the likely chance that your opponent is
Muszę
going
zobaczyć, co tam się dzieje, bo oczywiście czat tutaj się zepsuł. Tu się nic nie dzieje.
Just go on ahead and primal turbo to that mini on V. So potentially we could also be going for something along the lines of a awkward return, if you will, and just free up a bench spot there. See though, Joe reading the ability. It's very important to just read your opponent's cards. You can definitely do that, but it will just be the Hex Hurl that does knock out our Noibat. But now Counter Catcher is online. See what the play is going to be, but there's the lightning pull-off surprises. You know Joe's happy about that one.
This hand is not looking good for Nolan here. Does have a Pokegear to try to get out of it, but again, the struggle to find a multiple Pokemon on the bench. Number one
To działa.
here. Seems like Arven is found, so that is a way to grab Ultra Ball and then find another Cornerstone. But this one is very much threatened to be knocked out by even the
No tu jest Lukas Xiang. Widzę, że trochę ludzi...
Just referencing the hand just in case. Once again, Joe reading Cornerstone stance.
Roles?
That demolish ability 140 doesn't really get affected by anything weakness and resistance here, so it is just kind of your perfect blocker there. I've seen a lot of decks try and utilize Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. I've seen it in very early days of Raging Bolt, believe it or not, because it is a great Pokemon, and especially in a format where tons of attackers just have abilities, it's a great idea, and I really do commend the people that came into this regional really respecting that, and even just playing control.
No, są to Counter Catchery, no ale to jest jakiś kontrolny staw, tak jak wspomniałem.
When you play so many options, you have so many supporters to help you, this archetype does go crazy.
Yeah, with the way this game is shaping up, it seems like Nolan's just going to have to be content with getting another Cornerstone in play, attaching energy, and then get that Rock Chest Plate on it, and then take the knockout with the active one. But the thing you're going to have to worry about is an Iron Hands EX coming down into play for Joe on the following turn, taking 3 prizes off this Cornerstone. That means it is a lone Cornerstone versus the world here for Nolan.
Znaczy on jak...
haven't seen what this deck does best right now, and that is the fact that it technically goes and sets the hit points of the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawns. We really haven't seen the 3 pennies in deck. We have not seen the Scoop Cyclone, but like you said, Jeremy, it will be the Demolish that does take out Fluttermane here. And we are going to go deer back up. We'll see what Joe's play is. It could just be the arrow dive onto Lone Lugia V, but going onto the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. I mean, this also works. It has no ability. It can attack.
Yeah, it is a good way to just get the knockout, but it is not going to be as advantageous for the prize trade here, or the prize mapping for Joe. Is still going to need to take down 2 more Cornerstones after this.
Okay, shuffling back up the deck. Don't know what the hands look like just yet, but honestly, if I'm Joe, I'm very comfortable with my lines right now. And we do also get to discard that town store as well, so another resource that we have going down here. It will just be 1 lone Cornerstone Ogre Pawn EX versus the world with that rock chest plate, so at least we get a little bit of that damage.
No to, znaczy chyba może zrobić jeszcze tak, Night Stretchera.
honestly, we need another Pokemon.
Yeah, and again, it's just the way this deck is built, and having to prize the nest ball, it hurts a little bit, but we do see another Ultra Ball in hand. It's gonna
No dobra,
take a
Korole z
few
Tennessee,
resources
czyli
to use that, but
Stadionik
it is
i
massive. You can
tam
maybe
energię.
grab, the last stadium out of the deck,
Dobra.
and you can just discard it if it already isn't discarded.
Znaczy może być sama energia. Jakakolwiek. Tennessee jest bardzo dobrą.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
but,
prize.
oh, never mind. We can't grab it. It's
Taki-
prize. So no Noibats either. That's the thing. A lot of the setup cards that you would need in this deck just not available to be used, and that is the hard part about only playing a certain amount of each card here. It does have the Ultra Ball if we really wanted to do it, but this Cornerstone Ogrepon really can just attack on its own here. So, like I said, demolish.
Znaczy nie-
for 140,
A nie, trzeba też pamiętać, że
but with double
on
turbo
nie
and
wie, że
protection will just be that 120.
Thankfully, it is going to be enough to
weaknessów, tak.
hit
On
this
chyba nie...
Lugia V.
Ani weaknessa, ani rezystansa on chyba nie
You're gonna have to
obsługuje i
worry
raczej
about
nie byłby
the
w
next
stanie
Pokemon that Joe's
nokautować.
gonna be able to play down, and maybe you'll throw in another Iono and just hope to dodge Lugia V or that Iron Hand ZX.
Is just going to be, I believe, another arrow dive over Joe's hand. I mean, there's not much we can do with a full bench right now. Totally agree with you a couple points ago, Jeremy, that Iron Hand
Jeżeli
ZX
się
definitely helped out
Cornerstone,
in this, map
no,
just
czyli
a
chęt
bit
sobie
more
nie
here.
znokautował.
As the stretcher, though, from what I
Z
can
tego
see, we
powodu,
could go
że
grab
o
another
właśnie, jak
Ogrepon
przeczytamy,
here, at least try and save
this
this
attack
one.
damage
But
isn't
definitely wanna go on ahead
affected
and get
by
some
weakness or
prizes out
resistant
here
by...
too. Could be that Artisan that we have been looking for here, but Night Stretcher for that Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon EX definitely will be hitting the bench with a energy on it, and honestly, Nolan is fighting back as best as possible here.
Yeah, the best thing for Nolan in this situation is
No
that
tak, bo
option
pisz...
is
No tak, bo tutaj
the
trzeba
rest
też
of
pamiętać,
those
że
attackers in the deck
on...
to 3-hit a Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon EX, and that's exactly where you want to be. Hopefully grabbing the penny off the prize cards does not. So
Oh,
we'll be
Altazo.
able to pick it up yet again.
As
And-
the Thornton, though, in hand,
yeah,
that
okay.
could be very interesting. You could see just Lugia.
No,
come
właśnie
right
to
back,
też jest
especially
takie
because
dopowiedź.
one on the bench is already evolved into that Lugia V-Star and doesn't do any damage here. I like what Joe is doing right now by just checking the energy, making sure that we have enough resources here.
Ej, ale to już jest
As
takie
we see
cieniutkie!
trouble, the deck
To już
is
jest
getting
takie
very
cienkie!
That's Lugia
Znaczy, jeszcze
is
muszę
good,
zobaczyć
though, right?
mój
Just try to
kanał na
thin out as
YouTubie.
much as possible. Give yourself the best opportunity to find the resources you need, and here is that Thornton replacing the weird
Czytałoby
ERB
się, no na przykład, o, mamy...
Joe started with
To to.
grabbing Fluttermane yet again. This is gonna help
Ja tylko
soften
ustawię
up
sobie
the
ogienko,
bench
tak?
Cornerstone for a potential 2-hit in the following turn.
I'm not sure. Both options seem very good, especially because one attacks to the bench, but it will just be the Fluttermane here. Reading Thornton. Thornton, you can choose a basic Pokemon in your discard, and basically you get to just switch it out with your active. It's a very cute tech, as I like to call it. It's very interesting, but it will just be that 6 damage. Hex Hurl does 90, but Rock Chestplate really coming in to play here for Nolan. We're going on over into Nolan's turn. Has how many do we play here? I believe we just played one of these Energy Lotto, but we do also play Earthen Vessel in this deck too. There's a lot of one-ups here, Jeremy.
O,
Yeah,
siema.
I mean, when you're playing a deck that has a lot of time yet again, and you're playing cards that search, like that Coruscant's Tenacity, you're playing the Arven, you have a lot of just access to basically
to nie
anything
macie.
you really want, as long as you have a supporter.
Mhm. No,
Here comes
teraz
Ace
tak
Spec,
będzie.
potentially scoop up Cyclone
Lepiej.
here to throw Joe's math off here. So we may not have seen a penny yet, but scoop up Cyclone also just takes that E-check button and gets
Zobaczyć w
your
czat.
damaged Pokemon out of here. That's why even a lot of Regidrago V-Stars were trying to opt for it in the beginning because two-way
Ty, halo,
also, you have to sometimes
Co się
two-hit
stało?
that, but it takes not only just the Pokemon and puts it back into the hand, but it also takes all attached cards. So
o
that compared to something like
popatrzenie,
Professor
co tam się
Turbo's
dzieje
scenario where
ogólnie.
all of those cards go into the discard, we get to actually recycle that rock chestplate and use it for that other Ogrepon.
Yeah, and this is why I love the pick of the Fluttermane with that Thornton over that Lugia, because neither of them were going to be able to take that knockout this turn, but now
A
with
ja
that
wiem,
two
co
damage
zrobił.
counters
Torton
on
wyszedł.
that Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon EX, that will allow future Lugia V to be able to take a knockout in 2 hits instead of 3.
A, tutaj zrobiony został Scoop Up Cyclone. A, to jest tam. To polega właśnie tak jakby, ten kamienna zbroja polega na tym, że Pokémon walczący dostaje 30 mniej. I to jest, on chyba tego Noiverna skupia się na tym pierwszym ataku, który zadaje 70 i Pokémon, iż chroni się przed podstawowymi Pokémonami. Widać, że on tutaj bardziej się opiera na, to wiecie, odchudzanie deku. Znaczy, dobrze mu idzie. Ach, Penix.
Joe just has a variety of different attackers, basic and evolutions, no abilities and abilities. You really gotta have to play around with just this cornerstone.
Jeżeli coś jeszcze ma.
Imagine just another attack here coming out for the arrow dive, primal turbo, one being activated here. Definitely going on to Lugia. I have to say, I love the way that Joe is always playing the energies really smart. He always has something being just manually attached to get it out of the active. Lugia, not a lot of, quote, free retreaters in that deck, so really managing the energy resources really well here. One, though, going on over to the Lugia V, but honestly, Jeremy, we're running out of energy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think there's only a legacy energy and a double turbo left in the deck.
Widać, że tutaj no musi kombinować.
Of being able to get that 2 damage with that Flutter Mane, that's going to be mitigated by the reduction from double turbo energy. So Lugia still will have to re-hit this Cornerstone Mask Ogrepani X, and that's not where you want to be with Nolan only at 2 prizes left.
Difficult too, but the Luminian V also does have an ability.
Yeah, you're not doing that. You're just doing it to get the energy back in the deck.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to see here, but we do see Iono get played here.
O, notesik, dobra, szkoda, że miał bingo notesika.
But like you said, we just have to recycle the energy at this point, the Iono being played. We'll see what Nolan is going to draw as we head on over into Joe's side. Mesagoza here, Archeops, and another Iono, I guess, could be good for next turn. But there's finally, we see Penny. But there goes the other Cornerstone Ogrepon that I believe we used some resources to get back into the hand.
Nie miałoby to sensu, pewnie. Psycho ma to trochę sensu jakoś w tym deku.
Next turn, you're only going to be taking, what, 80 from that Lugia?
Barely anything to really kind of scoff at here. But Aqua return for 0 damage. Luminion V going back into the deck. We will see that fish around another time. But like we said, it's the best thing that we can do to keep all of the energy that we can keep in play right now. See what is going to go down for Nolan. I kind of missed the draw for turn here. I know there was a Penny.
Znaczy, Penny nie bardzo by pasowała w tej sytuacji, więc nie miał wyjścia, musi Iono. Znowu mi namieszamy to w deku.
Now, the one good thing going for Nolan is you're essentially 2 turns away from winning this game, maybe 3. Oh no, never mind, the double turbo. So you're not taking knockout on the Archeops. So this game's going to go on for a little bit longer.
We'll see loops and pulls, Jeremy, if you will. So it's going to be a little bit interesting here. We have to really prioritize our resources right now if we are Joe. Also have to call it out. This has been a very, very long game 1. We're already half of time into round at this point. And while, yes, we're kind of nearing the end, we definitely want to see if we're Joe, if we can win this game or set ourselves up to at least play a game 3 if possible. But capturing Aroma is going to flip tails, so we are
Szkoda, ale jak to długo schodzi, to musi być dobry gracz kontrola, jak schodzi. Ach, kolejna Iono.
From the deck, another Iono here is going to come out for Joe from
Iono. Czemu nie ma w bingo Iono wzajemnej adoracji?
Yeah, with the Archeops still in the active, you're going to need a way to retreat it. That's going to be that double turbo. Iono is going to put the boss's orders from the hand back into the deck. Retreating to the Luminion here, again, you can just loop that. I mean, this is a way to buy time, right?
And I think that's all that we can really ask for if we're Joe here. Just keep disrupting the hand down to 2 cards, and if we're unable to find anything,
Coś mam.
we can just kind of coast on that. But
Koroles!
Colress's experiment, top 5 cards of the deck. Some of these will go into
No.
the loss zone, but like we said, Jeremy, we just need another Ogrepon to feel completely comfortable here. Check out what this
No
Colress
Koroles?
does for
No ciekawe. Znaczy, nie ma tam żadnego...
Rid of that fighting energy and
Co
Neuver,
zaraz?
not bad. You don't really need multiple
Noiverny i
Just finding more energy
Counterstone.
than Colress
Czasami
with
jest to używane
that
też w Snorlaxie. Żeby właśnie...
It is just going to be another demolish, and it is going to just be the concede for game number 1 for Joe, and I do believe it is going to be Nolan going up in the
Ktoś...
set.
O, poddał.
Like we said, it's resource management down to a T, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think with Joe realizing just a couple double turbos left in the deck.
Kto wygrał, czyli doszło do poddania się.
In enough
Czyli
time.
miał dobrą Korolesa, kurde, i poszło. Znaczy wiadomo, może dobrać z Korolesa wszystko i nic jednocześnie. Znaczy ten... On wygrał! Ty, że rok? Ale działa! A czyli faktycznie te Counterstone'y, no one są mocne, no na to co mówiłem, no na jakimś, no będą grywalne, no nikt nie wierzył. Ale rzeczywiście, kurde, no. Nie dość, że drugi ma prawie wszystko abilitkę. Znaczy Flasher, on likwiduje tą abilitkę, ale co z tego jak na hita to leci. Też nawet jakby był Iron Hands, to nie... O Jezus, tu jest jeden Koroles. Kamyk.
Not only is the one of Turbo Energize prize, but also the one of Rock Chestplate. Granted, it is at the bottom, but these are very important tools that won Nolan's game number 1 here.
Oh wow,
Karm.
okay, yeah. And the one of Earthen Vessel.
Aha,
prize
coś
card.
się
So,
zepsuło!
a lot of the ways
O,
to
naprawione!
get energies, pretty easily through Arven are gone.
Ty.
You only have Energy Lotto as the main item to grab that.
Wróciło do starego?
On Joe's side, dropping that turn 1 Carmine, having to
Kurwa, ale
discard
bolesno, Carmine.
3 energy, but getting a double turbo energy on a Lugia V could apply a lot of pressure without even needing to go into the V-Star.
No właśnie, bo ten Counterstone, no trochę krzyżuje, ej. Czy ja mam stare... To jest stary layout. Noiverny. No ma to sens, akurat brak Noiverna, czy ja sobie drugiego skalniaka. No bo tutaj Noiver nie jest potrzebny w tym matchupie. No, to Lugia tu przeskoczy. Znaczy, Rockbase nie, na Cornerstone nie jest taki głupi pomysł, jak się wydaje. Z tego dlatego, że redukujemy sobie to do 30, no plus sam Cornerstone jest walczącym type. Teraz tam ma, czy Noiverny i tam...
Yeah, absolutely. Gives you the same kind of like feeling screen here, but here comes Nolan's notes. Gotta just consider that we saw this yesterday too with Hunter's
No
match.
tak, czyli 2 Noiverny poszły.
I'm gonna play all of these one-ups, but I'm actually
Nie było niestety Towar Hopsy.
So Nolan doing a diligent deck check once more, figuring things out, but it will just be that Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon we're gonna be able to find here. Like he says, these Ogrepon
ten nowy był nawet całkiem spoko. Jeśli wiadomo, podoba się trochę ten koncept. No, o tak, teraz. O, drugi! Jo, no to jest grubo. A. Myśli, czy Arvena grać? Czy... O, Tenacity, dobra.
That's going to be 1 energy card and 1 stadium here. So we have to figure out what lines we're going for.
A, tu jest jeszcze Share XP, to jest taki bardzo basicowy tool. Jeżeli zostanie Pokémon znokautowany, to przerzucana jest ta podstawowa energia na innego Pokémona.
It's going to be very interesting lines to try and get it out because like we talked about, it's the fact that Lugia V only now needs to hit twice and Nolan is not the one attacking first.
Townstore.
Yeah, the big thing to really kind of think about.
No, to jest taki bardzo basicowy tur. Znaczy, tu są te stare, ale trzeba też pamiętać, że jeżeli są tak... Jeżeli to robi to samo, możesz używać takiego z Battlestarsa. To jest to, co wspomniałem w materiale, że tego z Battlestarsa możesz.
Getting that energy on the bench one has the rescue board in hand, so good start here for Nolan.
No to jest tak jak widać, to jest taki jakby staw kontrolny jak dla mnie. Mamy jeszcze tego Iron Handsa. No jak chcesz używać tych stadionów, żeby tak kontrolować, co tam się dzieje, tak?
I don't know how comfortable Joe feels of going for something like that again, especially with legacy energy in him. Granted, he also does have the Iron Hands EX. There is chances that we could do this, but Town Store just to figure out what we have available to us, and I like that to use it as
Dawaj, jak nie idziesz po Tula, to idziesz sprawdzić, co tam jest. Ale nie ciekawe, Price, muszę przestać. Serena, o Jany. Ja to pamiętam w starszych buildach Lugi. No ale ona już ma mniej sensu. Kiedyś ona miała więcej sensu, teraz ma mniej sensu ta Serena.
You're not setting up Archeops, which means eventually you're going to have to evolve into a Lugia V-Star and try to get those chops out on the bench. But if you do that, you're not going to be able to attack that turn unless you retreat and try to go into that Iron Hand. So we might see something like that here. Yeah, Legacy energy there could be pretty good. And another research.
Wow!
No Iron Bundle going to be used here.
That's interesting. I would
on wyżonego Archopsa?
Right? Because the thing is, we can always get the bundle out, but like we said, no Archeops. I don't even think in two professors' researches we've even seen an Archeops here. We did see an Earthen Vessel though go into Joe's hand. There's the Ultra Bubble though, so we will be able to see a Archeops here, but that's only
może
one.
jest?
So it'll
Archeops,
probably be
zobaczymy.
discarded by that Earthen Vessel in hand.
Już mam prawie tak gotowego pogromu. Tortury chyba zapińskie, czyli...
So that means
just
that much less attackers. Basically all on the board now for Joe here.
Czy jeszcze w starym systemie, bo teraz będzie ten nowy Genometic Stone możliwe? Co to znaczy? No, jesteś w dupie?
What it is going to be over on Nolan's side. Once again, a nice little look at these prize cards here. One of these very detrimental one-ups in these prizes. The rock chest plate especially is what I'm looking at here, Jeremy.
Yeah, this is probably the best case scenario
No,
for
notatniki.
Nolan.
No, nie wiem.
A little bit slower start from Joe, having to waste the first couple of turns just to even get one Archeops in the discard.
Czy ja niektóre mam automatyczne ruchy.
The faster Nolan can get a prize card to get to potentially that rock chest plate is the best case scenario.
Also important to note here that Cornerstone Ogre Punch does not hit for weakness on Lugia V as well, or on and on Iron. It doesn't. Well, listen, it technically wasn't. Yeah, it doesn't do the resistance for Lugia, and doesn't hit for weakness onto the Iron Hands as well. So it is still just going to be that one.
Są Archopsy w dyskardzie, ale nie ma Lugi V-Star. O Jezus. No, jeżeli tak, no to widać, że to nie jest taki deck agro, to jest, widać, że to jest taki control deck. Widać, że to jest deck, w którym...
I was about to say, yesterday I think a couple people were ripping us for the caster picks, but so far so good for you, Jeremy. What's gonna happen here? Just going to be another pass. There's Fluttermane though, but here comes our favorite supporter, a one of Jacques here. We're able to grab two Pokemon from
Jacek Placek.
I like how we have two
Jest Jacek Placek.
You probably get to just evolve the one onto the bench just so we can see these Archeops hit the bench. Find Primal Turbo.
Wow, Earthen Vessel.
Discard that we were talking about. And there's our lightning energy that we have. I believe that is the only non-special energy lightning or non-special energy in the deck here, but it is going to be the evolve into the active here.
Yeah, it is interesting that Nolan decided to spread out the energy on those Cornerstone on the bench, not choosing to just start demolishing.
Znaczy, ponieważ kontrole lubią trochę tak być z tyłu. A jestem ciekaw, co tym razem Tortreklew wymyślił, żeby nie grał. Znaczy, to jest Czyli
aggressive here
na Dortmundzie
with,
prędzej coś
Iron Hands or the
kombinuje.
Lugia V.
Czy...
Double primal turbo here, hitting the Lugia V onto the bench here. I like how the double turbo energy, once again, in the active here. So we are just loading up this Lugia V. No double turbo energy onto the Lugia V though, so we will be able to arrow dive completely for that 130, and with no rock chest plate, still, we are able to just get around that. Will just be that 130 onto the active. Joe fighting back as best as he can, heading back on over into Nolan's side.
Yeah, I actually love the
On chyba zrobi
lightning attachment onto the Iron Hands EX.
myśli.
Now that's two lightning,
Robimy
which
penny,
gives
czy
you an
robimy...
attack that most Lugia decks don't have access to.
That's very
Arm
true.
press. It does 160,
No to jest taki wybór między
so even
Arwenem a
with
Penny,
the
ale...
rock chest plate, is able to two-hit a
Penny
cornerstone
czy Arwen?
on EX.
Nie mówcie, że to gra Torca. Nie, lubię z Torcem tego nie gra.
Again, the four bosses orders in Joe's deck is really going to come into play. Like you said,
Arwen
double
też.
lightning here, arm press for 170.
Regio to... To jest stara karta, z czego co ja patrzyłam.
Doing another very diligent deck.
Jak ktoś nie wie, Energy Lot to teraz dobrze wyszedł. Tu widać, że to jest stara karta. Tak, Energy Lot to jest reprintem tego, co jest teraz. I jeżeli przy materiału rotacji nie będziemy brali tego pod uwagę. To jest comeback karta. No. Znaczy, wiecie, Black Temple of Simon. Czy ma? Przynajmniej. Znaczy, jedną trzeba wybrać. Zaataczuje do tego. Chyba o to mu troszkę chodziło, czyli... To jest taki kontrast tam widać.
Or that style of energy, but it will just be that demolish with double turbo energy, 120 damage onto our active Lugia V on Joe's side here. We'll see what the gameplay is. Maybe we can try and find
Zresztą ta Penny. No jest boss. I to dwa. Dwa bossy są. I dwa Iono. A czasu mało. Ej, ale wiecie, że czasami jak grasz...
Either they absolutely have it, Ultra Ball double Archeops is kind of that golden way through, but it is going to be the Penny there, so one of those resources down.
O, Penny to jest naprawdę bardzo dobry ruch.
But this is going to be knockout here
Penny?
for Nolan on this side.
Yeah, this hand for Nolan though,
Znaczy,
not
też to
looking
ruch.
too good. That Penny was really the only thing going for.
Jak ja długo myślę na tym
Got Night Stretcher,
Reklezarę, no to wiecie, no to też i deseczkę,
at
tak.
least with the XP share, you can continue the demolish train going.
Also talking
A,
about
czyli
don't
nokautuje.
really have any type of draw either, right? The hand is looking extremely low, but here
Aha,
comes
no
that
to
Iron
teraz
Hand
wchodzi
you were
Hans.
talking about here, Jeremy.
Thank you
Could also
very
be an
much.
MP very much
Thank
three
you very
prizes if we really
much.
want to go that route too.
Oh,
But
we do. We do.
No jest.
EXP share also on the Cornerstone Ogrepon EX onto the bench as well, but you know what Joe's going for. Dare I say that we could potentially see a little bit of hand motions going back and forth. I love when players perform for the table, if you will, but Ultra Ball discard here, going after the Lugia V-Star. See what our final pitch is, but could we be grabbing either Minion? We could be I think
It's gonna be that Flutter main,
yeah,
probably.
the Flutter main too.
Hopefully would want to grab a Lugia V, but the last one.
Aż trzeba zrobić potrójne Ampie Very Much.
So Flutter main is really the only other option you have for Joe.
A jak na taki roaddeck można zauważyć, że to idzie dobrze. Mogę powiedzieć, że działa. Tak samo Banek był takim mrugiem, ale...
Lugia V is going to be kind of that quote fourth one, but like you said, it is going to be the Flutter main here.
Tak,
On the bench,
no jak
that
spiszę.
is going to be an amp very much for three big
Znaczy, na
prizes
pewno
here.
będzie Night
Joe,
Stretcher
but he's
po
actually
kolejnego.
grabbed the Lugia V actually not going in the order that people usually grab. What a clutch grab.
tak-
It's like you said, that is the last Lugia V.
Że on nie nokautuje na pewno
50%
tego
chance
Hensa.
hitting those middle prizes. Played the odds. Joe did it well, and now you have another attacker to try to put forth in this match. Now, Nolan did get a Colossus experiment and
Znaczy, na
that
pewno
lost
zrobię
chest plate
kam...
from the prize cards. Not going to be able to play the chest plate down because of the XP share, but at least with the Colossus experiment, you can
Na pewno
try to rebuild
kolejny...
this hand that has been lacking for a couple turns now.
Think about how
Z
much
deseczką.
we refilled that hand in a matter of a turn or two here. I believe that is the one of counter catcher here that technically we could use to try and trap something and just force Joe to use an energy to eject it, but instead we are just going to go on ahead and demolish. Once again, Iron Hands does have the fighting weakness, but Cornerstone Ogre Pawn Mask does not actually hit for weakness there, so we are just going to see the jet energy from hand.
Znaczy, na pewno zrobię counter catchera w Handsa. Znaczy, duży problem czasami lubi jest...
Again, it's just a problem when you're discarding a lot of those energies. Early, it was 2 jets, a double turbo, and a missed energy going down in the first 2 turns. Now, granted, Joe has an energy hand here. Didn't he already attach the jet energy to
Oh
bring
yes,
it
he
up?
did attach the jet energy from hand. I don't.
Is that 2 energy attachments?
That might be 2 energy attachments. Isagosa, though, he definitely did use that from hand to bring the Lugia up this turn.
So basically the energy from the hand should be to the bottom of the deck. You can still primal turbo it out, but just awkward sequence of events here.
To wezmę piesiaka na górę.
Yeah, we haven't done any too much damage yet. We really just kind of can throw that energy back. There we go, though. We love when a board state is fixable, because that means the game will go on. But the huge part of this, Jeremy, is that Joe is unable to attack this turn.
Well, no, he'll still have
O,
access
coś
to
się
primal
dzieje?
turbo, grab the gift energy, and then still keep the attack going. It's just did it in the wrong order.
Right. Sometimes your brain goes faster than your fingers, and then it's just all trying to work itself out. Playing up there on that stage can be very sometimes, but
Czyli doszło do
easy
błędu.
solution there. The Iono is going to come down as well as the Misagosa, but there it is, that primal turbo too, and the gift energy will be properly attached on to this Lugia V.
Oh,
We
it
will
does.
be attacking this turn. Sometimes people make mistakes, players make mistakes, and as long as we're able to fix them, we're good to go.
Listen, first time in day 2, first time on
It's
stream,
stream,
most likely. Nerds
Potential
are gonna
winning
get
in
you.
too.
Yeah, potential winning in. The big thing Iono did though was put that
A,
counter
ale
catcher
czasu
on the
mało.
bottom of the
Może
deck.
się skończyć
That
to
is gonna
remisem.
be very important to try to take a knockout on that Iron Hands EX on the bench that is threatening a lot here. Now we do see Nolan have Colossus experiment in hand along with the nest ball.
Dortmund może być
But I
ciężko.
would wanna see
No
the
ja
nest ball
będę na
being played
kapie.
just so you can shuffle that deck, get that counter capture back into the mix of you being able to draw it.
Like we said, it's proper sequencing even with a deck like Control, but Nolan is going to go for just the chorus first.
Now maybe hoping for that scoop up Cyclone potentially, and just a lot of supporters in these 5 cards. Pokegear, Colossus Tenacity, Iono, and
Just one
a fighting energy. Yeah,
Not our
No,
favorite
Skull
thing
Cyclone
if
to jest
we're
taki
Nolan,
kombat.
so we are probably just going
I
to
think this might be game over, honestly.
Really? What makes you say that?
Just with the amount of bosses orders that Joe has available in the deck, you
Very
have
Wow,
a
może
potential.
ma.
I guess you can't play Luminion B down because the bench is
A
going to.
nie, ma. Faktycznie ma.
Okay. Still
No,
trying to
nie.
figure out our lines here. There's that nest ball. Like we said, it could have been a misplay that we didn't see it first. Going to just go on ahead and grab that.
Na pewno nie ma
overpawn.
counter
We can't just
catchera.
go for the retreat here, but I gotta call it out, Jeremy. We have not a lot of time left in this game, and
No,
therefore
no
in
bo
the
ta gra.
round, and it could end in a tie if Joe's able to kind of get everything going as fast as possible.
Yeah, and granted, a tie for both these players isn't too bad. You're gonna have still a winning in next round to try to make it into top cut, but there is the retreat, so it means a simple boss's orders will be able to take the game for Joe, and this is all because Nolan didn't get an energy down last turn, isn't able to keep an attack going, and with how fast Joe's saying, oh no, there's no boss's orders, there's Luminion, but no bench for it.
Yeah, and that was the thing too with the Iron Bundle discard a little bit earlier. These are the times where you really want to keep it as much as possible. So Joe is just going to have to hit Arrow Dive regularly into the active Cornerstone here. Granted, we're lining ourselves up for something great here, but Pokegear, top 7 cards, there's the Arvin, there's the Penny especially. We might be going for the Penny.
O, jeszcze lepiej.
All of that math and all of what we were doing to get something going for this game that is very quickly.
To będzie ciekawe.
Yeah, this is probably best case scenario for Nolan because with the way time works in the Pokemon
Ale ten
game,
deck, no.
if
Ale
you
że
have
jest
won the
mało
first game,
czasu.
game 2 has not concluded
Czy
after
jeżeli
the +3
nie
turn,
dojdzie do...
the winner of the first game is the winner of the match. So as long as Nolan is able to just survive for this game, they will be able to win. But no double
Izyba
turbo
zrobi
in hand, you're not gonna be
penny.
able to attack
Na
this
tego.
turn.
Ho!
Or no, the
No,
penny grabs the double
tak,
turbo.
na
Alright,
tego
so
z turbo.
good here, but you're
Turbo
not having
doczepi do
counter capture
tamtego.
for the Iron Hands.
Znaczy, żeby nie było...
Just another
ten-
boss's orders off the top can do it. And oh, attaching to the bench here.
Interesting, right? Because you would expect an attack just to demolish
No,
going onto the actual
trochę jak
UAV,
stalu
kind of
bawimy
back
się.
to what our game plan was here. But like we said, Joe, out of bench space, has all of the tools that we need to grab the boss's orders. It's just not in hand. Here's the capturing aroma. It is going to flip heads for an evolution Pokemon, but none of that is actually going to help us right now. We're probably just using it to check how many bosses we have left in deck. I do see 2, so we're just going to go for the thin and win strategy here.
Yeah, boss's orders unfortunately was the top card of the deck, so we just gotta keep shuffling and hope it stays there. Now grabbing a Lugia start is not gonna matter at this
To już
spot.
jest
Again,
tylko takie
just like you're
granie
saying,
na...
thin the deck out as fast as possible. You still get to arrow dive turn after turn, so you're still applying the pressure.
4 minutes just about left here. See what is going on over on Nolan's side here. 2 very damaged cornerstones, though. We can only save one of
O
them.
ja.
But
Teraz-
actually, if we're able to find a
Scoop
penny
up
too, we can
Cyclone,
top deck that
top
scoop up
deck!
Cyclone here, bringing it right
Top-
back into the hand.
top deck był!
Imagine, Jeremy, if there's already a penny in
Gdzie ja
hand
to
too,
kurwa mam?
that we could just wipe away all of this damage, and then Joe's prize mapping is just completely off. See what exactly is going to happen here. Has the boss and has the Iono, but no penny in sight. Here we go. Gotta figure out what exactly the win condition is here for Joe, because like you said, I mean, things could get a little bit sticky. Ooh.
Nolan not attaching to the cornerstone means I think he is just not going for the win here, right? You are trying to stall as much as possible. There's a little over 3 minutes left. As long as you can just run Joseph out of resources, there's a jet energy found. You got double turbo to retreat. So we're just going to continue the arrow dive. No boss's orders in sight.
To jest
for
takie
Joe.
już palenie
Back on the turn.
energii.
No boss's orders in sight, no penny in sight now. It's really just kind of rotating between all 3 of these cornerstone ogre pawns here to try and just have them soak each damage.
Noszę
As the
będą,
Night Stretcher,
noszę
though, so we
po.
will be able to grab that cornerstone ogre pawn right from the discard and actually put that back on. Buddy Poffin though coming down just to shuffle the deck. I like when players do this, just you know, a way to kind of reset the deck, give it a little bit of
Palenie z Buddy
Buddy
Poffiny.
Poffin going back into the discard. See that cornerstone ogre pawn landed onto the bench and the Iono here, but how many times have we seen this, Jeremy? There's a very real chance we could see boss off the top, capturing aroma. But Professor's
no.
research.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
pretty insane because you knew that hand did not have boss's orders, so you're giving your opponent
my
4
God.
more opportunities to try to find it on the following turn. And continuing to bench the extra cornerstones means there's still at least just 1 in play. That is damaged the entire time. We're going to retreat here and still not attack. Is there a boss's order?
There it is! The top deck is going to be able to find the cornerstone ogre pawn with the rescue board onto it. Joe will be able to get a knockout here, but here comes the primal turbo as well. No energy left in deck, so there is a very big possibility, Jeremy. We could go for something like a stall here.
No,
Now,
we're just amp you very much.
oh, that
win
is
the
also
game.
very
Yeah.
true. I completely forgot.
No, czy nie
Double
zdążą
lightning attached
trzeciej.
next to our
Z
last
remisem się
and
skończyło.
our amp you very much.
Ale
Joe
tak, to był
will be
ciężki
taking us to
matchup.
Game number 3, but Jeremy, there's barely any time left in the match.
Yeah, you have to feel that the one turn that Nolan had was that scoop up Cyclone top deck. You
Yeah.
scoop up Cyclone, your Pokemon, you boss his orders, take the knockout on that Iron Hands EX. There's no way for Joe to eventually win in the next 4 or 5 turns just because the amount of penny and resources you have available. But because of Nolan's game plan of taking it back, not attacking, not applying any pressure, it allowed Joe just to continually All right, boss off the top, boss off the top, boss off the top, and it finally happened.
Please, 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 boss off the top. We'll be able to find it for that. Thank you very much. And if at anything, Joe has secured himself at least a tie here because we only have 53 seconds left here in the round.
Jeden,
Now,
ale
granted,
o ja,
if we
przecież
are
nie
unable to get
zdążą,
anything started
przecież
on
skończy
Nolan's
się
side,
do
we
remisu.
just bench it way
Czy ja nie
back.
wiem, czy jest sens z
We could
kontynuowaniem.
be in a world of hurt here. There's tons of ways
Nie
that this can
zdążą.
go down, but at least I have to say,
Czyli parę
just based
sekund
off of
zostało.
the match so far, Joe definitely sighing a relief. A tie is a lot better than just straight up losing.
Yeah, exactly. Granted, both of the matches, this one and the next one, are still going to be essential win-ins into the asymmetrical top cut that we have. And with the mulligan, that's going to take us down to time as both of our players start the game here. Noibat in the active spot, and Joe's getting to go first, so going to play as fast as possible, but it's not going to be fast enough to pass the turn and hope for a quick knockout.
See the hand, though, I don't...
There's an Ultra Ball.
There is an Ultra Ball there. We'll see what exactly is going to happen. We did hit heads on the capturing aroma, so we are able to get our Ultra Ball down, but let's look at the prizes really quickly. 2 double turbo energies inside of the prizes for Joe,
Wow.
and a missed. 1 Archeops, not the worst thing in the world. Get to do that deck check right now, but no Carmine too. Like we said, there's only 1 Carmine in this deck, and it's actually now in the prizes.
Listen, if I'm Joe, I'm not worrying about my prize cards at all. It is all about, does Nolan have a way to get another Pokemon in play? That you're going to have 1 more turn because time was called on your
No,
first
będę
turn.
jeszcze patrzeć.
Joe is at turn 0. So with the way time works,
O,
it goes
chyba
3
wróciła
extra turns
okropna
after
pogoda.
that. So Nolan has 2 turns. Joe's going to have 1 left.
Has the Luminion and the Lugia V-Star in the hand as well as we're going on over into Nolan's side. The Pokegear 3.0 and the Harvin guarantees a cornerstone ogre
No
fund.
to jest terminacja i tutaj nikt nie weźmie z tych ludzi.
One of Nest Ball is not prized, so we are going to be able to, oh, there's 2 Nest Balls. They're both not prized. We are going to be able to grab that cornerstone ogre pond, and as long as we have the energy in hand, we can go on ahead and retreat.
Na pewno będzie Nest Ball po
You just
tego
need that second
Pokemona.
Pokemon on the bench. Joe's not going to be able to knock
To jest
out both of them
pewne.
in 1 turn, and with that,
I
it
to
is going to
weźmiemy
end in a tie.
deseczka.
And granted, I think that
Nie to
Pokegear, there
pewna,
was
to
no
jest-
Ultra Ball in hand for Nolan, so Pokegear
Jeszcze
finding
będzie
the
jeden-
Arvin really opened up the hand. Otherwise, we
Tym
were
dziwadłem.
that pass.
We were indeed,
Torcik.
especially with Lugia V-Star and Luminion able to grab a Professor.
Naprawdę
we
się
very well
nudzę.
could have seen
Skoro buduję.
very crazy knockout to win this for Joe in turn,
To coś
but
się tam
alas,
dzieje.
the Arvin off of the Pokegear is
Tam nie
going
wiem, co
to
się tam
grab the
dzieje.
cornerstone ogre pond. Both of our players understand what's going on the table, therefore it will be a tie here. And I know they mentioned it earlier in the lounge. Our tie rate is
Gówno
down,
się
but
dzieje,
maybe
okej,
not for this
ale
one.
damy sobie lajka.
Yeah, probably jinxed it a little bit, but
Thanks, Kyle.
No, czy remis jest?
Mask Ogrepon EX is a very strong deck, and we saw it here. It's just unfortunate against, you know, a Lugia deck that knows how to play the matchup.
Yeah, Joe played that masterfully. I think the best as he could.
No, czy doszło chyba
realistically.
jednak do
Like
remisu.
we said, that
Był
match would have
tie.
gone very differently if there was a Chinchino
Powiedzmy
and
sobie
a Chinchino
szczerze.
in there.
Yeah. We'll have to see maybe how that affects.
No nikt nie
the
zdąży.
outcome going
No
forward,
przecież oboje,
because
ja bym...
there is a lot
Ja bym
of
dobrał
Lugia
remis
in
w
the
tym
field, and I
przypadku,
think
bo
Joe is one of the few people
no
not
nikt
playing
nie weźmie 6 prizów w jedną...
It's very interesting too because the Weird Deer I think was kind of in the older Lugia list, and then when we were able to attach the legacy
Ta Lugia Coroles,
onto,
jeśli się nie mylę, bo jeszcze była
Chinchino,
single
that's up the prize
prize'ówka.
mapping. But let's jump into the replay for this
tutaj
match.
powtórę.
What an interesting one, Jeremy, for your caster pick of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon EX is very good in this meta right now.
No,
and,
chyba.
I
No.
think our players have been proving it this entire weekend. This is our first time seeing it really do stuff on
No, ale
screen.
na...
And it is a good back and forth. That rock chest plate really makes this matchup against Lugia.
And when you're unable to use it so well, it
Ja
just
sam
gets very scary.
w
But there's
poniedziałek
that
zacznę
scoop of
pracować nad
Like you
filmem.
said, all of those cards just
Będzie
go back in
Palkia,
your
ja
hand, and
tu-
you're able to just use it over and over again. Dare I say, you're kind of chipping down at a wall, if you will. And that wall was not going down easy.
Aż
Nolan
tak, bo to
and
tak
Joe
3.
going to tie there. Both great players you should be keeping your eye out for. But of course the
Chyba się
boss's
remisem
orders
skończyło,
off
bo
the
to tak
top
się
two
przesiągało,
to win
że
Joe the
o
game.
Jezusie.
Such great usage of Iron Hands EX there because it has no ability, so it can technically attack.
Yeah, you really have to think back on this game too about the turn with the scoop up cyclone here. You're able to maybe clear out both of the damaged ones or use that boss's orders to take a knockout on that Iron Hands, but just unfortunately Nolan did not see that route or decided against it, and because of that, later on Iono helping Joe find that boss's orders after turn of not drawing it.
Yeah, it was a heartbreaker too because we had all of the tools in the hand to just go on ahead and find the
chyba wzięli remis,
Luminous
bo...
Light Boom boss's orders, but the bench was full at that point,
Znaczy,
and I think Nolan realized that.
20 sekund, nikt nie wziąłby 6 sekund gajzów, żeby być cud na zarajski.
Really great work of what is a great control.
Ale widać, że ten control deck jest dobry.
Yeah, again, now Nolan at 10-0-2, Joe at 10-1-1. With the way it's looking, both of those players still need to get a win to potentially make it.
A czyli wzięli remis, dobrze myślałam. A kto by wziął 20 sekund, kuźwa, czyli na 40.
Kind of had this structure, but there are so many more players here in Baltimore. So only 129 made it into day 2. 7-2 is the lowest record possible. So 21 match points, 4 rounds for this day 2. If you win all 4, that's 12-33 is usually what we saw beforehand, but that's really what we're just trying to go off of.
Well, we are going to go on ahead and look at the day 2 meta. I'm very excited to see this graphic, Jeremy, because we saw decks from all over the tier list kind of going everywhere. We've seen Lugia kind of at the top, but let's take a look here. I think the Regidrago V-Star was just the obvious choice, right? I think a lot of us have deemed that the, quote, BDIF, the best deck in format here, but Lugia being second, kind of a surprise. And here's a big thing, Jeremy. No Raging Bolt on this graphic at all right now.
Yeah, well, Raging Bolt has a lot of rough matchups into some of the decks that started to climb up into the rankings. Snorlax Control, Unclassified, even Ancient Box is a little bit rough just because you're playing against a bunch of single prize attackers. So those 3 decks climbing up, a lot of players trying to hope for their tournament life on those.
I think for me, my caster pick of Respect and Control and putting in a Canceling Clone was not the worst thing in the world, especially when Snorlax Control does make the graphic for day number 2, but that unclassified category, I had to explain this to someone yesterday, is not unknown V-Star. I think for a lot of people who may be watching Pokemon TCG for the first time, they're like, unknown V-Star, really? And I was like, no. These are just decks that come from all over. I think we saw this a little bit yesterday with Palkia Dusknoir in particular, where with a Greninja in there, I think there was still one kind of roaming around too at the top tables. But I just want to say how exciting this tournament is starting to look for not only Pokemon TCG, but also for our other games that we are featuring here at Baltimore Regionals, and that is going to be Pokemon VGC and Pokemon Go. So if you guys are watching us, stay here for sure, but make sure you open some other tabs because the crowds are getting hyped here for our other streams.
Yeah, we're going to be stealing the crowd hype for our TCG moments. So when you hear something going on in the background, that's for sure us, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's us, but it's not just because they're very exciting over there.
Absolutely, but dare I say, I've been watching a lot of Go and a lot of VGC this weekend too. A lot of my friends are competing in day 2 of VGC right now, and the meta for Regulation H, I should say, has been only gearing up for some of the craziest Pokemon you could never think of, actually throwing off some really good performances like Galarian Weezing.
Yeah, I'm a big Galarian Weezing fan from the TCG. Glad to see it's doing well in the VGC. There's also some great storylines. I mean, Wolf Glick going 8-0 at Worlds to start day 1, and starting here in Baltimore 8-0 again. There's no stopping that man unless it gets closer to top cut, essentially.
He just has the most amount of plot armor, really. I mean, he knows how to just create a great story. And also, once again, Pokemon Go too, we're seeing a lot of like crazy Pokemon. I know you, for the first time, you got to see shiny Dunsparce, and you were like, that's what it looks like? It's yellow and pink, by the way. But I believe Mandibuzz is over there too. So very interesting picks going on for Pokemon Go. Make sure you are tuning into all things Pokemon here at Baltimore Regional.
Yeah, and that's not the only streams that are going on. We have some stuff coming up during the week. You get to watch some cool stuff. Pokemon DP Battle Dimension. You got the replay of the 2022 Pokemon NAIC, and you get Pokken as well.
I'm stoked.
One of my favorite things to watch. I'm really sad that it is no longer on the circuit, but I'm a big fighting game proponent.
Can I just say, I am a big fan of watching the reruns of the old Pokemon series. You can always find me in the Twitch chat emoting with everybody else. I cannot tell you how many times. I believe it was one of the first Pokemon movies that, that scene with Ash and Pikachu, and then Ash turns into stone, and then everybody just starts emoting in the chat, just sad faces.
I started crying, you know?
It's a really great time. You can always find me in there. Honestly, I just have it up on my other monitor, and I'm like doing my work on my center monitor. And I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this episode. So make sure you guys not only tune in for regionals, but tune in during the week as well. I'm definitely going to be there for the Pokken stream, 100%. You guys can find me there because I love Pokken, and there's also a setup out there in the crowd for Pokken too, so you might be able to find me there later.
Now remember, this was our round 12 to start day 2. We got one more round in Swiss before our asymmetrical top cut, and that is going to be a community choice round, so stay tuned in the Twitch chat to try to vote for who you want to see to try to make it into top cut.
And then we have to cast it too.
Yeah.
So depending on how much you like
Pick a good one.
please pick a good one. We did just cast Control, but if you guys want to see Control again, who are we to stop you? But I'm excited to see what match we are going to be able to kind of throw it up there. I know there's a lot of fan favorites still in the tournament. I'm super excited to see what decks are going to make it into that top cut, because there have been decks, like I said before we even showed that graphic, from all over the tier list everywhere.
All right, well, that does it for us for this round 12, but don't go anywhere. Round 13 is coming up soon, so we'll see you next time.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time. So you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on our dining room table, practice, and then we go to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the number one thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, you're good to go.
And welcome back to Baltimore Regionals. I just have to give just such a big shout out to our Pokemon Unite casters. They are, I gotta say, if we did the Pokemon broadcast team superlatives, they are best dressed no matter what. At Worlds, all of their suits were shiny and sparkly. Like they truly are just best dressed. But I'm still Emily Foreman, still joined here by Jeremy Jallin. We are going to be getting into our final Swiss round very soon, but we want to go on ahead and talk about the championship point breakdown for this season, because if you've been playing Pokemon for a while now, it's actually going to be switched up just a little bit.
Yeah, this is a new way to qualify for Worlds, and winning a regionals still gets you that qualification, but it also gets you a lot of championship points, all the way down to 64th place, 100 championship points for a lot of our players here in day 2. And instead of hitting a threshold like that 600 points that we had last season, it's actually just going to be a top 125 for NA, and it is not going to be easy for a lot of our players.
No, definitely not. It really does kind of force a lot of players to play a lot of the season, because I know in the past, right, that 600 was really kind of the golden number. So a lot of people were really just kind of trying to push their locals as much as possible. They go to every single regional at the start of the season and really just kind of get it done and over with. But it's going to force you to play a little bit more, go to your locals, max out your best finishes too. You want to just play as much as possible, but that means you're playing more Pokemon. But 125 Masters for North America, and that includes US and Canada. I could think of 125 players and even more players that are just more than qualified to be there. It's going to be definitely a tough season for a lot of our competitors.
Yeah, and again, it is also 125 for EU. LA has 100, OC has 20, and then the Middle East and South Africa are 10. So
Jeez.
It is very competitive, and as we get later on into the season, it starts to get a lot worrisome for some of these players.
Yeah, it definitely just shows the amount of talent that we have, but why not find out where we can also gain some more championship points through some of the other regionals that we have going on. Granted, Baltimore is the first, but let's see where else that we're heading. Next in North America, we're heading on over to Louisville, as one of my friends from Kentucky was like, you said it wrong yesterday on stream, so I hope my friend liked my pronunciation this time. Then we'll hit Sao Paulo for LAIC, the first IC of the season, Sacramento and Toronto. And honestly, Jeremy, we are shaping up to have what a great Q1.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice, and a lot of these early tournaments after Baltimore is going to be in that Stellar Crown format, so we're going to see some pretty interesting decks coming out of that new expansion for the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, we still have tons of places to go to, but like we said, it all ends in Anaheim next year for 2025 World Championships. We already have the dates ready to go. You know, it was really funny. I was sitting out in the audience when it was announced, and I saw people around me looking up hotels already on their phone. So you know what? You better be prepared. Personally, what I am super excited for on this list is going to be the return of NAIC in New Orleans. Oh my goodness, if you guys were there last year, it was just a ton of fun. They had bands playing right before round 1 was starting. The food down there was amazing. Just everybody hanging out from all of the games just felt really good.
Yeah, and looking back from New Orleans to now, you know, we are in the thick of things in our first regional of the season. We are in the last round of Swiss, and that means we have updated standings that we can talk about and see how our top cut is going to be shaping up. Rahul Reddy, 11-1, 33 match points, sitting up at the top.
Yeah, at this point, you could probably safely assume you're pretty locked for cut at this point. You got to look at it, though. Nolan still 10-02 with Cornerstone, Mask, Ogerpon, EX, and Noivern EX going all the way. I got to call it out, though. Henry Chow, 10-02 on Gardevoir, a deck that I think all of us, dare I say, counted out. And then you have George, and we saw Joe Figliano as well. All you got to do is still be in that winning end, but that's what we like to call that quote-unquote asymmetrical cut.
Yeah, and then a lot of well-known names on the list from 9 to 16 as well. A lot of former champions in regionals as well. Pretty cool to see a lot of these players just still consistently at the top.
Gotta say, though, once again, Jeremy, it is only just some of the best up here, but also just players with starting the season strong. Like we said, our last match between Nolan and Joe, both of these players, it was their first day 2, and now they're competing to make it into even just top cut. Our last match yesterday was someone going into day 2, winning at their first regional. So the level of play between our top players and our rising stars is, believe it or not that far apart from each other at this point.
One name I also want to point out too, Graft and Roll, another one of my picks, you know,
That's true.
Playing that Palkia V-Star, Dustnor, with that Greninja EX in there, still in the thick of things, trying to make it into top cut. And again, with the way these points are, only 8 people have 31 points or higher, so 33 match points seems like it's going to be that cut.
Great stuff from all of our competitors. It has been a very hard fought past 2 days of regionals. Like we had a little bit of time yesterday to talk about it, that tournament fatigue, right? And granted, if you didn't play your best and you still made day 2 yesterday, you definitely had kind of a second chance to really go in, get a lot more rest, get a lot more sleep. I know for some of these players, they're going through a time difference as well too. So not only that, you have to adjust to the time change, you also have to get your rest. But now that you've been here for a day, definitely a great way to just reset, start over, play some Pokemon. And like we said, a lot of amazing players on this right side too.
Now remember, this next match was community choice, so y'all got to pick to see who we're going to be seeing for this final round. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the notable matches that you had the choice for. It's going to be a pretty good one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited as I get to see the players, but you guys get to find out who won very soon. But like Jeremy said, the notable matches and then what we have on our desk coming up to see, we will have Kenneth and Ian stepping up to bat here, but look at all of these big names, Jeremy. There's so many.
Yeah, and a lot of these players are playing their winning in to this top cut. Another standout, Rowan Stavino up against JW Craywall. Both players regional champions in their own right, trying to make it another on the list. And our match is going to be Ian Robb up against Rob, and it is going to be pretty
Jest grubo!
to see Ian Robb come
Ian Robb, wiecie, ten co...
Kenneth.
Wiecie, swoim gestem masturbacji, którym dwuznacznym gestem wypadł 104! Więc ciekawie się będzie. Rafał gra dysz. No tutaj Paul Handstong.
That is insane to even think about it. Ian Robb has been playing Pokemon for a long time, many titles.
more numbers than I have fingers.
Yep, that's very, very
Ale tu
true.
widzę jakieś Polank.
I'm super excited to see
Poland,
what the
you know.
matchup is also going to be here too.
A co jest ciekawe, czyli Keten, Xuan i Ian Rob.
With the same deck, if not maybe one or two changes from
Z tym Robem to była ciekawa
but I
sytuacja.
know he was running a couple of courses on how to play his deck, and I know honestly they were sold out because you need the wisdom of a player like Ian Robb in your life. I mean, he is a fantastic player in his own right.
All right, well, I believe our final Swiss round of Baltimore Regionals to open up the 2025 season is now getting underway. So let's go ahead and take it to the table.
Oho!
It is
Oho!
Snorlax!
Snorlax!
With that ready
Ja po staremu.
So, a lot of gameplay
Snorlax!
in this
Kto nie
matchup,
kocha
but
Snorlaxu?
trying to make it as hard as possible
Snorlax!
to take off the
I'm looking at Ian's
Ooh,
list right now,
ho,
Jeremy, and I do
ho,
not see a
ho.
single canceling clone here. So that is going to be a very interesting win con for Ian here. But
A i
when
Reggie
you're
Drago
playing all
też
of the
jest.
tech cards in the world,
Tam Reggie
specifically, I
też.
think, when you're playing that Snorlax, you have tons of opportunities, tons of great supporter cards to help you out.
Snorlax,
Specifically,
jak się
I'm looking at that Misfortune sister.
Moja ulubiona kluska, ja ją mam.
A little troublesome.
Nie wiem, aż zagrał Snorlax. Nie przy...
of canceling clone kind of
Nie
pointed
myślę,
to
że nie zagrać
Ian saying, yeah, I'm not
Snorlax.
worried about Iron
Dobra,
Fist.
Miss
They may have won
Fortune
Worlds,
Sisters.
but it was only 1% of the field this weekend, but is going to have to battle
bo-
through Snorlax
o-
and
o ja, nie fajne.
Ogre Pop.
I may have just commentary cursed it, but out of 3 of the Misfortune sisters in the deck, 2 of them are now in the prizes alongside that accompanying flute there, where we can look at the top 5 cards of an opponent's deck and then fill that bench. Now, granted, it's not
Ciekawe,
Iron
czy może
Fist,
uniknie
are
tym
still
razem
able to
gestu
draw through the deck with our
masturbacji.
EX with that ability to
Czynnego
dance.
takiego
I'm
dwuznacznego.
excited to see how Ian is going to handle
Patrz,
this
to
one.
ona.
I think Jeremy could just back me up
Czy
here. I
dobry
think our
start
just
mam.
great point of play here is just let's go on ahead and just go on ahead and phantom dive over and over, stack the energy up around the board because that just seems like the best way to go.
Just a grab
A touch
energy
pass
on
był.
Reggie Drago V and a pass to the turn.
Już attach
One card
pass.
that's going to be pretty cool in this matchup is that
Gdzie to
handheld
był
thing.
attach pass? To
It's
już
a
jest
Pokemon
taki
tool
klasyk.
that says whenever your
Co to
opponent
było?
attacks, you got to move one
Oh.
energy to one of your bench Pokemon. But at turn 1 Eerie, getting rid of a Prime Catcher is insane.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see here. But the thing is, Reggie Drago V-Star with that Legacy Star here, very important to note out, we can actually go on ahead and get that Prime Catcher back. We discard the top 7, so it is technically random unless you're able to manipulate it in certain ways. And we could get it back here, but you're only able to get 2 cards back. So we have to really kind of prioritize getting that Prime Catcher back because you know either one of these Ogre Pawns are going to be stuck, or you're not going to be able to do much if Kyurem.
Czasami wierzę w tą
Yeah,
kulkę.
Ken is not going to be able to do
I
too
jeszcze
much.
fakt, że
Ian just
Snorlax tam
combines
daleko
energy switch
zabrnął,
fire
to jest...
energy with attacker in the discard for your Apex Dragon. We could see a pretty quick game 1 here. Still has access to that Legacy V-Star.
Gotta look at the hand too, Jeremy. I mean, you're bringing it up right now. I believe I see 2 bosses orders, if that, and
Oh, this is it, I think.
This could be it, especially. Oh, and there's the Legacy Star here too. So
No, not even. You Ultra Ball for the Giratina V-Star. You Earthen Vessel it to the discard. You have the Fire Energy attached for the turn. I believe there's an energy switch in the discard already.
there is, and now off of the Legacy Star as well, we could be seeing what I'd like to call the fastest control
No dobra.
game quite possibly ever. There's the
No,
attach,
słaby
and
start.
we are going to Apex Dragon. Copy Lost Impact.
No to była szybka runda, powiem.
Showing us here at Baltimore.
Yeah, pretty good when your opponent starts just 1 Pokemon. The Eerie did not matter at all, as Ian just has the perfect setup to be able to take the victory with just a single attack. Who cares about handheld fan when you're just winning the game?
Absolutely, I mean, no backup.
Ale jak sram na tego Reggie Drago, ja go jakoś... wszyscy się tak zehypnęli trochę. Będę miał... A że no teraz też taki Reggie Drago dobry nie będzie.
Ian doesn't really have a way to pick it up once it's down there, but best possible scenario here for Ian Robb, just turn 2 attacking, showing why Reggie Drago V-Star just BDIF.
Yeah, it is very just consistent and versatile at what it does, and Ian is now 1 one win away from yet another top 8 in this format, or top cut in this format.
I was about to say, Jeremy, oh, okay, this is a great
Aby Ian tak się nie podniecił, że zrobił znowu głupotę.
Because we already have Kiram in hand, and I do believe I also saw a Squawkabilly. Prize is going down, though. I don't like this coming out from Ian. A lot of resource cards actually going right in there. That being 2 out of the 3.
No może lepiej, że się szybka gra skończyła, bo to byłoby tylko gorzej.
Important techs here for Kenneth here too. Erica's invitation and
Znowu to są start.
It will be Ian going first,
Co
probably
teraz
grabbing the
z rotą?
Squawkabilly here.
Yeah, well, you can grab the Squawkabilly, but the damage that it could do, like, it's only 20, right? So if it gets stuck in the active, you're going to be spending a lot of time not really doing too much. 2 Reggie Drago V-Star in the prize cards, along with the Super Rod, and it is not too good for Ian. But again, this is a game where you're going to have so much time.
You have tons of time to figure it out, and especially when your game 1 was, what, 4 minutes at max? Which
not even. It was 2 minutes and then 2 minutes of shuffling.
I feel like we also saw a very fast control game on the other side for Ryan and Antonucci yesterday. Could have been the fastest control set I've seen in a hot minute, but Ian Rob wants
Kurde,
to
piesek chce sam
showing what happens when
zejść.
your opponent just doesn't get another Pokemon down. But I think Kenneth's hand is a lot better this turn. Also has the Rotom, but we got to see what Ian is looking and thinking about for. Can go on ahead and also just start teal dancing.
No tesik.
Able to just draw 1 card here too. And I think if it's one thing, a lot of people at home should just realize that the more cards in your hand, the better.
Yeah, good job on that analysis. That's great.
Listen, I'm doing my best here.
Drawing cards is good. Maybe
Draw
not
cards
against maybe not against a mill deck, but
don't
it's
see how
not
to
technically a mill deck. It's just, you know, trying to stall things.
Cornerstone Ogerpon, that teal dance coming in here is going to be just that fire energy on to Reggie Drago, and like we said, here comes Squawkabilly. It is a liability now that you're bringing it up, but the thing is, we do have the Prime Catcher now, I believe, in hand, or still in the deck here. Hawlucha now also kind of can be a liability, but Ian does have at least the Ultra Ball for next turn, so we are going to be able to grab that last copy of Raji Drago V-Star in the deck here. It will be the Nest Ball, though, going on over into Kenneth's side. Like we said, Rotom V is going to be in the deck, so now we're just doing a couple of counts here. Honestly, a lot of our Pokemon are here. Some of our key supporters, though, are missing.
Yeah, Snorlax is a deck that's really missing an old supporter that we used to have, Peonia, to try to grab some of those cards in the prizes. So basically, you're just left playing with what you have, minus those 6 cards. And having multiple Pokemon in play, a big difference from game 1.
Yeah, things are looking a lot better for Kenneth this
O,
turn,
no
right?
to gra Cape'a
Got some
widzę.
Snorlax is in play. Do have the flute and
Więcej flatów!
the hero's cape here. So something important to note that Kiram, a lot of the times that Snorlax players love to target, just kind of keep trapped there, is already in the discard pile. I know if you remember a certain
Nasze nie tylko skoki też są dobre
Pokemon
potem.
out of the discard and put them back on the bench, and then you counter catcher. Snorlax was certainly played very differently way back when.
Yeah, I'm missing Echoing Horn
Yes.
real bad in this format.
I didn't know like one of your favorite types of decks to kind of like pilot was control. Today I learned.
Yeah, I'm pretty degenerate when it comes to that. I love cards like Path to the Peak that we used to have. Oh wow, Coupling Flute, grabbing the Reggie Drago V, not too bad. I mean, it's already in play.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world either here too. Counter catcher not online, so all of that energy already on the current active Pokemon can just stay there. But there's just going to be an instant charge here from Kenneth.
No teraz, która dla Snorlaxa jest dużo lepsza. Tutaj widać, że się tak bardziej rozkłada. O.
And honestly, Jeremy, if worse comes to worse here, if they decide to bring up that Reggie Drago V, we can still Dragon Laser, but granted, a lot of the times the
Oła, moje uszy, mikrofon dobrze zbieracie, hehe. Jest jakiś znany gracz Pokemona z tego? Oj, dużo, naprawdę. Tu mamy jednego z nich, Jana Roba. No tam sporo jest tu znanych graczy, jeśli chodzi o TCG. No jeszcze z takich u nas europejskich legend to mamy Reklewa.
If I'm Kenneth, I'm actually going to move that fire energy probably to the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX here. Teal Mask Ogrepon EX attacks for 3 grass energy.
No i jeszcze tak w Ameryce to właśnie Azul. GG.
Could be a potential play here. Ian going to Nestball though for the Mew EX. So just in case Mimic Q comes down at some point, that safeguard ability.
Aha, jeszcze tutaj wiecie co wchodzi? Wiatraczek.
But we are able to actually copy it, but actually going to send the fire energy to the squawk ability, so it is technically an attacker, question mark?
Yeah, well, again, one thing about the putting it on the Teal Mask is Teal Mask does more damage based on the number of energy on it with that Myriad Leaf
Kolejny
power.
flet.
So even though it attacks for 3 grass energy, still can utilize that fire. Here's another accompanying flute. Does not hit a Pokemon though. And with the way the board is kind of set up, Ian is going to be taking this slow, but that handheld fan could prove big for Kenneth.
See where all of the energy gets blown off to here in this
No,
match.
jeszcze nie uda mi się też tego Dortmundu zrobić.
Fortune Sisters is going to come down now, and it's going to be.
Ja będę grzebać. O, garnek! Stary!
And I do believe that is a one-of switch and the earthen vessel as well. So I don't know if we have another reliable way to grab another fire energy.
A, Rotom, dobra. Instant charge automatycznie kończy. Kolejna!
Thankfully, there were no energy switches in that.
Yeah, no energy switches just yet, but the one-of switch is huge. That means only Prime Catcher
Na pewno mu będzie zależało na
Team
Ptaszku.
Attaching the fire once again onto the Regidrago V. We are probably going to see another Dragon Laser, or even just we're going to go on ahead and Apex Dragon at this point. There could be an interesting line where we do try and find the Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive, maybe even the Prime Catcher here to bring up another Snorlax and go for hits with, finding Prime Catcher and then spreading the damage that way, but Ian is going to be able to find the jamming tower here, so we're going to turn off the fan, but it is going to be the boss's orders right now.
I'm a fan of this play.
And yeah, the boss's orders here, and it will just be the Dragon Laser that does do it. No Regidrago V-Star needed. Great knockout from Ian.
Yeah, taking 2 Snorlax off the board is always great, especially when you knew your opponent had that Hero's Cape in hand. So now Kenneth is on the back foot here, trying to just set up a board yet again. Otherwise, next turn we could.
Jest Arwen.
A Pokegear 3.0. We have tons of options here. It is going to be the Arwen.
No, jest Arwen. Będzie we mnie kolejny misio. Dawać mi Snorlaxy. A właśnie, muszę przejść do menedżera z transmisji, bo... O kurwa, nie, ja czasem chyba jak mi się to zawsze zdarza. Że tak, ja wreszcie to jest jeszcze. Gerpon. Portaso, okej. No też czasami te tempela grają.
Just to maybe buy a couple turns with 2 Snorlax down, 1 in the prize cards. There's just 1 left in the deck. And yeah, we're going to see that nest ball here. Kenneth really trying to rebuild this board.
I think for a lot of Regidrago V-Star players, they were really kind of opting for Temple of Sinnoh to try and help their Lugia matchup, but Ian's still holding true to the jamming tower. But like you said, Jeremy, it is going to be the nest ball for the Snorlax here. Already had 2 counter catchers in hand, so we already got that covered here. But like you said, Mimikyu, with that safeguard ability, able to block out damage from Pokemon with rule boxes here. The V's and the EX's in particular, but it is going to opt for the Snorlax here. Going to use that switch card to get Rotom V back on the bench, and there is the counter catcher like we talked about onto the Drago V with no energy on it.
Yeah, this is kind of playing around another boss's orders play potentially, just because you can bring up that squawk ability, but a boss's orders is a simple retreat for Ian, but Kenneth is very much on the back foot here. Ian having plenty of options, even Ultra Balls away, a couple Pokemon that you don't want to see in play, and just not even grabbing anything, just getting them out of the hand.
Czy jest jeszcze opcja zagrania tego...
Ian going to evolve into that Regidrago V-Star, use the restart to draw two. Now once again, we did see Switch go down here, but there's that Prime Catcher here that now with Legacy Star we can actually get back. We can get back all of our switch options here. I do believe at one point I did see an Eerie in the hand for Kenneth, so it's not the worst in the world, but there's that Iono coming out here too. That's adding insult to injury too, because there goes all of the supporters that Kenneth had.
Yeah, that giant hand now at the bottom of the deck. The Hero's Cape that Ian knew about, just not available, especially with that jamming tower in play. And there's the big knockout. Ian down to 2 prize cards.
Heavy ball, dobra.
Suian heavy ball here to get some help from the prizes, but Jeremy, it's just going to be one more Snorlax here, and I love the way that Ian is holding off on using the Legacy Star, just using everything that he has at his disposal before going into such a high commitment move and a high commitment V-Star power like Legacy Star here. So we are going to just go and grab another Snorlax here. Ian last turn using Hisui and Gudra's move Rolling Iron. So you take 80 less damage, but in a deck that doesn't attack, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it was just the one way to deal 200 damage against that Rotom V to take the knockout. Kenneth is kind of staring down like the worst possible scenario with Ian holding that Legacy Star for as long as possible, even with Switch and Prime Catcher gone. Ian can just grab both of them, and it kind of guarantees 2 knockouts in a row, which, by the way, Ian has 2 prizes left.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too here, Jeremy, is the fact
Ale
that
czego, czy
two
się zapędzi?
Regidrago V-Stars prize, and Ian has access to them. So even
Counter
if we
catcher
bring up this Regidrago V, which we are going to opt for, it still can technically become an attack.
Not now! Not now!
Honestly, Ian in a great position here. Kenneth just needs to figure out the mapping here. Just going to go on ahead and pass right now. See what Ian's got in store for us coming in on his turn. But like you said, he is positioned great right now.
Yeah, it is interesting to see Kenneth continuing to bring up that Regidrago V over something like the Squawk ability that is on the bench, especially with no other Pokemon in play. Here is that evolution of the V-Star Energy Switch, and this is essentially checkmate here. Having the Legacy Star still available, Kenneth is staring down the worst possible board state.
What a turn coming out from Ian Robb, right? We haven't really seen him dig for the deck too hard. We saw the Mew. We have barely seen the Professor's researches. Honestly, he's just kind of had it every single time, right? We haven't seen the use of Eerie at all either, but we're going to send up this Mimikyu. But honestly, Jeremy, Ian Robb has 1 prize card left. The moment that we see Legacy Star here, we could grab Prime Catcher. And unless it is just going to be the Penny here to try and get rid of the Snorlax, Prime Catcher could do it. Boss could do it. Honestly, I just think he is so set up right now. There's the Penny potentially. I'm thinking about it.
Penny has to be the play
Penny has
here.
to be the play, right?
Kenneth is still worried about a potential canceling clone from Ian. We know it's not going to be in the cards. So Mimikyu is doing a lot of work. The one way to kind of go around it is maybe have it on the bench and Phantom Dive some damage counters and then eventually Phantom Dive again. But that's not going to be possible with no bench. And with Ian having the full board, you're going to have to charge up that Mew EX to try to take the knockout.
Yeah, not exactly our favorite way to do it, right? Especially
No świetnie.
unless Ian has a couple of energy switches left. We could just kind of go on ahead and see even a Legacy Star to get some of
To,
those
że
back,
zapomniałam.
and then, finding a way to just get Mew into the active
Zastanawiam się jak bardzo.
Ghost Dive
Może
for
tak.
the win.
Yeah, I mean, it is very
Będzie
possible,
łatwiej.
and that is the route Ian is going to want to take. You have access to 2 energy switch guaranteed with that Legacy Star, so just needing 1 energy in hand, or even just an energy switch in hand, you can retreat the active and use that.
A, ja kocham w ogóle to, że jak... polecisz coś dla kogoś totalnie nieobcojnego z gry, żeby zacząć w tym... Choć oprócz serialu chyba... że któryś sezon. O, na Wikipedii widzę, że jest dużo filmów. Myślałem, że to tylko serial był. Tak, tam ogólnie oprócz serialu, tam, no w ogóle tam są seriale różne i to jeszcze tak samo jak w Power Rangersach zatytułowane z danej generacji.
found a way to power up this
No to są właśnie jeszcze
but
filmy
we have
pełnometrażowe.
not seen kill dances at all. There's some
Tam są też
professor's
różne.
research. Draw into 7 fresh card, but here it is. 3 energy there. We have the opportunity to just attach for turn, and we'll see. It is going to be the Legacy Star. Ian reading it over again. There it is. 2 energy switches. Does it, and that is going to be Ian Robb. Genome hacking Ghost Eye for the win.
Ale żeby się też nie zapędził z gestami, okej? Znaczy chyba teraz się już tak nie zapędzi, no teraz się widać, że nie zapędził się aż tak mocno. No teraz się nie zapędził, bo wcześniej to tak się podekscytował, że wziął taki geścik, kurde, walną. Okej, obczaję, bo ja bardzo lubię pierwszy Dragon Balla, ale też pewne czasy, no Dragon Balli też jest mnóstwo. Na Crunchyrollu chyba nie brakuje takich rzeczy. Ale w Pokemonach też jest dużo co przybierać. Karty, no właśnie, seriale. No też, no nie no, może znowu, może tym razem nie, znaczy tym razem powstrzymał się. Więc tym razem chyba się nauczył po Worldsach, żeby uważać. No znowu wylew, moment, wymieniać komponenty.
Mimikyu's great, but when Mew-EX is in the format, there's a pretty easy counter to it.
Yeah, and like we said, no canceling Cologne in sight. We only just need our Mew-EX to handle the job and get it done. A really great showing from
Śmieszniejsze jest to, że jak patrzę na czat, o nie mam, z jakiegoś powodu nie mam wglądu na czat. To jest taka dupa trochę. Co tu się stanie? O ja cię sunę. To mi się podoba. No, że to...
in his disposal, it goes to show that your perfect sequencing and not really just kind of throwing cards to the wind is the way to go.
Zwaliłem coś, jak zwykle.
By not learning everything possible about your deck.
Znaczy przerwę sobie trochę te Pokemony, no chyba, że... Ja pierdolę, będzie burza.
Really good stuff from Ian, right? And I think that makes the difference between a good Regidrago V-Star player and a great Regidrago V-Star player. I think a lot of the times people just kind of use that Legacy Star and they're hoping for a card. Sometimes they just like pop it early, but you can hold it if you have ways that you can.
Reszta przyjdzie, okej? No poczekaj, aż reszta przyjdzie tych Pokemonów. I zobaczę, co będę kontynuować w konstrukcie. No niestety Snorlax ma tu trochę kiepsko. Trzeba najbardziej przehypowany deck tej mety. Wrócił znikąd. A nagle... I nagle, kurde, meczek. Przez tego skurczybyka Iźwa, tego Regisrako.
Yeah, Drago being sort of
kurwa, ja nie żartuję z nim! Losbox, spoczywaj w pokoju.
I saw your matchup versus Snorlax, I said, oh no, he's only running one switch. What were your thoughts going into the matchup? Did you think it was going to be that bad of a struggle, or have you practiced the Snorlax matchup?
I played it a lot, and I think that some of the choices I made in my deck has actually made it a little bit better for me. I'll say one thing is it can be really random because a lot of cards like
telling the words about how
Blue,
powerful
Regidrago
is
really matters.
Thank you in the
so
cup.
the matchup is very volatile, but I knew what to do. Exactly, it went perfect.
No, ale wiecie, znaczy, ja jestem ciekaw, co by było, gdyby Ian się nieco bardziej tak mniej podemocjował i był w tym top 4 zamiast Iron Torcha, no bo myślę, że przez to, że Iron Torch to był popularność, one podrożały. A Jezus Maryja, to tak powiem, że
heading into this tournament, I want to ask you for...
I don't understand!
That it was just going to be too hard countered, or is
Przetłumacz
Reggie
fragment na
Drago
polski,
just
wykryj
way
język.
too good and you just have to
Co
play
tu się dzieje?
around
A,
these bad
dobra.
matchups, or what was the thought process there of deciding to
It's
stick
a
with this deck?
tournament in Baltimore. It's a big event of the USA. This is the first event regionals in the new season.
So I felt that just by using skill and a little bit of luck, I could still beat.
But this tournament is they're playing an old format. The new format is debuting in the Dortmund.
Really hit a lot of your coin flips, and your opponents have been the ones deciding whether they're going first or second. Has that put you at a massive disadvantage, or?
I don't know really. It's been weird. So today, I've played 13 rounds of our tournament. I've won 1 coin flip. So it's been a little weird. I think that luckily a lot
No na chwilę coś przerwało. Tak, no niestety czasami komputer robi dziwną akcję. No może tym razem, może tym razem? Jestem ciekaw, co by było gdyby. No dobrze, chyba film, co by było gdyby Jan na przykład jednak troszeczkę się powstrzymał. No niestety też nie zdążyłam, bo mogłam jeszcze z kolegami zagrać nową grę. Gdzie taki rząd na władzy. Gra strategiczna, w której poczujesz bezpieczeństwo. Trzeba tylko jednej karty. Że ona jest oparta na listach miłosnych.
Final turns of that game we just saw on stream, you were double checking the Mimikyu, triple checking the Mimikyu, just to make sure that the Mew...
No znaczy ogólnie dopiero w Dortmundzie będą legalne te Sterar Crowny, które teraz wyszły.
Because I've personally done that play before when I had been practicing Reggie Drago against Snorlax. And so has that
No czasami jest ciężko, mi się tak dało radę, bo to też zależy od ułożenia.
I haven't really faced Snorlax yet in this format, so that was the first time where I actually had to determine, be like, okay, how do I set this up?
Znaczy jeszcze mógł zamiast Mimikyu dać tego Cornerstone Ogerpona.
You don't really want to use. I did beat a Pidgeot control yesterday, starting Gradient Charizard and attacking with it. Okay. But that's not really the game plan you want to go for. So I really just want to make sure that Mew worked. I know you had Miss Energy maybe. I still have access to Temple Sinnoh, so I thought I was gonna be fine. Like, even if I had to like pass a turn. But yeah, I really was just like double checking, making sure that I had it because I had so many options there that I didn't want to actually burn my V-Star and realize I messed up.
Yeah, I loved the patience
and
just the restraint
mogę
to keep that Reggie Drago as a V and just use Dragon
założyć
Laser.
to.
You're also playing around potential
Kocham to!
It was just a masterclass, I think.
Raging Bolt na pewno był. Chyba, że... Że był tam Dragapult w Day One, to był taki Dragapult Lost Zone'owy? Lost Znaczy, to jest bardzo ciekawe, to jest takie trochę... Tutaj wybór za wyborem jest. Myślę, że ten Ian też reprezentuje TSS-a.
And you saw on stream there, I was very hesitant to use my V-Star until the last moment, because just attacking Reggie Drago V can sometimes also be fine. It's more of a control thing, but in general, like, you really don't want to use your V-Star until you have to, just because of, like, how hard it is to come back when the wrong 7 cards get discarded.
That is so true.
Mirrory są tutaj słabe, jeszcze Raging Bolt, kurde. Wszyscy wiem jak Raging Bolt. I tak dawno, bo są nawet ludzie, którzy grali Reggie Drago zanim był modny. Dla mnie inne deki są fajne, też osobiste. A ja na przykład trochę, no nie lubię Reggie Drago, trochę z tego powodu, że ja jestem graczem Lostboxa i tak mam na niego już takie uczulenie, że już nie mogę. Też nie wiem sama. Tu część rzeczy. Zobaczcie tam. Żyjcie, bo zaraz płyty nie będą miały miejsca.
people know is strong, but I don't think they really grasp it in that level to understand what makes it strong, and you definitely demonstrated it for us here on stream. We're gonna kick things back over to the casting desk, but don't go anywhere.
Myślę, czy chyba zacznę to już palkę też składać. Dobra. Jakoś specjalnie nie idę się na takie deki, takie...
taking that win against Snorlax. Redemption for the Reggie Drago for Ian Robb. Huge congratulations there to Ian. I have stolen Jeremy's seat here. Emily, how are you feeling after that last round?
Honestly, I love seeing Reggie Drago. It's a deck that I actually play, and to once again see
nie gram.
masterclass in that
Droga
deck
put.
shows, you can tell from the interview.
Ja nie jestem outside.
The jamming tower actually coming in.
Że ja kurwa jeszcze składam takie rzeczy jak Iron Torts. Czy w niektórych wersjach jest też Legacy.
Locking into top 8.
Exactly.
I think it was something really funny. Ian just like straight faced into the camera after he won. It was like, all right, all business, no fun. No fun allowed.
Yeah, you can tell that just in the way he plays as well, too. I feel like it's so effortless. I mean, that game one was brutal. What was it, like 2 minutes
Znaczy
long?
jeszcze tak, no tak w Reggie Drago przy okazji torczywego to takie rzeczy jak dysrupcja.
And we, Emily, are now on the spot here. We've been doing a nice little trainer challenge. We have trainer Pokemon partners coming up as some new mechanics in the TCG, but we've been picking our own partner Pokemon that we've been kind of having some debates on, and I believe, Emily, it's you and I now.
I gotta talk about it though. None of us were allowed to pick Gen 1 because it was just too easy.
That was, yeah.
For our caster picks as well, the only grass type Wancho's Rowlet, who we had to call in for, by the way.
Yes,
we had to call
Trainers Pokemon Edition, no, czyli tutaj się bije Shelby's Ashawot i Emily's Single Quill.
This weekend here. It's gonna be me and Boo,
O,
of
bo
course,
jeszcze
and then
i
we're
tam
gonna
z
see honestly the favorite,
Czermin.
Kyle's Mudkip.
Ducho, Robert?
Yes, favorite so far. Honestly, if Cyndaquil does go down
Pablo
there, I might
i
have a
Adam
feeling it does. I'll do my best to defend it.
Tak, to jest taka inna
I'm
edycja.
cheering for Kyle's Mudkip, going all the way.
A teraz chyba też chyba nie, czy to nawiązuje do przyszłego dodatku z przyszłego roku. Zatem też będzie pierwsza rotacja, a wiecie co to znaczy jak jest pierwsza już rotacja? Czy Regin też Torts wytrzyma? No nie będzie tego Lost City, z czego co widzę. To jest chyba jedyna rzecz, która może tutaj wyrotować. Tak, to reszta... No jest! O ja. O ja, no! Ja Shawota lubię. Miałem sentymenty do tego Pokemona.
Trainer in the
And you're done there. Honestly, I was not expecting the slideshow presentation that I just went through. But I'm going to do my best as I am going to be defending my own Cyndaquil. Boo, count me off.
All right. 3, 2, 1, take it away.
Well, if you have anxiety,
No to tutaj jest też głosowanie trenerów, takie bardziej fan. Aha, community choice. Ja nie wiem co wybrać. Śmieszę, że ten czat ja muszę coś zrobić z tymi narzędziami tak, żeby można było... No tak, panele czat.
Fire Ghost Super Sick
O,
Pokemon.
dobra, naprawiłam, mam widok, mam widok! Udało się! To się za wami psuje, ale mam widok na czat. Będę mieć jakiś widok z boku. Ej, ja nie chcę tu! Ja chcę tu! O, tu! O! Zajebiście! No dobra, teraz tak będzie, nie? To będzie mi łatwiej, no sobie tak... Siema. O, teraz lepiej. No to powinno jeszcze Pokemony hasać po polanie. No zobaczymy, czy komputer zniesie. To są krzyki typu... Proszę, żeby tym razem to działało. Please. Please. Jak nie działa, to trochę gówno. Może na razie to schowamy, póki nie będzie tych Pokemonów. Ile lat już streamujesz? Długo już powiem. Streamuję już tak... jakby to zobaczyć, na Twitchu już streamuję długo. A na YouTubie to trzeba zobaczyć, na pewno długo. No tak, na pewno tak stuka już musimy zobaczyć. Z ciekawości, no. Znaczy ogólnie jeśli chodzi o streamy, jakby zobaczyć najstarsze. Najstarszy stream odbył się dokładnie 7 lat temu, ale no bądźmy sobie szczerzy, były to takie słabe początki. No bo tutaj można zauważyć, że względem tych 7 lat streamy są bardziej płynniejsze i wyglądają normalnie, tak? Doszły też duże zmiany, takie jak na przykład z OBS-a będziemy sobie patrzyli. Wtedy mam wgląd na czat. Więc 7 lat stuknął najstarszy stream z Civki, tylko wtedy nie miałam doświadczeń. Dopiero później to doświadczenie nabyłam, na przykład przy lepszych bebechach. Na Macu też w teorii da się streamować, tylko właśnie trzeba mieć inny bitrate. Ale trzeba przyznać, że się da. Aczkolwiek wiecie, Mac to jest bardziej sytuacja awaryjna. Da się, tylko bądźmy sobie szczerzy też, ten MacBook musi być podłączony ciągle do prądu i tak dalej. Ale wiadomo, też widać doświadczenie, pozdobywałam sprzęt, który oczywiście pozwala mi na dużo więcej. No i to przez te 7 lat to faktycznie dużo się zmieniło i jest już dużo lepiej niż 7 lat temu. Znaczy wiadomo, nie do obrotu. Szkoda, że jakoś widzów dużo nie ma, ale fajnie prowadzić streamy i jest duża różnorodność. Tak. No, tutaj to wiadomo, różnie to bywa. To też przez to, że jest ta różnorodność, też wiadomo. No jutro się zabiorę za Job for the Cowboys, zostało naprawdę bardzo niewiele, będzie Palkia, no i będą 2 unboxingi akurat. Nie tutaj one są, tutaj niestety spoilery się pojawiły, jest to jeden, to jest, no, został fundowany taki prezent w postaci Iono Boxa, chociaż zastanawiam się czy kupować, bo w sumie Iono mam już na prędki. Naprawdę mi Iono nie brakuje do składania, serio. No i drugi jest właśnie świeżutki, prosto z mojego ukochanego sklepu Redraft. Stellar Crown ETB. No to Elite Trainer Boxa warto kupić. Emily Cyndaquil wygrał.
I'm not gonna lie, Emily. Cyndaquil is very cool. I didn't want to show my cards. I was like, man, how do I?
Kodata Prior to mnie zaskoczyła z nieba. Ja sobie uznałem, a dobra, kupię sobie jeszcze Stellar Crown, bo przecież nic nie otwierałem, tak? W Empiku wtedy nie było, chyba dopiero teraz w Empiku wchodzą, tylko nie zawsze tak jest. O, tutaj akurat jest ta książeczka, która pokazuje co i jak, co ten dodatek wprowadza.
Go at it defending their favorite Pokemon, but honestly, that was a big surprise for me. What a bracket that was huge. Good luck in the
Tutaj są te
finals,
fosile.
First time I'm in finals for practically anything other than a challenge right now or a cup, so honestly, pretty good.
Pretty awesome indeed. Well, it was great chatting with you.
No i tutaj co wprowadza ten dodatek? Jakieś książeczki są zawsze takie fajne.
Stay tuned.
Aha, Master Top Cut, no będzie za 5 minut. No to jest Jongeng. On jest teraz bardziej kojarzony z Chantao, ale on raz wygrał Giratiną, tym moim ulubionym deckiem, który był kiedyś w topce. Czyli on od dłuższego czasu był w topce. Single Booster, to jest ten Noctel, który... Właśnie też to ETB, nawet jak ci się nie trafi, to warto kupić ze względu właśnie na tą promeczkę, bo tu jest bardzo grywalny Pokémon. Masz już zagwarantowanego jednego. Ci się trafią. Już super. Się trafi. No ale zazwyczaj. Właśnie, muszę przynieść tego maka. No chyba teraz gra Paulo. Nie wiem, czym teraz gra Jongeng. Ale on grał Giratiną i wygrał. Znaczy, amerykańska liga trochę działa inaczej. O, widzę, że on grał taką rzeczą jak Charizard Reshera. Znaczy wiadomo, to były te team tagi. W przyszłym roku właśnie wracają takie rzeczy właśnie jak Pokémony trainerów, no i tym razem jest to nieco bardziej uefektnione. Będzie ten ENS Pokémon. Zora, który kupuje ataki Ena, póki... Tak, to... O, właśnie on już wspomniał o tej Giratinie.
John Eng has been working for so long to get that big win, and here it is, Mirage Gang gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
I've got no words, I'm ecstatic. This was like a long time coming.
Nie, Giratina był piękny deck, powiedzcie mi. Znaczy, to nie jest deck, który miał 5 minut, a czyli zmieniał swoją strategię. Na początku był taki typowo agro, potem kiedy była pierwsza rotacja, to wszyscy myśleli, że ta Giratina zdechnie już dosłownie. A potem pojawiła się Paldea Evolve i to był moment, w którym właśnie zacząłem grać Giratiną.
Look, even though he's younger than me, I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's my best friend, my main testing partner, he's my rock. Ever since we were kids and seniors, you know, it started off as a
Ta już potem ogrywała, potem chyba dużo osób zaczęło grać Giratiną. Już nie wspominając o tym, że się było coś deseń.
Genuinely, my favorite moment in Pokemon history for me, was going to Japan this past
Dobra, ja sobie przyniosę...
You know, at the tournament, it was really fun. I managed to get top 32 there, which was nice. That was actually my first Worlds finish in Masters, and you know, just city hopping, exploring the country with friends was just amazing. Coming into the season, my #1 goal was to win a tournament, because in the past I had had multiple cuts. I had reached #1 in North America before. The thing after this would probably be to win internationals, win Worlds, or finish the season in #1 North America. Hopefully I can get another one.
Tak, jakby ktoś się pytał, tak, będą regionalsy w Polsce. Ponownie w Gdańsku. Przecież, nie wiem, czy się zapiszę. A co za nim myśli? Zapisałem się na jakiś event. Tam jeszcze w skład regionalsów prócz, oczywiście samych TCG wchodzą Pokémony Video Game, no i jeszcze Pokémon Go. Tak, dalej grają w Pokémon Go. Dalej są turnieje z Pokémon Go. A tu ludzie to nawet co ciekawe oglądają. Sparking Sparks będzie wprowadzony dopiero właśnie przy tym São Paulo. A teraz będzie wprowadzony w Dortmundzie ten Stellar Crown. I to będzie pierwszy poważny turniej ze Stellar Crownem. Znaczy już będzie wcześniej można grać lokalnie. Ale dopiero w Dortmundzie tak na poważnie. A kolejny będzie wprowadzony najbliższy w Internationalach w São Paulo i chyba to będzie taki sam problem, czyli you know, strefa czasowa.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011.
To już jest weteran. 2001 to już jest 20 lat stażu ponad. A na ten moment 23 lat.
My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is
Też niektórzy tutaj mastersi to już mają taki staż.
My favorite type of music is
A
typically
mam jeszcze
EDM
mało.
that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Prepare for the trouble, wiecie.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Baltimore Regional Championship, kicking off the 2025 season, and we are in Championship Sunday. We just had a quick match on stream, but that's good for you because it gives me plenty of time to get some drawings done.
Aha, teraz będzie przerwa na rysunki.
Exciting, but I am not alone. I'm joined
Będą kalamburki, będą
and Emily. They asked me
rysowanie.
earlier if I could maybe give them some pointers about how to draw Pokemon a little bit better, the way I do for you people at
Zamiast
home.
zapychać
And
tego.
I was just maybe going to take some prompts. So Jeremy, not to put you on the spot, but
pogoda, niektórym zalało mieszkania.
Well, my favorite Pokemon is Krogon. So
Krogon.
maybe you
Okay.
can
Okay,
good
so
drawing there.
let me see. I like to sit up like this
To są
at
ja.
an angle so that you can see
Ja
it and also we
postanowiłem
can see it. So Krogon
iść
has a
nie po nie,
shape.
tylko bardziej
So I think the
tutaj jest
that
zainspirowane
sticks
to
out
jest
most
tym
with Krogon, and I think you'd agree, Jeremy, is
nie
he kinda
pokiem,
has this
ale
slouched
no,
posture. You can start with
kilka
just a line
modyfikacji
here,
warto dodać.
and he is a froggy boy.
Ja jeszcze
so
myślę, czy
leave that cap.
We don't need the cap
zrobić
anymore.
Yeah, never.
eksperyment, że będzie to Tatsugiri.
And he has this
Pozdro
really
dla
nice
kumatych.
grin, I think. I really like that.
Bo
on
coś
Krogon.
czuję, że post-rotation to jest takie
And then just go like this,
Tatsugiri?
right? Just keep it smooth, use your
Wiecie, bo
circle.
Luminona nie będzie, Rotoma też nie będzie i będzie Tatsugiri.
And it's
We're
just
learning.
it's just practice, right? Just use your imagination. He's got big froggy feet.
A ja to jest ten,
There you go,
już nie
Krogon.
pamiętam
I-
nazwy
he's got,
tego
like, stripes. Tell me,
Pokemona.
Jeremy, what do you remember about Krogon? This is the hard part when you're trying to draw from memory.
So around his kind of midsection,
Nie wiem, czy ja
a
dobrze,
couple stripes.
ale musiałem
And
się
then
ten...
he actually has a little dip in his head.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's like
Braja,
this.
kurwa, jak ja
This,
przejdę
you can actually see his
kuźba
little
z
eyes.
taką braja,
not
to
too
tak
bad.
a
The
ludzie
drawing
się
at
będą
an
pytać,
angle
za ile
like
ją
this.
sprzedam.
It's one of my favorite Krogon drawings.
Ale ja jej nie sprzedaję.
Not
Yeah, I
too
wish I
bad.
can.
Yeah.
A jak?
Emily,
No jak?
hit me
Już
with-
jak
hit
się
me with
kompletuje
something.
z
What are you
tym
thinking?
Full Art Dragapultem Arvenem.
My favorite Pokemon is Luxray.
Jeszcze są braja,
Okay,
to...
Luxray. When I think of Luxray,
Ja dodam
the
taką
feature that
zwykłą.
sticks out to me, and this is something I
W sumie Briar
definitely
ma Briar.
encourage you in the
Ja już
audience to
dostaję
think
za
about
dużo
before you
Briar
draw
aż.
something is what features
Ta.
do you remember first, and just start from there. When I draw, I
Ja
kinda
miałem
think
takie
about it
epizody,
like
że
sculpting.
ja już wydropiłem na przykład dwa takie
Where
golden,
I'm not trying to
goldenki
capture an image,
z
it's
trainera.
about just representing the most prominent features that you remember, right? When I think Luxray, I think the spiky hair and the ear
to fast,
right here. And
Jeszcze
that kind of
myślę,
starts
jak
to jog
to,
my
czy
memory, so
skupić
I
się
can
na
keep
counterka, czy
drawing.
aż tak chuj do tyłu. Bo to też jest różnie, mogę na przykład wcisnąć Heavy Balla, jakby ta głupia rybka się sprajzowała.
And
To mogę
I don't
lecieć
remember exactly how
ze
the mouth goes,
sushi,
but
no
like
dostać!
yeah,
No
the
tak
cat,
grało
you
się
can do this.
pod pierwotne listy Dragapulta, jakbyście nie wiedzieli.
Luxray, we're getting
To
there,
była
we're getting there. Maybe some more,
Tatsugiri,
spikes,
czy jak to
right?
niektórzy wolą nazywać sushi
And
i
Luxray's
deska.
on all fours, so he comes down with the paws, and there's like stripes. I think he has like big socks.
I chyba tak wróci. I tak będzie chyba powrót na salony.
Like Warbers. And
No i
then
chyba zamiast
he's got a special
Charizarda
tail, right?
po prostu
He has like a
z
little
tego
star
salona
at the end of
się
his
przydaje.
tail. Okay, and that's something that we got to remember as well. I'm running out of room here. This is, you got to be careful to make sure that you don't draw the way I do and don't run out of room, because that looks like a monkey, but that's okay.
Oh, looks like Luxray to me. I'm sure everybody in chat agrees
Okay,
with you.
monkey or Luxray. Maybe you'll decide.
A że Dragapult potem będzie chyba tak solo pult?
You know,
Luxray, o! No faktycznie taki groźny był ten Luxray. Co nie wiem.
all right. So, Jeremy.
Oh no.
I want you to try to draw Krogon.
Oh no, I
Czyli
have to draw lots.
jak będzie rotacja, to będzie dużo dyskusji, które deki też faktycznie przetrwają, a które no rzeczywiście wyrotują. No na przykład ten Dragapult ma szansę przetrwać w takiej dotychczasowej formie. Będzie kilka drobnych zmian, brak Pokemon, no to raczej już i tak jest Fezan DPD. No a Lumineon trochę gorzej, choć trzeba też pamiętać, że jednak jak wystawiamy tego Lumineona jako tak zwaną zapchaj dziurę, tak zwaną taką zapychajkę na tym benchu, to on wyszukuje jednak dowolnego supportera, jakiego chce. Tutaj będziemy się musieli posiłkować sushi, no wiecie, rybką, tatsugiri. O, Krogar to jest chyba. To jest Krogar, ja nie wiem, ja... Na pewno to jest Krogar. Bo on był takim... Za czasów Diamond Emperor takim comic riffem na zasadzie, że swoim trującym dotykiem paraliżował Broka, bo simbił do pielęgniarek. Ale to na pewno jest Krogar. To jest takie... Jak on się tak mocno zakochał, to potem... Chodził... Patrz, paraliżujący dotyk. I musiał go zabierać. Bo nie zniósł tego symbierstwa.
Did you know in Pokemon Go, Croagunk has like a special like hat that it can wear if you got it during a special event? So there's actually one with like a little hat on it.
Oh yeah, I got a shiny one of those.
Chcesz go z złotem?
And what is shiny Croagunk is blue instead of purple, right?
It's like kind of a
Potem był jeszcze Toxic jako wyższa forma ewolucji, ale Krogar to był taki komik. Ale w serialu Krogar był takim comic riffem. Swego rodzaju. No nie wiem, mogłem sobie kupić, ale nie wiem, czy... Skoro i tak mam 2 Iono tak ze stampem. 2 Iono to nie za dużo jeszcze ze stampem. Countercatcha, zobaczymy. Jeszcze Crispino.
Listen, you know the basics. Skarzik is a great teacher.
This is going to be worse than Ethan's Charizard.
so definitely learn from me and just go
Trzeba, które supportery czasami zapotrzebowania ogromnego. A dobra, jeszcze pójdę jedzonko zrobić.
I'm about to live a lot of for a kid who drew a lot of anime and manga.
Like a lot of us, for sure.
Yeah, so Luxray in the trading card game actually has a storied history of just great cards that were being played. Really coming into prominence with Luxray GL Level X. It is part of the kind of like trainer Pokemons that we've had kind of reintroduced now, coming forward from the promo at Worlds. It was one of the most dominant cards in the format. It was SP Pokemon, so it had a lot of that support. You had Poke Turns, you had Cyrus's Conspiracy to grab out a lot of your cards, and it had an ability called Bright Look, which basically is a boss's orders as an ability on your card.
Oh my goodness.
And you can attack for 1 energy because you had a tool that lowered your energy cost, so you're just bringing up Pokemon, taking knockouts left and right, you deal 60 damage for 1 energy. It was really great back then.
And back then, 60 damage for 1 energy. Right now, that's good for setting up Chip and some of these bigger KOs, but based on the average HP of that era, was the 60 super meaningful? Were you taking a lot of quick KOs, or was it just the fact that you could pick anything was its biggest strength?
Yeah, basically the fact that you could pick anything, you can clean up cards that...
struggling over there. Keep it together, we believe in you.
You could clean up cards that were maybe weak to it, or a big proponent was maybe bringing up Pokemon that were used for setting up, like Claydol, to try to take a knockout in combination with something like a Crobat G, which did extra damage counter when you played it down. So you could get a combination of cards to really take those big one-hit knockouts, but it was just very fast. A lot of decks ended up playing a 2-2 line for the most part, and even we ended up seeing it later on after it wasn't really a deck in itself, it still kind of found its way into other decks, like a Beedrill deck that ended up winning the World Championships, just played a line of this and some Crobat and some Poke Turns just because you could reuse the ability.
That is quite strong. My kind of exposure to Luxray in the modern era has certainly been the new Luxray V with Fang Snipe.
Yep.
Just taking a card out of your opponent's hand. There's been a lot of control decks that try to do that, but it looks like All right, show us your homework over there.
You guys are really doing this to me, casting 2 control matches back to back and drawing at my first regional. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Here's my Luxray.
That's amazing.
Let's not lie here.
That's
I did my
amazing.
best, honestly. I put
And
the
you
stripes
signed
in.
it? See?
Yeah, I signed it.
Amazing.
But we'll leave the drawing to you, Adam. I did
Okay.
my best here.
That is astounding. I got to show this off to the people one
No,
more
you
time.
don't. You really don't.
It has that
got my
good.
seal of approval.
It has that good cat face, you know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Literally :3. That's it. And then you add the paw at the bottom.
All right, I get to draw my favorite now. Get the Cubone in here. So, Cubone is surprisingly difficult to draw. He's
No
got a
magic.
mixture of, the bones, the skeleton, the skull, but also a soft, little cute, chubby body. So I never know where to start, right? Do I want to start from the top, from the skull, like this? Are these too long? Like, where does it end?
Do you have a fun fact for us about Cubone?
For Cubone, I just always go back to the original artwork from Fossil. Yeah, the Mitsuhiro Arita artwork, absolutely iconic with him looking up at the sky. And I think that that's one of the reasons I really fell in love with the Pokemon. Like, that era has so much nostalgia, I think, for a lot of us. And I don't know, Cubone's just a little guy. And it's so funny, too, because I realized as, like, I really like Ogerpon. It's a kind of a sad Pokemon, but still kind of upbeat. Has a big club to fight its enemies with, but also
Covering its
wears a
face.
mask. And I was like, they did it to me again! Like, they hit me with Cubone 2.0.
I love Ogerpon. I highly recommend if you guys haven't played the Scarlet and Violet
Maybe
DLC,
a little too chubby there.
Teal Mask.
If I had a Cubone,
so
he'd be bad. I'd give him
too
all
many
the
berries.
He'd give me the sad look, and I would just be like, Cubone, I'm going to give you everything you want in life.
Cubone is actually also one of my favorite Pokemon. I just didn't want to say it because I knew you were probably going to draw it.
Thank you, thank you.
And again, it is because my favorite card art of all time is that Fossil Cubone. I have a first edition signed copy.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
One of my treasured Pokemon cards. So
That's awesome. I've been collecting like all of the different Cubones that have been printed throughout the years, and that's just one of the amazing ways to enjoy Pokemon as well, just from a collecting perspective. Everybody, I say it all the time, right? Everybody has a favorite Pokemon, and every Pokemon is someone's favorite. Even the one that you're like, I don't like that one, or I never used it. Somebody's gonna go and be like, oh, I love Garbodor, I love Flamigo, all of these,
Flamigo's great.
And even like the middle evolutions that we always forget about, like Quaxwell, that one specifically, I'm not gonna evolve into the final form. Exactly. I mean, everybody. And it was part of a joke. This is a huge ramble, but we've got plenty of time to kill, folks. And I appreciate you sitting here to listen to me. But I remember in an interview regarding Gen 3 when Torchic came out, and it evolves into Blaziken, and you get this cute little chicken, and it becomes like this karate fighter. And they intended for it to kind of be a Pokemon that catches you off guard of this little cute chicken turning into this really strong Pokemon. And that's always exciting as well, is to say, I like Torchic, but not Blaziken. And, that's valid too.
I tend to lean more towards the basics instead of their evolutions.
Really?
Yeah.
Krogunk over Toxicroak, Cubone over Marowak. I'm also a fan of Growlithe, Sandshrew.
I love Growlithe. Such a great Pokemon. Adam, I want to throw in a request if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, we have time for one more drawing.
One more drawing here. Dare I say, can you draw me a Hisuian Typhlosion?
Hisuian Typhlosion. It's a tall boy.
Yes,
I've got enough room here. So I get to draw
Yes,
for the
you
big
do.
reveal. This shouldn't take me too long though, because Hisuian Typhlosion.
Why
quite
Hisuian
good.
Typhlosion?
He has orbs. I don't know if you heard it earlier in the lounge, but he stands up. I think, like, reading over, because we were doing some research back there, Boo and I, during the break, are like, reading up on some of the Dex entries, and I really like how Cyndaquil, like, kind of, like, stands up for itself, because it's a very timid and anxious Pokemon, and then it just, like, stands up into Typhlosion. I don't know why it really is just, like, one of my, like, favorite, like, starter evolution lines, and I think it's because Quilava is in like my top 10 Pokemon just because it's noodle shaped. Like, it really is just kind of like on all fours and it's getting ready to go. But I think when Pokemon Legends Arceus came out and we just saw Hisuian Typhlosion just like have that ghost type, I think ghost type is super cool just as a type in general. You know, Halloween is coming up, so definitely getting a little bit of a showing going on. But Hisuian Typhlosion just looks like a sleepy boy, and I'm a sleepy person, so.
I feel that when Pokemon just have a look or an aesthetic or a typing that you really vibe with, it can just change the entire way you interact with that Pokemon. And I was actually reading about Eevee the other day, and apparently in the games and in the anime, it actually starts to take on the look of its trainer, which I think is super funny.
Cute. Is actually so beyond cute. And I love how Eevee has also been getting some love over the years too. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee too, where you can technically have Eevee as your starter Pokemon.
Yeah, but that would have won the bracket no contest.
Yeah, right. We
There's
said
too
no
many Eevee fans in the world.
No Gen 1. That was kind of the rule, right? Because it was just kind of the obvious choice. But none of us tend to actually like grass Pokemon for whatever reason. But for me, out of the Gen 1 starters, I think Charmander is my favorite pick because Charizard's just like my favorite Pokemon out of like that gen for the starters. But I do like a good Bulbasaur. I will admit, like I think Bulbasaur is super cool. Ivysaur has that giant beautiful bulb. It's pink and like super cool.
Listen, we joke around a lot because, you know, Pikachu's the mascot for Pokemon, right?
Very true.
Really, it's Charizard. At least for the TCG, so many fans love Charizard.
All right.
Wow.
That's so good. That's so good. In such a short amount of time, too. I mean, you got the flames on the back, the orbs.
That's
so good.
Next Pokemon card art contest.
You're in there. You're definitely.
I can't wait for them to announce the new Pokemon illustration contest because I drew Absol. I don't know if you all maybe saw that. I posted it online, but even between now and then when I made it and when the contest happened, I felt like I made a lot of improvement, and now from that point till now, maybe I've improved even more, and that is why you, viewer, have to keep drawing or start drawing, because the time is going to pass anyway. So you might as well spend it, you know, enjoying yourself, making art, and you'll get better and better as you go, and then you can enjoy the process even more. And this is a little sappy, but whenever I'm drawing, I kind of feel a combination of excitement and also frustration, because you can never quite capture what's in your mind's eye, but that same frustration is shared by every artist or really anybody who works on a craft. So it just...
It's also that sense of accomplishment when you finally get it there.
Exactly, exactly. Oh, but I'm actually just getting word that we do have some posts from social media. I'm glad that everybody did indeed use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to throw some tweets at us and talk to us about their experiences with Pokemon and how they're liking the regional broadcast so far. So let's jump right in. End of Days 9 says, today's the day, first ever Pokemon Regionals. We got another one.
Yeah.
They're out there.
If we compete against each other or you see me, feel free to say hi. Can't wait to meet more of the community today. That is so great. We hear it all the time from players that go to their first regionals about how welcoming and nice everyone is, and I had the exact same experience at my first regional.
Yeah, there's so much different backgrounds of the people that play Pokemon TCGs, so there's a lot that you can learn, and a pretty crazy amount of things that you can learn here. There's so many people.
I agree with you too, especially because we're on the East Coast. There's a lot of players that live on the East Coast, and Baltimore is actually a really great location to get to. You just take a couple highways down. So good on John. I hope he had a great time here at Baltimore Regionals. But here's another great part of going to regionals is getting food with your buddies or just making some good food at home. Gone Laren, watching the Pokemon stream, slow cooking some stew, and ready to relax. And honestly, with Control and Snorlax, we have plenty of time to do that on stream today.
Yeah, honestly, Reggie Drago might be the best deck in the format, but I think the best cooking utensil in the format is a crock pot. Love a slow cooker there.
That is great. When you can set it and forget it, come back to a nice, delicious meal, it just gives you more time to practice your deck for the next regional you're going to be going to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and honestly, who doesn't love potatoes, right?
I love potatoes. I was about to say, I can't believe there's potato haters out there, regardless, though.
I know. If you don't like potatoes, you just haven't had good potatoes.
Oh, big shout outs to Girl Power here. They're here at Baltimore Regionals, and honestly, everyone comes out to all the different regionals too. So if you guys like an inclusive group, big shout outs to them. They really do support women and people who are non-binary too, all throughout. Big shout outs to them, but they always like to take this group picture, and I know so many people in this one picture. Big shout outs to CJ and Emmy and Lexi, who are all running Girl Power too, so big shout outs to them, and creating just such an inclusive environment here for not only Pokemon TCG, but also they do have some players in VGC as well.
Ooh,
so
awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we'd love to see the inclusion of just basically everybody, and if you're, once again, a little bit nervous to come out to your first regional, Girl Power is definitely here for you.
Yeah, they're always so helpful. If you need anything, they are going to do anything in their power to really help you, and it's just a great way to jump into the regional when you have a group of people, right, that you can just go and immediately hang out with, or maybe even showed up with. And moving on to our next week, happy Baltimore Regionals Day! 2-0 to start the event, having a blast. It's awesome when you win those first couple rounds as well.
Yeah, we won't talk about how it ended.
This is your friend right here.
Yeah, starting out really good with a 4-0 record, but sometimes those matchups just can't get there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate where sometimes you want the path to be cleared. You hope to dodge those bad matchups, but for everybody that dodges the bad matchup, someone else on your deck has to play that matchup. And I love this picture too. That was from one of the murals outside of the convention center. And this is from Area 0 TCG. Area 0 squad is ready to take over the Baltimore Regionals. Another big group of friends out here to play some Pokemon.
I was about to say, right, part of the best reasons to go to locals is that you essentially have your testing group right there, and you can have test groups from all over the world, but what better way to get everybody together doing the one thing that you love, playing Pokemon TCG together, and then having that support system too also can help you become a better player, because you have different people's perspectives on each game that you're in. Not only does your perspective matter, but your opponent and how other people can catch things outside of what the game is actually going on here.
Yeah, just another pair of eyes. Oh, and we got a tweet here from Mudkip fan 0910. I truly do like Mudkip. Vote for it in our Twitch poll this weekend. Thank you, Skarzig, for supporting the cause. Yes, I am happy to support Mudkip indeed.
I feel like this is rigged. Where's my Fuecoco drawing, huh?
I owe a huge backlog of Pokemon fan art to a lot of people, but I had to send one out to Kyle and the Mudkip fans out there to rig the polls.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think I was saying this earlier with Boo on the desk, that Mudkip is the favorite to win here. We're going to have to do a lot in order to try and take it down, but you know, I think we all like Mudkips here.
I mean, a lot of Gen 3 enjoyers in the chat. You know, I'm always talking up Pokemon Silver because that was the one that I played a ton. And I think, what do they say? You know, your first gen is always your favorite gen.
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, Gen 3, that was when Pokemon got, at least especially when I was in high school, like that's when it got really, really big. Everybody was playing and trading. I heard about the special way you can train your Pokemon to be faster or have higher special attack. And I was like, wow, I didn't even know that. I thought just getting to level 100 was good enough, but they showed me the ways. And I want to show you all the ways. While we were looking at tweets, I did another little sketch. We got the mascot here, Charizard, that Jeremy said. Shout out to my wife, Heidi. This is her favorite Pokemon.
Really?
I know that if she found out I got a chance to do a drawing segment again, I didn't draw her Char Lizzie, that she would get angry at me. So shout out to you. There's the Lizardon.
You really put us all to shame.
You know, any good husband knows you got to get those brownie points when you can get them.
There you go. I have a question for both of you while we still have some time. What was the most crazy nickname that you named your Pokemon in the games? Like either when you were younger or even when you were older? Because I know for me, when I got Shinx, I named it Shocky. Shocky the Shinx.
Oh,
I really
man.
liked that.
I was never much of a nickname person. I just roll with the names, you know?
Oh my goodness. And it's so funny, back when I would like nickname, it's like I always look up a bunch of stuff online. You gotta find the perfect name. So I'd always sit there for a long time not playing. You're like, I gotta name this Pokemon the perfect thing or else I won't be able to play. And the nickname like makes it stronger. But Yeah, I know. I got over that and I just started playing. I don't have a good nickname story. I'm sorry, Lyric.
I know a lot of the times when my friends, like, they start up their own games, they named it after each friend, too.
Aw,
so there's
that's
tons of...
cute.
I highly recommend nicknaming your Pokemon. That's
just to
me.
increase the bond.
I just need to get
You have
nie
a
było.
one right here, Jeremy. We did a good
chyba-
job this weekend. We still have another round or two to cast here, too.
But, I mean, I guess we can see if we have a couple other people who might have some good Pokemon nickname stories, we can actually bring Kyle and Shelby into the mix, I'm told.
No, muszę
Got
jeszcze
them on
zobaczyć
the
Luny.
comms now.
Cześć, Caster Deck.
Great to be chatting with you. We've been
Chyba już się zaczyna.
I do have a nickname. I'm actually playing through
Pytanie za 100
Pokemon Yellow
punktów,
right
czy
now.
mnie ściągną za to, że ciągle chodzę?
Butterball.
That's a great
What about you, Kyle?
Nah, man. Little,
Can't say that one.
Little PG-13 over here.
Pause the cat, maybe?
Sure.
Hey,
I chose Suecoco and it never got past the evolution.
Ja nie mogę, kurwa. Zawsze mnie to rozwala. Jack.
So you were talking about getting into art
Yeah.
and being inspired, and let's say you're watching the stream, you might as well just be doing some doodles, you know? And we were hanging out here listening to you guys.
You inspired us.
I decided to join in. So I drew my favorite Pokemon, Psyduck. I can see it. I can see that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Ja bym już zaczął. No o Jezus, jakie cute.
Did you do any doodles?
Yeah, I too was inspired.
Będzie dobrze, że to Baltimore, a nie Ozgrozo Honolulu. O ja, motki, jakie cute.
Thank you so much for sharing those drawings. It means a lot, not only to draw something, but to show it off here for our audience. That takes like real courage, and that's
O, to
it's
zawsze
like
szczerze.
you're singing in the shower versus singing on a big stage. It's two different ball games. So having
Że
the
Krzyż
bravery to
Nawek
show
już
off
zrobił
your
fajną.
art is also a huge step in that process. So I know I'm getting a little real here, but I really do appreciate everybody.
passion.
Yeah,
You're very brave, Kyle.
I'm trying.
Well, it's been a great
Znaczy zobaczymy, bo to jest moja wersja, bo może być tak, że Dortmund jedzie inaczej.
kind of virtually right now. But I think Kyle and I are going to take it over from
Ah,
here, so you guys go
ale
get a break,
byłoby
eat some
spoko na
lunch,
drugą.
have a good time, watch the matches. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle.
Dobra,
Schoolhouse.
koniec
They
przerwy.
call it
Tak mam
Boo House.
brudną
Some
i
people call us
śniącą.
couple of silly billies. Kyle, how you feeling?
Zresztą sobie
spooky
dreadlocki,
season. We're getting
bady,
ready,
bady,
Saber
pofy
House,
po
all
kolejne.
sorts of shenanigans coming your way.
No. When it's spooky season, we just go Boo House.
Boo House.
We go Boo. Boo House.
Or the
There you
House
go.
of Boos.
Oh,
like
that's
the House
good.
of
Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love that. Okay. All right. Well, we've actually been behind the scenes today, watching all the matches, but now we're finally ready to actually get into some action ourselves. We've been itching for it all day here, Kyle. I hope you're ready to go. Unfortunately, we missed lunch, but now we're here casting Pokemon.
we don't ever get lunch, and
Yeah.
you know what? That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for Pokemon.
Yes. Yeah, we're not playing well into the time game with when the lunch is delivered. But hey, we're gonna bring all of the
Będziesz.
energy here for
No,
these matches
a
because
czemu?
it deserves it. We are heading into our top 8 here in Baltimore, and we have got quite a
Top 8 będzie teraz.
Yeah, we get a little bit of a dabble into that asymmetric cut that we've been hinting at. It is going to come into play this time around. And
Bo już
sure
będzie
enough,
blisko top
the
8.
record to get into the, the top cut here was shared by 8 individuals. 2 players locked in, guaranteed, but 8 others fighting for those spots. So we will have 2 playoff matches going on off stream to see who will be reaching the top 8 with us.
Yes, I know.
O ja, czyli już jest top 8. Tuż top 8. No, nieźle.
It's gonna be, am I gonna be able to bubble in or something like that? But our players are out there battling it out right now in 2
Czekaj,
different
będą
matches.
z figurkami już. Trzeba nadroić te figurki i one się już kurzą.
I'm so sad we won't be able to see it on stream, but hopefully in future events we'll get some of those incredible matchups because this is what this new format brings to us, Kyle. And what do you think about that many players having the same record here? What does that say about this tournament?
It says that they're studious individuals. They know exactly what they need
They need that read.
to achieve that goal they're looking for. But yeah, they certainly read up. They did their homework. They know what you need to do, and everyone reached for that 33 match point mark. except for a few others. Emmett Hurley was one player who was able to play in at the 31 match points and get that victory in the final round. And then Rahul was able to take a round off, and at the 33 already,
Maybe
found
go
a
eat a
player
hot
at
dog.
32 and said, "Hey, let's ID."
Yes, yes.
You might have to play it out, but I won't.
Yeah, that must feel pretty nice here, especially coming off of such an accomplishment at Worlds. Now bringing that into Baltimore here for our
ninth
first
place.
regional. Yes, exactly. Finally taking a step up here, but the true question will be, will he be able to take it home here or even advance further? Because
It's not a long drive.
it isn't. It really isn't, but I've heard he hasn't had luck with that before, so let's hope he can do that.
What do they
this time
say?
around.
15th time's the charm.
Yes,
He's getting
honestly. Poor Rahul.
he's definitely been knocking on the door for quite some time, and it goes to show he's got that consistency. He's made so many of these top 8s, but he just hasn't broken through. Hasn't
Już
found
się
the
zbliżamy
right
do top
matchup
8.
or drawn the right cards. Vespa Quinn decided to
Czy
go
już
against him
jesteśmy
and
w top
betray
8?
him so many times, even though it would run hotter than the sun for him during the Swiss events. He was telling me a stat going into day 2 here. He said he hadn't dropped a Swiss round game since round 4 of the World Championship.
Oh my
Because he started
gosh.
1 and 2 and he won every single game from that point in the Swiss
So
rounds and
he's
started
taking
9-0
the energy over
yesterday.
then. Yeah, wow. That is incredible indeed. I mean, I guess which one would you rather have, Kyle? Would you rather have that fantastic record where you're so close every time? Or would you rather win?
Rather win.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wait, what? You have to give me like a ratio. Is it like I get 5 top 8s to 1
That's
win?
true,
What's going on there?
Because it might actually be more over time than just 1 win, right?
Yeah, it's I mean, prize money, sure, it might add up. You might get more points accumulated by that top 8, but that first place feels
I was about to say, everybody wants the gold Pikachu. That's what they're looking for here in Baltimore, and we still have a couple of players that have the chance at that gold Pikachu, a chance at $10,000 as well for a first place finish here
No.
at our very first regional event of the season.
Tak.
And on top of that, what is it, 350 championship points as well that they will be taking into this season. That is huge.
No i chyba tym samym też automatyczną kwalifikację.
Even Varesco, one of the local players from the Maryland scene. He's one of those legend killer kind of guys. Like maybe he doesn't have all of the accomplishments, but every good player around him knows
No
that
te
like,
temporale
he
z
is
tym
the wild
Ancient
card.
Box to zauważę tak jedną
Knocked
rzecz.
me out of a top 4 regional way back when. We don't want to talk about that. Both
Still
of them had
salty
much
about
more
it?
hair back then.
Oh.
And he's just continued to he loves this game, and he's fighting his way back. Found himself in a position where he might be able to run it back here in Maryland. Obviously, we know Rahul. He's been around the Delmarva area, the triangle, and he's got a good chance. A few other East Coast players, and then that Canadian invasion that we always talk about.
It's still standing strong, and it's your player pick, right?
There's 3 of them. There's
Oh
Rowan
my gosh,
Staven
what?
out. There's Kieran Sparra, and there's also Nolan, who we saw featured on.
Oh wow, that is a lot of Canadians, actually.
It happens every time. You gotta
No.
be ready.
Co?
Yeah, I mean that's the story though. The Canadians coming strong for some reason every time.
Kanada stonk!
Exactly.
Kanada stonk będzie.
Running hot.
Yes, exactly. Running hot
Cool.
indeed. They gave up on the Chen Pao, and they're coming in hot to Baltimore now once again with some very spicy lists as well. So cool to see. I'd love to see the innovation here in Baltimore, especially in a format that could have honestly been very repetitive for us. We just took this from the World Championships. It could have gotten, you know, the same old that we've seen. But our players came out here to Baltimore and they made it spicy, and I appreciate y'all for that.
Yeah, we almost got a little too much spice. We almost had a crab invasion in Baltimore.
So close.
We were 1 match victory away
Yes.
from cloth in the top cut here.
You don't know how bad I wanted
in
that,
Baltimore. They're straight out of the Chesapeake and into your heart.
Exactly.
No,
We were wanting
tam.
to do this so bad, but still.
Jeszcze
huge
zobaczysz,
props
czy
to
jest
that
jeszcze
Glock
warto
player
utrzymywać
as
te...
well. I mean, that is just bananas.
Są?
Had a really great match against Rahul earlier on. I think that's what almost sealed their fate, but had that one final opportunity. Was unable to get it done against the Control Pidgeot player.
Yes.
be featured in our tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there. I think people expect to see it.
Zastanawiam się.
Expects it the least, sort of, as well.
Charizard?
It
Czy
has been
Fidget
played a bunch.
Control?
Now you're gonna see it played, come back into the format, and we've had several of them.
Wiecie jak ja lubię to i to.
As we see on the stream as well.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the asymmetrical bracket. See how this will break down for our players.
No, Fidget Control wiecznie żywy, bowiem.
Yes, exactly. Asymmetrical bracket. That's something new that we're working with here. So our graph is going to look pretty large.
Busy.
Yeah, it's busy, but this is going to map out to everything that's going on right now, still with our players playing playing into our top 8 or have already made it into the top 8. So we're still waiting here.
No, to są chyba te analityki, nie jest to jeszcze potwierdzone? Zobaczymy jak to długo pociągniemy, bo to może być problem.
In the top 8, of course, Grafton has to work his way through Steven Varesco if he wants to get that done. Grafton playing the ridiculous Dusknor deck that we saw featured earlier on by his pal, Hunter Butler.
Yep.
O ku... Nie. Not now.
Pretty fantastic game too. We have the Canadian face-off there at the bottom with Nolan.
O kurwa, ej! Znowu, ej!
Kieran, that's going to be one of those cornerstone control decks versus the Lugia Star again. Interesting attacks. At this time, at least they have Chinchino.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, that is wild to see. The Sushi Roll Masters were not always on our stream, but this time we'll have a little bit of different lists that we'll see either making it into our top 8. So that's pretty cool. But as you can see over here, the top 16, those 2 matches that are still playing it out to go up against Rahul Reddy or Emmett Hurley here. So we're going to still have to wait for the conclusion of those. But we will showcase one of our top 8 matches coming up for you all. The people who've already secured their spot into top 8 now are trying their best to advance into the semifinals here in Baltimore, and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, this is quite a great match. The other match on the top 8 match, we have Henry Chow versus Rowan Stavenel. That is Gardevoir of all decks playing up against the Reggie Drago V-Star, a deck that so many players have seen at the top tables, doing a lot of work. It's one of the most intimidating decks out there, but there have been some cuts that have been made, and players are starting to loosen up on some of those matchups that were very secure. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Henry to show off what Gardevoir's still got.
Yeah, exactly, but Rowan is going to have to get it together here and compete against Gardevoir, which honestly had pretty slim showings here in Baltimore. I definitely didn't expect a Gardevoir to even make it this far. Now it's in our top 8 here.
Yep. We saw Ari with the opportunity to make it on that win and in with the performance. Who knows how that finished, but didn't finish in the top 16 here. Sure enough, Henry did find an opportunity to do just that. And this is a pretty interesting list. I really like some of the inclusions I see, and we will be surprised, but that is for sure.
Well, Rowan's definitely going to be familiar going up against that Gardevoir EX for sure, having played it a bunch last season.
O!
So at least
O, super! Będę mieć znaczniki. No, właśnie co? Ja się nie spieszę się oczywiście. Ich teraz nie potrzebuję. No ja nie mam takiej osoby, która robi znaczniki. Oficjalnie, że wiadomo, nie wszystkie deki potrzebują tego. Ja mam takie, które potrzebują. Podoba mi się koncept mieć Fezantibiego jako znacznik. Ale ja muszę się spytać. No ja tak, wiecie, gdybym... Zobaczę co u Luny. Zaraz wrócę, bo tam jeszcze gadają. Prawda?
I'm pretty hyped to get into this one.
It's my new Aqua Storm. I really do. I live for this. It's absolutely ridiculous. You should never actually perform this attack with 2 water, 2 metal, and a colorless to deal this attack, and just the fact that you get to copy it. And it's not fair.
Brutal. It's brutal. I mean, there's so many energy requirements there. It's like, nah, it's all right. Yeah. I'll just do it for, you know, whatever my energy attachments
are. Rules are dumb.
And of course, leave it to Rowan as well, representing Canada, bringing the Trifrost here potentially for us to see. That'd be pretty darn cool. So it's going to be an epic matchup for sure. I used to not really like casting Gardevoir a lot last season.
Was it because you always said Curlia?
Yeah, well, yeah, Kyle always gets on me how I say now I'm gonna mess it up.
It's Curlia.
Curlia.
Się martwiłam, że mi ucieknie.
Curlia. Yeah, I emphasized the wrong part of it, but no, yeah, that was a part of it, but also it just was so long and daunting of a matchups. But now Gardevoir playing in this format, it gets pretty interesting. I'm actually hyped to see what Henry brings to us in this Gardevoir game, especially because you have to think Henry's gone against Regidrago. I mean, at this point, you're in the top 8. There's no way that you haven't faced up against
Luna jest...
Rowan's going to be the Regidrago player to take Henry down. That is the question.
To widzę, że nie ma sensu. Coś się stało z awatarami? No dobra, trochę mi się zawiesiłem. Desynchro. Ale awatary się zepsuły.
Lower hit point Pokemon, not incorporating the Drifloon. You could see all sorts of things from these players. It's a lot of surprises I've seen from Henry's list, but maybe that's what it takes in order to get to this point and surprise.
Exactly. Yeah, I would love to hear from Henry as far as, you know, how these matches have been going, how the certain cuts
Czy jeżeli będzie dużo tych znacznie dodań, żeby korzystać z innych.
As well, it's going to be great, but I mean, Rowan on the other hand as well is no stranger to our stream. So we'll definitely keep things composed.
He's a world champion.
Yes, exactly. World champion. And I feel like every time he's on our stream too, he's just like having a super good time. He's joking around.
He is the most composed player out there, and he also he brings that fun.
Muszę naprawić awatary.
So any table game that he brings, whether he's on the stage or off on the side. I had the pleasure of playing him at NAIC, and we just had an absolute blast just destroying each other and getting the game.
Oh, that sounds awesome, honestly. But yeah, it definitely brings that energy for sure. Doesn't matter if he's playing across his teammates, which we've seen a lot with the Canadians that all work together.
Yeah. What about him and Grant Shen in the most ridiculous final we've ever seen?
Yes, that's true.
We ended that game 3 different occasions. Like, what was happening?
Yes, yeah. So either way, we're gonna see a show here from Rowan on one side of the field here. But Henry Chow, I mean, it takes a lot to bring Gardevoir into this tournament. I've been telling Kyle all weekend, people playing Gardevoir, they just have to be like die-hard Gardevoir fans at this point.
And you're spot on.
Właśnie, czy Gorki nie zamawiać bardziej na Card Market, bo... O Jezus, chociaż na Card Markecie też są drogie.
Yeah, I like Gardevoir.
That's what it takes to play Gardevoir. You just have to not pay attention for a little bit.
No, yeah, exactly.
Play the deck anyways and hope that it doesn't blow up in your face.
Yeah, you're comfy with it. Might as well just try it out and tried it out. Now it's in top 8. So I mean,
it works.
It's paid off. Yes,
brilliant.
Exactly. It works indeed. I mean, I guess that has to really show Henry ability to play this deck as well. I mean, he's got to know the ins and outs of these matchups at least, or has figured them out up to this point.
Yeah, you have less opportunities to figure out your matches because we're not playing as many in this tournament.
True.
And you have less time because everybody
No tutaj zauważyłam
understanding that
taką ciekawą rzecz.
can be a death sentence in this tournament for you. You have to be playing as fast
hej!
If you're comfortable playing
Że...
3 games in this format, you're cooking.
Co tu się kurwa dzieje?
You really have to like Gardevoir. At that point. You like purple cards, that's for sure. And we're going to be seeing a lot of those flying around. It's going to be the psychic deck versus the dragons, the grilled cheese of dragon decks for sure. You love that one, okay?
Yeah.
Zauważyłem jedną rzecz, że jak przełączam się między okienkami, no to okienko, w którym jest live, to na OBS-ie ono jest czarne. Ja nie wiem, jak mam to robić. Musiałbym mieć drugi monitor, albo po prostu, nie wiem, iPada na przykład.
I gotta say. But yeah, it's just the throwing all the dragons into one deck here, copying those dragons' moves. And there's going to be a lot of variation as far as attacks, both from Rowan and all of those dragon Pokemon, but also we see so many variation of attackers for our Gardevoir players as well. They're just a little smaller, they damage themselves, and they take big knockouts.
Well, I would probably go with a stew as a metaphor rather than a grilled cheese for what you're talking about. We'll see what the players have to say about that, though, with their gameplay. We're going to get into our first game of our top 8 here in Baltimore.
O, to pierwsze top 8? Dobra, już jesteśmy... Dobra. Mamy pierwsze... Mamy top 8.
What side of the table they're sitting on, and if that's going to affect their prize cards as well, Kyle, because I feel like one side of the table has been having some difficult prize cards.
Oh yeah, everyone prizing their pink card on one side. That's been quite a difficult battle that we've seen.
Yes, yeah.
We're having chair difficulties right now, if you can't tell.
Chair difficulties. Hey, we got new chairs, but I guess that didn't help out our players' chairs, huh? At the stream table. Well, here we go.
Okay, mamy top 8!
Look at those chairs.
Look at those
beautiful
chairs, nice and upright. And we are ready to kick things off.
I don't ask much, but an upright
Co tam się stało?
Quality.
Kind of an essential to this matchup here. Well, over here on the left side of the table, you see Rowan, as we've been talking about, representing Canada.
O ja, Ronan. Kanada Stonk! Okej, czyli on ma w NACA top 4. O ja, no on jeszcze ma... On jeszcze w juniorach był, no to już doświadczony gracz. Champion właśnie... O, jeszcze Worldsy w seniorach. No i champion w Hartford Regionalsach. A oczywiście wiadomo, ten Reggie Kutas. Ach, jak ja nie cierpię Reggie Drago. Ja tym żołek deckiem już żygam. Nie chcę tak hejtować. Oj. O-o. O-o. A-o. A-o. Z tym się zawiesił. Coś tu się stanęło. Oj. Oh no. Dobra, chwilę, bo coś tutaj były problemy. A czym ten drugi gra? Bo tak... Zacięło się nagle. No, co
I'm excited to see how that plays out, because if Henry has been having luck here, I want to see it on stream, because this is
że zobaczę, że wypali. Mam nadzieję, że nie dostanę gasta na YouTubie.
This is something that I hinted at on a show that nobody watches.
Ah, Gardevoir. Oh, Garda.
Yeah, 2 Ralts, not only are they prized, but they're at the top as well. Over on the other side, of course, Rowan, a couple of Earthen Vessel. That might be a little difficult getting into those energy. A nice, cute little Iron Bundle of Joy at the top there, but nothing else that's too bad here. But I would say 2 Ralts is pretty detrimental.
Wow, 2. Czyli mamy z cyklu, czy da radę?
Not the double Ralts. Well, we'll have to see if Henry's able to play out despite those difficult prize cards, but we're kicking off our very first top 8 match here in Baltimore.
No, mamy pierwsze top 8. Dobrze, tym razem uda się nie siedzieć do późna. Proszę, please. Znaczy też rozumiem, że może by też to trwać, bo teraz jest to top 8. Kurde, Gardevoir w top 8, pierwszy.
Rowan is not playing the canceling cologne. Henry is not playing the Manaphy.
Yeah. Let's talk about how wild that is.
Yeah. Said, you know what? I don't even care. They usually just get the clone prime catcher anyways.
On nie gra Manaphy, ja nie mogę. Ty, ale to jest mocne. Przyznam odwagę, bo ja potrafię się...
load up on your basic Pokemon and get them to a point where Trifrost doesn't knock them out.
Yeah.
It looks ridiculous when you have a Bravery Charm stuck to a Ralts or a Kirlia later on, because it's not doing anything on your Kirlia. But hey, you survived, and that's the name of the game.
Yeah, it's buffing that HP, and that's enough potentially in this matchup. I wonder if that's going to come into play here for Henry. We're going to have to see.
No dobra, no to tak Gardevoir to jest taki naprawdę mocny deck. Ach, no Tesik jest wszędzie. Znaczy wiecie, mamy już gościa, który już był czempionem w juniorach. Że już na koncie byłem w top 8 w Baltimore.
Turn 1 to open things up. Your opponent's not very intimidating with a Drifloon.
Yeah, just a lone Drifloon sitting in the active there for Henry, of course, the starting Pokemon. But Rowan is going to have a chance to, we'll see what is the discard here, what cards can be still played out of the hand. Rowan's already taken a look at the resources. The Nest Ball is the only card that's been played so far, but Squawkabilly over there with some squawking in season can be very dangerous here to kick things off. And on top of that, we have that ability here in the Teal Dance on the Ogerpon in the active, drawing an additional card as well. So we are rolling here. Ultra Ball for a Dragapult and here too. That is brutal. Turn 1.
I couldn't see the hand, but you just hope that it's piles of Dragon Pokemon, and sure enough, it lines up so well right into the Ultra Ball. And speaking of, these are just the perfect cards to have in the discard pile. If you ever need a legacy, you could go right back to the Ultra Balls and search out even more resources. At this point now, Energy Switch, maybe a way to move around your Pokemon would be ideal.
Headquarters, ciekawe.
Yeah, that is brutal here. I mean, we saw every single utilization of those cards. I think the only thing we lost was a boss's orders into the discard pile off that Squawk and Seize. It's a fresh hand here for Rowan. We're drawing into more cards here off another Teal Dance on this Ogerpon. And yeah, getting those two dragons already in the discard pile is huge here. We have a ton of energy already on the field, ready to be energy switched as well. Start putting on the pressure from Rowan's side. And Henry is going to have a pretty strong first turn here that we're going to need to see. And that's a bit difficult when you only...
O ja, to jest ta wersja, on ma Secret Boxa, kurde! Znaczy nie ma jakieś... Znaczy już widziałem takie gardy z Secret Boxem.
Bravery Charms onto the Ralts in the early stages of this game could still see these Pokemon wiped from play and basically end this opener. Henry does not know this, but he has to just continue to play his strategy. Hopefully, maybe those energy switches aren't found, and Rowan isn't able to complete a big turn. Also to mention, Kyurem in the hand too with a research.
Oh no, everything has lined up on the left side of our field here. So unfortunate for Henry, but he doesn't even know yet. I mean, we're here looking at the match from above, but Henry's going to try his best here in this matchup to just do everything possible with this Gardevoir. Maybe even going into this feeling pretty confident. Already having a 2-0 record against Regidrago players, but they were not the Regidrago players that Rowan Stavino is. So we're going to have to see. Of course, Radiant Greninja going to help out a little bit here, discarding that Dark Energy and drawing 2 additional cards for Henry.
Yeah, the Dark Energy.
The singular.
Oh, Heavy Ball.
Singular Monkey Dory style.
That's good.
Oh, Hisuian Heavy Ball. Yeah.
Ma to dużo sensu, no. Heavy Ball jest bardzo ważny, bo inaczej nigdy nie wiesz, co się sprajzuje.
Nope, it's the Radiant Greninja trying to draw out of this fiasco. And Rowan loves to see this. This is a bit of a struggle opener for Henry as of this point of the turn.
Yes, exactly. Rowan is waiting for the Manaphy, but the Manaphy's not there. It's not in the list for Henry, so at least that Hisuian Heavy Ball helps out just a little bit. Is going to secure one of those Ralts from the prize cards, swapping it out with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, reshuffling those prize cards back. So now we do have one Ralt to work with, and it looks like there is one in hand as well for Henry right now, but we're going to have to see where else we can go with this turn. I see a Buddy Poffin. What else you seeing?
I don't have much over here. It's
O, za to jest Pheasant DPD.
Potential for any supporter. There's not it.
I cukierek.
Gardevoir in the hand, but this is past the turn, and this is exactly the opening that Rowan is looking for in this spot.
Oh, this might be...
not give him this much fuel.
Exactly, this might be those explosive turns we are asking for, Kyle. We're going to have to see if all these cards lined up here, of course. One of those pieces in that Regidrago V-Star being able to evolve here on this turn. Are we gonna, oh, that's devastating to see if you're Henry, the Halucha, come down here, targeting 2 Pokemon. Gonna ping them for 10
O nie, on miał,
each. That's
kurde,
gonna make some perfect math
Kirema.
for Rowan, potentially. We also see the Kyurem going down with the Professor's Research. Everything is lining up here for this Regidrago player in Rowan.
Yeah, Rowan has the opportunity now to go with that safety approach if he wants to go with the Dragapult as an option. Big miss here, though. There's no energy switch as of yet. And do you go all in with the Legacy Star at this point? It's dangerous. Obviously, we've had players talking about the risk versus reward. I think there's a big reward on the other side here.
Yeah, there's 4 energy switch. Such a crucial card in this deck. But another crucial decision you have to make is when to use that Legacy Star.
Czyli trzeba byłoby zdecydować.
1 V-Star power for every single game that you play. We're going to have to see if Rowan is going to take some risks or play it safe.
No ciekawe, i tak u nas wygrał. Dobra, lecimy. Jest 1.
Points it out
O.
right away. That is great to see. So 7 cards go to the discard pile, but you actually get to take 2 cards back out of the discard pile into your hand here. So laying them out here for Henry to take a look at as well, taking some notes, but you saw the points there at that energy switch.
Ej!
For 1 resource to grab,
No znowu.
that energy switch, and then from that point,
Książone dostosuj sobie do nagrywania lub użyj... Jest dobre, dobre jest.
Tempting with the squawk ability, but who cares at this point? I'm not worried about my opponent taking prize cards. They're not going to exist next turn.
Oh, indeed, Kyle. Devastating to see, but that is the energy switch needed to get it off that Teal Mask Ogerpon onto the active Regidrago V-Star, and we are now cooking over here on this side. Of course, we did lose several resources here from Rowan's side, so gonna recover those with the Super Rod.
Chociaż, wiecie,
those
takie...
Regidrago V-Star that we got put into the discard from the Legacy Star as well as a Grass Energy.
I'm genuinely curious now if Rowan wants to go all in with the Kyurem play. It seemingly makes the most sense. Your opponent just cannot recover from that point, and they're in a devastating situation. But this is the safer approach. Keep the energies. You have had a difficult time finding.
No właśnie, można byłoby tak, ale z drugiej strony możesz sam jebnąć.
You're not as intimidated by a singular roll here.
Yeah, that is true. Well, still, for Rowan, that is going to be a double knockout here, debilitating Henry Chow that much more in this next turn coming up. But Rowan playing it nice and steady here, taking those 2 knockouts from Henry's field. And now we just have a Radiant Greninja stuck up there in the active position. And Henry, it's a setup deck in Gardevoir, but this is going to need quite a bit of recovery here from Henry's side. Of course,
this is generally the worst case scenario for Rowan, is that your opponent has Rare Candy Gardevoir, Iono, and Pheasantipity from this spot after you just take the double.
No i, znaczy wiecie, można zaryzykować.
There's no threats going on. There's 0 psychic energy in the hand from this point, and there's no draw with Curlia.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you see it on Henry's face here. What do you even do with this right now? You had the Rare Candy, you had the Gardevoir, but this is just looking rough here as far as the cards are shaping up for Henry.
Yeah, I don't know what his mouth is saying, but his face is saying game 2.
Yeah, I think so.
Ty, ale tak sobie tego po raz pierwszy słychać. Okej, on chyba może zrobić gasting.
Of course, we do have the extension of time once we get to our top cut matches. So there is that time for Henry to be able to play around with, but yeah, it doesn't look like he's having too great of a time.
He got 9 new cards, and they all stink. There's not even a way to draw with the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't even use the Greninja at this point in time. There's only a dark energy in your discard pile. We want to see those Psychics, those purple cards we've been talking about, but Henry just can't get there. It's just a pass over to Rowan now. Rowan having a little
No kurde, taki raf trochę, ojo.
Henry is still struggling in this matchup so far, which leaves all the space here for Rowan to pop off once again, starting off with the Professor's Research into a fresh 7 cards already.
Yeah, this is getting unfair from this point. Perhaps the prime
No, wredne czasami bywają te karty.
that this could get out of hand. We see the singular energy.
Ale będę cook, Dragapult. No, ja muszę wiedzieć, że to...
Dancing, Kyle? We're dancing here. Let's see what this draw is
No.
for Rowan. Off that teal dance, hiding it from us. Rowan, the disrespect.
Forever a poker player.
That is so true. That is so true. Well, we get a look at the hand here now. That Ultra Ball is going to throw away a Nest Ball as well as that Cleffa to get a Pokemon out of the deck here. That Hisuian Gudra coming out of the deck.
Znaczy to ciekawe tutaj, że ta karta gra Headwatersa, który akurat w tym meczu jest niepotrzebny. No chyba, że chcemy...
It'd be a nice resource to add to the collection in your discard pile, but we're at that point that Rowan didn't want to reach. It's an awkward spot where it seemingly you're going to miss an attack, but your opponent didn't do too much with their turn. Yes, there is Gardevoir, but no additional pieces to go along with.
Znaczy nie wiem, czy która lepsza bardziej jest Antwerstampem, czy
You're advancing your
ze skrzyneczki.
What's happening right now. Rowan, as you said, Kyle, up 2 prize cards, more energy are collecting on the field, more potential Pokemon going into the discard.
A, czyli on ma szansę jeszcze się jakoś rozłożyć.
Of course, just had that single energy switch to switch on to that Reggie.
Jest i Kirlia.
Inactive, but Henry's gonna get another chance here to do something, to make something happen. Let's see, it's gonna be a refinement, not the psychic energy going to the discard, but at least we get one here now out from the deck. It's gonna go right into the discard, of course, off that concealed cards from that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I was worried with the deck search discard, maybe thinking it was an Ultra Ball. Thankfully, it was Earthen Vessel, which now allows Henry that additional resource to discard another Psychic Energy here with Radiant Greninja.
And get some more.
Just at least 2 Psychic Energies to work with really starts to open up a couple more opportunities as you'll have one.
No chyba widzę Secret Boxa, bo tak rozpoznaję to.
Yeah, exactly. Require 3. Can we get there? Henry already used that Radiant Greninja. Oh, actually he's using it right now here in that Radiant Greninja with the concealed cards. Now has a bit of a hand built up here and is just looking at the options as far as what we see. There's Arvin Research, Ultra Ball.
No, jest ciężko.
Some options here. Just gonna decide what is gonna be the supporter. Yeah, there's Iono Research and an Arvin, but it's gonna be the Arvin chosen now from Henry to get out an item card as well as a tool card in those bravery charms that we've been talking about, Kyle.
Tak, i zabijamy.
Drifloon is a viable option. You have the bravery charm to give yourself some additional hit points, maybe work in.
O ja, rozłożył się szybko. No nadrobił, widzę straty. Może być tak, że jest to gastowanie i...
How will Henry play this out? Of course, at least now finally getting some energy into the discard pile, which is huge. We already have that Gardevoir EX in play here. That's going to allow for that Psychic Embrace to put those damage counters on your own Pokemon. So you can accelerate those energy to your Pokemon that need to attack. And they want those damage counters because the more damage that they get, the more damage output that they provide to your opponent as well. So we're seeing this right now here from Henry. In that Roaring Scream was the choice. Screamtail coming in nice and cute. A little bit of damage there, but it's going to hit nice and hard as well.
What does a Roaring Scream sound like, Boo? Thank you. Squawkabilly, see you later. 2 prize cards down for Henry. We're tied up here, but this is a big window now for Rowan. The Pheasantipity protected there by the Bravery Charm, but even the window now of a Prime Catcher Boss's Orders on that Kirlia with the combination knockout Dragapult's attack into that Screamtail seems like a devastating play here.
Yeah, oh my gosh, and you know...
Ale przekroczył, ale widać, że Henry tak nadrobił to, co miał zrobić wcześniej. Kurde.
Trying to secure this win. We see another Iono being played. Of course, there was one in the prize cards here, so this is one from the deck now being played. The other one's still stuck in the prize cards, but this
no właśnie, gdyby nie uznami Iono, to...
disruption from Henry. Only 4 cards in the hand now. Same with Rowan, but at least we have some options to draw some more cards on Rowan's side.
Yeah, the benefit of disrupting the hand seems okay at this point, but clearly you're looking for that way to switch the active Pokemon. Prime Catcher would have been thrown down at this point, you would have assumed, so Iono likely did not find that target.
No, znaczy, bo im więcej im weźmiemy więcej, tym Iono powinno.
It always feels so bad to take it out because you know it's just going to come back even harder.
Typically, players will do like the funny attack just to deal 10 damage in the spot, but there's also
true.
there's relevant choices. You could protect
muszka
yourself
leci.
with the Hisuian Gudra, Rolling Iron. You could deal maybe some helpful damage later on to the bench with your Dragapult. So we'll see what choice Rowan has.
Yeah, what choice he's going to make, Reggie.
Oh, it is the pink card. He didn't throw it.
Did not throw it. The pink card coming out. That's the ace spec in the prime catcher. Going to allow Rowan to bring this Kirlia up out into the active. Did I say that right, Kyle?
You nailed it.
There you go. It's
It doesn't matter. We're not going to see one ever again.
Yes, exactly. It is gone here now, wiped off of the field.
Oh,
That's
no.
all the rolls we were dealing with.
Gdzie ty jesteś?
Now
Chodź, Lunuś.
it's been
Chodź do mnie.
wiped out by Rowan.
O rany,
Here, taking
Lunuś,
another
chodź.
prize card.
Yeah, Rowan
Chodź.
just
Do mnie.
looking to close out in this spot, find the final 2 prize cards. 30 damage onto the Gardevoir, lines it up for a clean
Chodź.
280
Chodź,
knockout
Bibi.
by copying
Zaraz.
V-Star attack,
Ubierzemy.
Screamtail. Who cares what you do with the rest of the damage? It's not going to be moved by Monkey Dory. We already saw that Dark Energy hit the discard pile, so you're asking a lot of your opponent with a brand new 4-card hand.
Yep, you said it perfectly, Kyle. There was a lot of damage counters out there, and Rowan absolutely cleaned them up. Only 2 prize cards left to take against this Gardevoir. EX here, Henry, of course, promoting it into the active position, but is going to have a lot of answers. Starting off with the concealed cards, going to get another Gardevoir EX as well as a Super Rod into the hand to at least start off some things here.
Considerations for trying to take a
Drifloon?
knockout likely mean the Drifloon has to be a part of this process. But once more, if Rowan
balloon blast.
bosses orders, you're going to be running into a lot of issues. So I think the MVP here has to be flipping the script with Mr. Dippity.
Hey, we've seen it before already on our stream. Pheasant, Dippity, EX, huge inclusions to so many of our decks here in this format. Flip the script, an incredible ability. If your opponent knocked out your Pokemon, you're able to draw 3 additional cards. Let's see what this
We need
gets
a balloon
for Henry.
and an Iono.
Where's the balloon? Will we be blasting?
Oh no! Oh no! Well, you find Buddy Buddy, which is great.
That's
you
not.
see Night Stretcher, and you're like, oh man, you just put it back in.
No, that's actually double bad
Yeah.
here, Kyle. That is so rough to see here.
Yeah.
Just as it was put back in with the Super Rod, the Night Stretcher can't grab it.
It still works with Buddy Buddy. You're fine, but it just feels weird.
One
It's
extra step.
unfortunate to miss out on the supporter here, though. I think that's really the devastating blow there for Henry. Did not see the rest of the hand.
That was actually the
No.
one Night Stretcher as well.
No się tam
Why'd I
położyłeś.
even take it at this point? Yes, but there you go. The Balloon Blaster himself in the Drifloon being brought back out here for Henry. That's one piece of the puzzle we need to see.
The retreat now lined up by way of Gardevoir, Psychic embracing these energies.
A to w ogóle gra Mundoro?
Drifloon ready to go. Believe Bravery Charm has to be a part of this mix if you want to get anywhere close.
Well,
not seeing it yet.
Yeah, not seeing it yet. Indeed, Kyle, just the energy being accelerated with that Psychic Embrace. Ooh, we do.
Oh, we're being goofballs. I mean, you got to. This is. You can definitely target down the Ogerpon here.
Yeah, we did have the Bravery Charm. Went
But
down onto the Ninja.
This leads into Monkey Dory cleanup strats.
Yes, the Monkey Dory. I think Rowan is taking a look at the discard now to see what is in there, what's going on here. But this Monkey Dory, we haven't chatted about it just yet, but this has been the MVP monkey on the scene, especially for our Gardevoir players that were playing double monkeys all the time. Adrenabrain ability, of course, if you have a Dark Energy attached, you can move damage counters, 3 damage counters from your side to one of your opponent's Pokemon, line up that math, take multiple prize card knockouts, and take some games. It is one of the incredible inclusions for our Gardevoir players.
Yeah, would 30 damage be good here? Can't tell.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, wow. I guess we can see it right there. You can actually see it up in the top left as well, Kyle. Look at our HP bars here. We're getting interactive with this stream. Teal Mask Ogerpon, as you see, a nice little 30 up in that top left corner. Whereas the Drifloon, it's got 10. It's hanging on. It's ready to go.
Rowan does not yet have the pieces, but we are a couple dances away by way of Teal Mask to
No się robi teraz ciekawie.
here. Boss's orders
Ech.
get the job done.
Well, we're going to see that energy attachment here from Rowan for the pivots off this teal mask. Ogrepon is going to be one of those fire energies going down, but you got to get it out of the active here to get back into this attacking strategy here from Rowan in that Regidrago. Coming back into the active. We're ready to go, Kyle.
Gonna Drago.
Drago!
And this is the safest play here for Rowan. Copy Rolling Iron. Protect yourself from the potential of the balloon coming back once more, trying to deal 300 to you. It would not be a knockout in that case. You reduce 80 damage by way of the Rolling Iron.
No, ale to bardzo nie najlepsze.
Many more resources. The counter catcher has to be an inclusion. You have to find the balloon again. You have to find a bravery charm. And we're seeing those placed all over the bench just trying to protect.
Exactly, and this is why the slimy goo rolling up here is so important for these decks. I like to keep it in my Regidrago. Some people have taken it out, but this shows the importance of it, at least in a circumstance like this. That 80 reduction for Rowan in the next turn coming up from Henry. Going to add those obstacles in the way, of course, knocking out that Drifloon, taking another prize card. One prize card left to take now for Rowan. Putting everything out on the table, trying to take this win.
No,
Henry, of course, with a damaged Gardevoir EX in the active. Where's it going to go from here, Kyle?
It's tough to say. I don't know what else is going on in the hand there. We do see the
Fezan, DPD.
He's just trying to draw into a couple more resources. Those are not exactly what you're looking for. Bravery Charm could be helpful. We see the Super Rod, but I think the issue is the Dark Energy may have been placed back into the deck on that earlier Super Rod, so it's not able to be grabbed by way of the Night Stretcher this time around.
Yeah, Henry making some difficult decisions here, trying to piece together anything possible to be able to take the win still in this matchup. Going to start off with that Ultra Ball, discarding some Pokemon here to get that monkey. That'll start us out, at least for Henry.
No, jest trochę ciężko, no. Potrzebuję tej mrocznej energii. No, jest trochę coraz ciężej, to trzeba przyznać. No taki rough trochę start miał. Oh!
The Dark Energy is there for the Night Stretcher.
So hey, there you go. Yeah, we saw it. Remember, we saw it discarded like super
I didn't know
early.
If it was super rotted back in.
Oh, I see.
Thankfully, it is not.
Well,
that leads to some potential plays now.
Here we go. Yeah, that Dark Energy is huge here with the Night Stretcher, that single copy Night Stretcher, bringing out the Dark Energy from the discard pile onto that Monkey, allowing it to take that final knockout on that Ogrepon. No! It's not going to be enough, Kyle. It is not going to be enough.
Just a flash of the bundle, and we know we're there.
Yeah, that's not just the Iron Bundle. That's the Iron Bundle of joy here. Rowan had all of the pieces to make things happen in this match. Of course, only one prize card there left to take. Henry could not get enough answers.
Okej, no tak, wygrał niestety. No niestety się
Rowan Stabino is going to take down that first game in our top 8 here in Baltimore.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a great performance there from Rowan. Didn't go too aggressive on that opener. Really could have gone for it all with that Trifrost, taken out.
Właśnie, bo pudełko też trzeba kupić.
Wish we could have seen what that looked like.
I wish we could have seen that too.
We kind of saw the inevitable anyways here, but here was the big play. Legacy, boop. That's the card you're looking for there. And switch so often is the key piece to getting the job done. Could have wiped out the board and left Henry with just Radiant Greninja instead. Plays it a little safer. Henry does have to use some of those resources to help out counter catcher. Buy time. Rowan missed the turn. Screamtail comes into the mix, and pink cards do work. Removes that Screamtail, removes the Curlia, no draw, and it's comboed with Iono. Henry, how do you get out of this one?
How do you get out of it is the question here. Henry tried everything possible, but I mean, Rowan had the Goodra V-Star as well to just mount that, and it was too much. Henry had the Monkey Dory, had the Dark Energy, but Rowan had that Iron Bundle of Joy for the next turn and was going to clean up anyway. Take that last prize card and take down a win here. You'll love to see it. Rowan having a great time on our stream.
Ale dobra, jest ta karta war, okej.
Second game here. Maybe we can work our way towards a game 3 here in our first top 8 match. Depends a lot on these prize cards and these opening starts, and Little bit of news there in those prize cards, it looks like.
A little bit of news indeed. What are we gonna see? Well, we're gonna see the start of this game. This is our game 2, of course, between our players. Rowan Stavino up a game here against Henry. Henry's gonna be the start for our turn.
Teraz tym razem...
Match has already utilized concealed
Tym razem
energy into the discard pile. And has a couple of Pokemon on bench now as well. What are we looking at, Kyle?
Dobra, to jest ta klefa, która...
Ralts in the prize cards for Henry. We do know about the Hisuian Heavy Ball that could help out there, but seeing that Kyurem on the other side, that is a devastating blow there for Rowan. It can truly put games on their head. And to see double Iono in there too, maybe a bit of that disruption there that we see Rowan eyeing up when the Curlias do exist on the other side. That could be tricky.
Yep, yeah, unfortunately no Hisuian Heavy Ball on the list for Rowan, of course, so that Kyurem's going to remain there unless until Rowan's able to take some prize cards here. On the other hand, other side of the field here for Henry, we got the first look at the deck, now playing some cards on this initial turn. We do have double Ralts out as well as that Klefki on the other side of the field, so already a better start than we saw last time, Kyle, from Henry. We do have some more Ralts at least, and Klefki is going to be put into the active here after that hard retreat.
Tak, o ja!
Lock.
Yeah, Klefki can really mess this game up here for Rowan. Super frustrating to play against, especially when you remove your canceling cologne. Don't have an ability to remove the lock. You're going to be locked in here, and the more he stares at this hand, the more scared I get. Where's this going? I see 4 energy, a nest ball, and a pink card.
Indeed, yeah, that is tough. That Klefki with the mischievous lock, locking down the abilities of basic Pokemon. Unfortunately for Rowan, as long as it's in the active, Rowan, as you said, not having any canceling cologne, and a really weird hand with a lot of energy in it. Gonna go into the deck here, outline all of these resources with the nest ball, so he's gonna be able to get a Pokemon out, but it's already looking pretty awkward and clunky here for Rowan. Oh no.
Well, there's Prime Catcher. Okay,
okay.
Whoa, pal. But yes, Prime Catcher will work here
Thank
to
goodness.
help out. Yeah, I was wondering, are we going to go Cleffa in this spot? That would be terrible. But this works out just fine. You can move this Pokemon into the active, then use Squawk and Seize. Doesn't matter what you're working against on the other side. Still leads to some
Raczej to nie zaboli.
Exactly, yeah. As long as that Klefki
Może być
is
tak, że
not
może być
in
to
the
bolesne.
active, then you still have your abilities. And like we said, Rowan does have energy in hand to be able
No
to
może
do
być
some
tak, że
little
może być to
dancing here.
strasznie
You would be able to use
bolesne.
that Squawk and Seize to get into a fresh hand for Rowan. So it's really going to come down to what resources are going to be lost here for Rowan. And is that going to be
Sporo rzeczy
too
straci.
difficult in the later rounds? But honestly, at this point, we need to get off the ground here.
Yeah, of course, losing all these energies doesn't feel great.
Check-in.
We saw lists previously playing that like single superior.
No, pokaż się. Jaka piękna jesteś, tak?
You're not going to see
No.
a lot of help there. It's just
Przynajmniej
super
jest
odd
sama.
to get these energies back into play potentially by way of the deck. And it's okay, but we still need to see a lot of help here from Squawkabilly. Obviously, still have that supporter to go along with this too, so could see a bit of help.
A bit of help, that's what we need right now. Like I said, to get off the ground here, what better way to do that than to fly away, Kyle, and to motivate the squad here with some Squawk and Season. That's what we're going to see. Rowan, I mean, very lucky, honestly, to be able to switch out that Klefki out of the active position here. There's no double Klefki here, as we've seen in the past, so that Klefki's now on the bench. That's going to unlock these abilities on these basic Pokemon for Rowan, drawing into additional cards off the Teal Dance. We also see one of those energy switches being utilized here to put
Wow, dwie ogniste poszły, chyba że ma artefala.
Going down as well as that Regidrago V-Star after that Squawk and Seize for fresh couple of cards to the hand here. Nest Ball gonna get us a Regidrago V, so very weird way to play all these resources, but like we said, it's a dire position for Rowan here, and he needs to stabilize as much as possible on this first turn.
This looks like Iron Thorns on the other side. This is the motivate strategy, where you just load up your Regidrago.
I called it, Kyle.
Hope to see some help, and this works. The hand, not great. No supporter to go along with this. The one card off of the Teal Mask
A
Ogre
chyba, że tak.
was the Reggie Drago V-Star has to discard
but-
that with the Squawkabilly, and now is left with this hand, and it's just not cooking like he used to.
Yeah, throwing some resources away in the name of staying in the game, that is for sure. But like you said, that motivate from the Squawkabilly, gonna add those energy to the field here for Rowan. And Henry has an opportunity to take things away now. It's going to be the Night Stretcher to get that psychic energy, just to discard it back away with the concealed cards off the Radiant Greninja. Believe that was a another energy, and now we're playing an Arven here for Henry to go back into the deck for an item and a tool.
Yep, so often this is the turn where you can incorporate the TM evolution and start to evolve some of your Pokemon, avoid some of those issues where your opponent catches you slacking, starts to knock you out by way of the Dragapult. If you have Kirlia with 80 hit points, you're going to be in a better spot, and obviously it leads to a little more draw power there on the following turn too.
Yeah, looking at the hand here versus the deck, outlining all of these resources. Of course, that Buddy Buddy Poffin here being drawn out, but is it going to be the Bravery Charm as the tool card for Henry?
It depends if there's another energy to go along
No,
with this hand, if you don't have access
będzie
to
ciekawe,
TM
no.
evolution. We don't bother with
Że
that.
tak, znalazł sobie, no... O,
It's,
Czy
yeah,
Drifluma?
it's not going to help us too much.
No dobra,
It's a
wiesz,
single psychic energy,
żadnego
so
Drifluma.
a bit of an interesting choice.
Interesting choice.
Oh, there it is. That's
okay,
why.
okay. Oh, it was right here. We had it all along, Kyle. That's good.
Yeah.
I dwa razy
It was
z
the friends we
Kirliem.
made along the way.
Yeah, the Reds indeed. Technical machine.
Sam fakt, że gra bez manafy to jest ważne. Aż też nie ma się co dziwić, troszeczkę z manafy się odchodzi.
Onto the bench here. Now Henry's going to be able to have the future refinements to play out the rest of these later game turns here against Rowan. Whereas on Rowan's side of the field now, that Squawkabilly EX that helped motivate the team is now still in the active position here for Rowan. But Super Rod is going to bring that Regidrago V-Star as well as that Fire Energy back into the deck.
Yeah, the Fire Energy can be a pretty precious resource, especially going for that second Regidrago V-Star down the line.
Tyle.
Access to
O!
that.
Kurde.
Draws.
Ja nie wiem, czy dam radę obejrzeć całe top 8.
Up here, looks like out of energy at this point. It's no evolution to go with it. Was really hoping to spike the Regidrago V-Star off the top.
Yeah, but didn't happen, unfortunately, there for Rowan. Is just going to be able to at least retreat here from that Squawkabilly, but that Regidrago V is going to come up into the active here. Still has play, going to use the boss's orders to bring up one of those freshly evolved Kirlias into the active position and knock it out. Trying to debilitate Henry as much as possible here. That Kirlia is going down. It was too young, Kyle. It was too young.
It's not gonna see
No,
another day.
Not a refinement to its name.
We do see the damage placed onto that Ralts, and that could lead to a little bit of an issue. Maybe
Znaczy, chyba słychać tak
down the line
mocno.
you could knock this Pokemon out with the 30 additional damage from Regidrago's attack. Even if you're evolving into the Kirlia, still going to be within range there. So Rowan is considering all of his options, but with a hand like this, you're not going to get much done here. Big opportunity for Henry.
Yeah, huge opportunity.
No,
I think
tutaj
he
ciężko
realizes
mamy,
that and
no.
is mapping it out in his head as much as possible here. Starting off with the refinement, boss's orders is going to be the discard there for that Kirlia to draw into 2 additional cards here for Henry to be able to play with for this turn. What are we seeing in the hand? Where do you think this is going to go from Henry's side, Kyle?
I think Henry's desperate at this point to find some additional energies. There's just nothing going on here. It might be Arven for Earthen Vessel just to continue buying a little more time, draw with the Radiant Greninja. Maybe that lines up that Gardevoir play.
Myślę, że
If you can knock out this Regidrago this turn, that's the opportunity you have in front of you with that.
No,
triple.
ma pod... Arven, czy może
Yeah,
Dysrab
it's a
ręki, to jest
Regidrago
pytanie.
V right now, not the V-Star yet. It hasn't unlocked its full powers here. Will Henry be able to get what is needed? Is going to be able to play that Arven, as you said, Kyle, and get an item card and a tool card, but it's going to be that Ultra Ball as the item card being drawn out here, as well as that Bravery Charm. Of course, Ultra Ball going to have a couple of discards, but be able to get a Pokemon
Tak,
out,
ciekawe,
which is
które
also
bolą.
needed in the setup as well.
Szympans.
With this play, maybe there are enough psychic energies in the discard pile to get the job done. You have the one already on the Ralts. You retreat that Pokemon. If you have, I believe, only 3
Let's
more.
see. One.
Yeah, it's just one.
Just one. Just
All right.
one.
I don't love it.
I was gonna say Henry probably has a better count than we do, but no, Rowan just took a fresh look, and that's one.
I was a little closer to Earthen Vessel drawing with Radiant Greninja, hoping to spike the Gardevoir.
Exactly.
And this is a slower, safer approach. You get to maintain.
I guess there's that one now too. Now it's two.
Just gonna punch.
Just punch here. That's some balloon blast energy from this Drifloon, but it's only 2 energy, the only 2 energy that were in the discard pile to be able to be accelerated from that Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir EX that was sought out after that Ultra Ball from Henry. So it is going to take some damage as far as the Regidrago V on the other side of the field, but now Rowan has survived here. And it's still not even a V-Star yet.
Widzę, że to taktyka, że dajemy sobie te czarny, żeby kurde nie był Kyurema.
There's 2 options here. You could go Mew, try to draw a little bit, maybe find some help. You could go, I guess there's 3. You could be safe and go with the Regidrago and have another opportunity, or you could go Iron Bundle and you could move this Pokemon and snipe it with the laser on the back end, knock out the Drifloon. It's the hand, though. Oh, this poor hand.
The poor hand, poor Rowan here, struggling in this matchup so far.
Czyli chyba już nie ma takiego fajnego.
Between these players, and Rowan's already up a game, so at least has some more opportunity for play, but is still going to do everything possible, but the cards are working against him here. At least we're going to see a knockout on that very small HP Drifloon. It's getting punched here. It's going down from that Regidrago V. Gonna take another prize card there for Rowan in that fire energy.
What a cute play. You place 80 damage on the Ralts, so if your opponent evolves, they knock themselves out. It's no longer a viable target for Kirlia by this strategy.
Oh, that's actually so good.
It's so
That
cheeky.
is so good. Exactly. That is hilarious to see. I don't think we've ever seen that one before, but Rowan, as I said, identifying everything possible here, getting that damage down onto the Ralts. So it has no option to do anything there unless it wants
A
to.
to widzę palpat zgromny. Ale no bo tak się skupiał, tak się tyle lunę, że mało gadał, ale tam jest palpat.
So we've been saying, Kyle, this hand,
It's
so bad.
That's truly the trend. Henry has the Ionos. No, you don't want to play that. Rowan's hand stinks. He's got nothing done. But you need 1 more energy. You have to attack with the Gardevoir this turn if you want to do anything relevant for the rest of the game. So it looks like it has to be the Iono. Henry's even saying it himself now. He's like, man, I need energy. I hate doing this, but here you go, pal. Hopefully your hand's just as bad as last time.
Exactly. That's so risky here because Rowan has not had any cards to deal with.
Jest! Są nawet 2!
5 and 6 were both basic psychic.
To jest moment, w którym dopiero teraz. To jest moment, w którym dopiero teraz kopiesz energię.
Here for Henry, so the Iono has so far paid off. Let's just hope on the other side of the field, Rowan doesn't have a good set of 4 cards from Henry, having giving it to him. Psychic Embrace, bringing down these 3 Psychic Energy.
Tak, i chyba będzie knockout.
Gardevoir EX to allow it to attack with Miracle Force here. He's going to take some damage, of course, but also going to take a nice knockout here on Regidrago.
No to czyli teraz Regidrago przyjebany. Oj, garnek odblokowany. Garnuszek odblokowany.
Honestly, right now is just as good. It provides that opportunity to move the damage by way of the Monkey Dory, open up that Ralts to draw with the Kirlia on the next turn.
Chyba jest garnek.
You find those additional resources. You continue to fight fire with fire.
Jest też pytanie, czy on ma jakieś smoki w dyskardzie, bo bez tego
That's a battle you can win.
Exactly. The balloons
nie pociągnie po prostu, co?
And now we're tied up in the prize cards between these players. It truly could go either way here in this matchup for either player. Rowan is just going to have to maintain some sort of pressure here on this side of the field now in this turn. Of course, we were working off the Iono hand.
No, czy pociągnie? Coś pociągnie.
For the turn, and now we're seeing some energy come out after that Earthen Vessel discarding that Radiant Charizard.
so many Pokemon in this hand. Once again, just not hitting the right resources. Fire energy
Czy
found.
wszystko jest?
Missing a lot of help here. Maybe it is gonna be the Regidrago V-Star Legacy push. Maybe Mew can help.
Some restart. Can we restart?
Can we try again?
Czy się uda?
Can we restart this game? Exactly, Regidrago. V-Star coming into play here for the first time now for Rowan. That restart ability.
Parę lat później. Czy da radę zdobyć?
Can I just throw these cards already? I need some help.
Look at
One
that.
energy switch.
Yeah, this is the recovery or bailout Legacy Star that we're seeing.
We did see an energy switch earlier, the turn 1 Squawkabilly, I believe. So there is that window. You can also just throw cards and use the Professor's Research to find your 3rd or 4th copy of the energy switch.
To jest ryzykowne zagranie, czyli wywalamy 7? Wywalamy kolejne 7! Why not?
Switch being drawn out, of course, from that Legacy V-Star on that Regidrago, and now the Professor's Research throwing resources here. We need to see another energy switch for Rowan.
No.
Looks like it was one of the 2nd or 3rd cards he saw there in the window. And once again, finding some more resources as far
Kurde, to już widzę jakie cieniutkie. No to jest właśnie problem z tym Regidrago, czyli właśnie ten sam fakt, że ty kopu. Oj, znalazł.
I mean, you're dealing with an opponent that needs rare candy Gardevoir next turn in order to stay in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And that is such a tough spot to be in there. But Rowan has found the pieces here now thanks to that Professor's Research. We see that energy switch, of course, being sought out to put down that grass energy needed on Drago from the Ogre Pawn on the bench. So Rowan has the Giratina, has the energy needed, and is just taking a quick look at the resources Henry has already used to just make sure that what attack he chooses is the most optimal move for him.
Henry is going through it on the other side.
Yes.
A jakie on ma tylko Giratinę?
Battle for him as he's trying to piece together a way to keep up with this onslaught. It is lost impact time, big KO on the Gardevoir EX. Henry has a lot of questions he has to answer right now.
Exactly. Rowan, thankfully mapping it out here for the stream for you to see the Giratina V-Star being brought out of this discard pile, copied by the Regidrago here. 2 energy have to go into the lost zone, but that is going to knock out that Gardevoir EX. That was huge there for Rowan to take the lead in this game. 2 prize cards left to take. Just needs another fire energy to be able to attack again with this Regidrago V-Star in the active. And Henry, again, has an uphill battle here on the right side of our field.
Finding all the pieces we'd like to see just yet, but thankfully has access to some energy by way of
research.
Oh,
jest grube.
With the Radiant Greninja, rare candy is already in hand, so perhaps Arvin or finding the Ultra Ball or Gardevoir EX itself would lead to the rare candy you need to take the knockout here with the Drifloon.
Yeah, Henry is looking like just hoping that things work out here in this turn.
No.
Hoping on hope in this uphill battle. Here's
Już
the concealed cards. What can we see?
No.
Oh my god.
And rare candy. Just a
O! Jest to i to! Lodoście to widzicie? Jest to i to,
The Ultra Ball is also what we needed here for Henry. So getting that Ultra Ball, huge here. So now we have a hand to work with for this turn.
Yeah, this is a style of Gardevoir
to jest
you
takie
don't
okropne
always
trochę.
see. The rare candy builds
Tak.
are not focused
Dorwał
on
rzecz.
because refinement
Ej,
earlier
ej,
was so good.
Yeah.
But
we haven't even
haven't,
seen
we haven't
those.
seen them. Yeah, we don't have time for that.
To aż się zawiesiło z zachwytu.
We're protecting babies with charms and just trying to feed them candy until they help us.
Yeah, those are some low HP Pokemon there, but not for very long here. Henry seeking out that Gardevoir EX thanks to that Ultra Ball for this turn, discarding a Buddy Pop and an additional card. And now we're going to see the rare candy from the hand here, evolving that Ralts. It is protected by the not by the Bravery Charm anymore. It's not a basic Pokemon, but it survived, Kyle. And now we have the Monkey Dory coming down with that dark energy to move some damage counters.
Jest boksik! Tak, wiedziałem, że jest.
The pink card we have not yet spoken about. He's gone spicy with a. He's gone
Secret box.
The
To?
secret box! We're seeing the box!
What's in the box?
A czy ja już widziałem Secret Boxa w
It's
gardzie?
not even an ancient deck that we're seeing, but secret box, I don't think I've ever
Ja już
seen
to
one of our
widziałam.
Gardevoir lists
Znaczy,
on the
no można się
stream before,
sprawdzić, tak,
and that's gonna
Lunuś.
allow you to discard 3
W
cards
szczególności
from the
awaryjnie,
deck and
tak?
search out pretty much
Ty,
everything
właśnie
here.
zacząłem się
You get a
zakropić
tool
oczków.
card, a supporter card, a stadium card,
Ale
and
kurde,
an
Secret
item
Boxa.
card.
Myślałem, że on miał
For
Secret
Henry
Boxa.
and
Właśnie
Rowan
tak
is saying,
poczuwałem,
"Oh,
że to jest
that's an
Secret Box.
interesting pink card."
Tak.
He hasn't even seen it yet. He's dealing with Hatsui and Heavy Ball. He'll
Wiadomo,
be shocked pretty soon.
czasami chyba mało standardowe listy wygrywają.
No bravery charm.
Listy, których nikt
Exactly.
się nie spodziewał.
No
Nikt.
charm yet, but secret box can definitely take a handle of that. Henry
Nobody cares of the
here
Secret
deciding what to
Box.
discard, of
Nikt.
course, for it is a hefty discard.
Nikt,
3
tada.
cards, but you net a lot more cards back to your hand.
When you see your opponent grabbing 3 to 4 cards, you know you want to check out the base cam and see.
Yes,
what-
exactly.
is he ready for this?
We need to see some face cam reactions here from this. I mean, that is I need
does he
my
just
face
not-
cam. I'm shocked.
Okay, he's throwing his hands
Spokojnie,
around
jeszcze
like
jego
he's
tura.
trying to pass the turn.
Elo.
Idiot. All right, secret box. He throws the hand up. Says what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bro, what the? I mean, it is a very interesting ace spec to have in a Gardevoir list, but Henry's bringing the spice to our stream here. Does have
Dawid,
these cards, 3 cards,
gotowanie.
the Earthen Vessel and a Psychic Energy being those 3 cards. Now we're going to go into the deck. There's the Bravery Charm here. We have a plethora of other cards to be drawn.
A,
from.
to jest
There's our
ten,
Stadium
Headquarters.
Headquarters.
O,
And that
no
is
siema,
the last
Wist.
bravery
Widzę, że
charm.
jesteś
One
już
other
teraz na Twitchu.
prize card.
Ale tak,
So
Secret
perhaps an
Box.
opportunity to find that for the
Szaleństwo!
later stages of this
A czy
game.
ja już widziałem w jednej gardzie?
Balloon burst. Get the
Balloon
job
blast.
done.
Get it right, Kyle.
Oh, excuse me.
Blast in those balloons.
Jeny.
I'll see myself out.
Czy te...
There you go. They threw it up on the screen.
Thanks.
Fajny piesio, tak swoją drogą.
Exactly as you said. One of the Bravery Charm in the prize cards, but all that
Aha,
we needed
to
was
są
that
psych.
Bravery Charm to go onto this Drifloon, add that 50 additional HP here to allow it to take as much damage as possible from the Psychic Embrace, accelerating these energy down onto it. And that is what Henry needed to see. We're bringing out the headquarters as well.
The headquarters is slightly relevant here.
Jo!
Motivate was a knockout.
No, chyba coś jeszcze będzie. Właśnie ja nie wiem, ile jest czasu, musiałem zobaczyć. Kurde, jeszcze dużo czasu, chyba na pewno. Może będzie trzecia.
Exactly.
Maybe there's one more.
No, we've seen 3.
Yeah, we're in Trub over here.
This is Trub indeed. Kyle Trubbish is watching for sure. Rowan is going to have to decide what to do here. Has definitely put on the pressure from Henry's side of the field. It's just a Drifloon with only 20 HP left.
No jeszcze chyba nie pomaga fakt,
Deal with it now.
to
Just
że musi...
EX in the active position here, and a lot of cards in the hand, but are they the right cards? Reggie Drago.
To trzeba jeszcze kurwa to naładować.
Drago on the bench. We're going to see potentially the energy attachment as well here from Rowan. Looks like debating it. What's the hand?
I legitimately think the strategy is you just go for motivate. I don't know how else you get.
Chyba odważnie nie wystawiasz Dipiego, szacun.
Has to find a basic one prize Pokemon here to give up to the Drifloon.
Kurde.
A
nie, jest jeden.
Does not have the pieces. We're going to game 3.
To, czyli będzie trzecia. Kurde, Gardevoir jest taka underrated. Tak ciągle umrze. Gardevoir, podtrzymaj piwo.
Top 8 match. Love to see it.
Yeah, they don't burst, they blast. Okay?
Jest trzecia, mają dużo czasu. Tak, mają jeszcze 25 minut, więc jest trzecia.
I didn't have any balloons, so maybe that's why.
You didn't get to blast any, Kyle.
Ale,
That's sad.
ale ich słychać.
Let's take a look at how this game sorted out here for our players.
Ale ta
This is our
klefa
game
to
two.
był dobry
But,
ruch.
it started out so
Takie
bumpy for
spalenie pranka.
Reggie Drago be there to get a couple
Ty, ale tak
of first prize cards, and Henry had that poor Curlia go down, that Drifloon went down.
No, to trzeba gotować film dla odmiany.
Here, Gardevoir EX taken out that Regidrago V for the first 2 prize cards. Then Rowan had to use that lost impact that we saw, the clutch move there with that Giratina V-Star to take out the Gardevoir, but
Jak ugotuję film, to będę mieć wolne. Ugotowania film, pora na CS-a. Czyli Luna się ucieszyła. No ale Secret Box w gardzie, to jest takie zaskoczenie. Ja się też zdziwiłem, jak pierwszy raz zobaczyłem Secret Boxa w gardzie, to było taki wytrzasz. Ej, ale trochę ma to sensu, bo w sumie możemy zdyskardować energię.
What is in the box? Quite a few cards,
Wszystko.
that is for sure. Well, these players, of course, keeping it interesting here on our stream. You love to see it. Rowan, Henry, gonna face off once
Ale dużym błędem było właśnie tego Fezandibiego schowanie.
left on the clock to complete this game. But the true question is Rowan gonna see another very awkward setup here? Because we kind of saw the opposite of that from the game 1 that seemed so smooth, but there was a little more opportunity in that game 2 for Henry to take the lead, and that's what we saw. We're gonna have to take a look at these prize cards as well to see if those are just as debilitating as we saw before for our players.
Oh yeah, attach pass!
What is that? That's
Have
an
we
opening
completed a turn?
here. Energy to the Teal Mask Ogrepon. Pass of the turn.
Come on, był attach pass!
Will already have access to all these psychic energies, something that's eluded him.
Teraz, kurwa, podobno, no mówią, że... Aj, zużyli Drago. A ty tak rotuje. Już wolę złożyć Raging Bolta. Raging Bolt oddaję. Attach pass. Aż to zależy od deku, bo czasami jest coś takiego, żeby się zrobić attach pass. Lecę, aż dlatego niektóre buildy muszą lecieć w drugie.
That Earthen Vessel, huge to finally get those energy that were also eluding Henry in our last game here. And then Arvin's gonna kick things off nice and easy. Henry going
Nawet tak będzie gotowany, droga pól. Jeszcze z nowymi koszulkami z... A. Dobra, nie pokażę koszulek, bo komórka padła.
The secret box. It works out so well here. Just throwing energies all over the place. Additional discards can be psychic energies here in this spot. And so often we think about Secret Box and those decks like the Ancient Box, throwing away the Ancient Pokemon. Psychic Energy are the exact same thing for Gardevoir.
Musi być jedna przynajmniej. Come dead.
Throwing away those energies as well as a counter catcher. Fantastic resources going down for Henry, of course, to be able to draw.
Jak będzie przerwa, naładuję telefon. Bez mojego komentarza. Ja jeszcze pracuję nad obrazkiem, który się nazywa Come dead.
The Buddy Poppin there as well to go along with this. This is perfect. You have the Curlia finally racing on us with their presence on turn 1.
Oh, turbo!
Yeah, exactly. Don't be fooled. This is turn 1 here from Henry.
Cookie!
Using that TM evolution. It's going to the discard, but not before it gets out these Curlia onto the field here for Henry. This is such a stable, consistent start here for Henry to kick things off. Rowan going to have to recover from that brutal turn 1 that we saw. Just a fire energy going to an Ogrepon. Now we at least have some cards going into the discard pile, at least in that Giratina.
O Jezus, dwie energie poszły! O ja! Dwie... Jeszcze Switch energy! A przynajmniej nie ten profesor, bo wiecie, te deki z Regidrago potrafią cienkie być dosłownie. Tak jakbyś dotknął kartki papieru!
Get the Ultra Ball rolling?
Yes, let's get it rolling.
Znaczy ja nie wiem, czy się zmieniło, bo może być tak, że też...
You're already missing out on opportunities with cards like that Squawkabilly. That opener was super unfortunate, but we haven't seen the rest of the hand just yet. Still could be a supporter to go along with this. I know, especially Professor's research would be a lot of help here.
A lot of help. I mean, yeah, we've seen a lot of recovery from Rowan off that Professor's research, getting into those additional resources. gonna take notes as to what is in the prize cards, of course, as well. Still looking through this deck on the initial search from this Ultra Ball. Gonna have to speed things up a bit. We only have under 20.
A wiecie, że to zaraz będzie też mieć nowe pudełeczko.
I mean, as we said, this is our top 8, folks. One of these players will advance to top 4, so everything is on the line here in this game 3. Rowan is gonna have to make sure to stay focused.
Też nie będę szaleć. Reggie Drago, no przecież to może być innego.
Finally coming out off that roll in Ultra Ball, as you said, Kyle.
That is the number one piece that you need, especially on the opening turn.
Cóż, Henry ma jeszcze szansę się odkuć.
Not too much pressure from your opponent.
No tak, 2 kirlie, no to dobre było. Szkoda, że nie było w bingo. Czy było w ogóle w bingo? Kurde, generatory po 2. A czemu nie było, nie ma? Ewo? Pytanie za 100 punktów. Czemu nie było w bingo na przykład robimy Attach i Ewo? Dopiero teraz?
Garbage cards to throw away.
Finally see refinements.
Yeah. This deck is great when you draw 7 cards a turn and then play Arven.
Yup.
Not so much when you rare can't.
Oh my gosh.
3 Reggie Dragosy, kurde.
3 Reggie Drago.
Tego nie gralików.
3 Reggie Drago V-Star in the deck, but they're in the hand right now here for Rowan. We only need one or two of them for the next turn.
Łatacz pas był. Znaczy zabrakło w bingo o Attach i Ewo! Gdzie jest Attach Ewo?
Slight recovery there, but Henry, like you said, Kyle, is gonna have everything here. We're finally gonna see some refinements off these Curlia, helping out Henry. Of course, we had a fresh 6 cards from that Iono already that Henry is playing off of as well. So we've got options, we've got cards.
Yeah, we'll just continue to draw at this point. See as many resources as possible.
O, i drugie Iono.
That Gardevoir, and at that point you're just gonna be rolling. Nest ball in your hand too, so if you didn't find the resource you're looking for with that buddy, got a little more access to hit points. Perhaps the Monkey Dory could be thrown in, and when you start to manipulate the damage, that's when you can get ahead in these 2-2-2 matchups that we face.
Nest ball.
I feel like this is actually such a crucial turn here for Henry, because you got to decide, okay, what is my route going to be here? I see what my opponent is doing, but I cannot slip up as far as the
Greninja,
Pokemon that
okay.
come out onto the field. My strategy going into this, of course, you know, you can't choose what you see off your refinements and your cards drawn, but once you draw a couple of those cards, you have to sequence them right and make sure that you're following your strategy that's chosen. Scream come down. One of those Bravery Charm that were already in the hand, going to join the field as well. It's in the active now. We see that Curlia, that third Curlia here, to be evolved into on the bench here for Henry. This is
Garda
state here, and we have even more cards.
Yeah, it's a risk, however, when you do retreat before using the Iono. It does give you that benefit of not having the 20 additional damage on the Curlia. Thinking about the Dragapult knockout, but you are destined to find that Gardevoir from that point, and he finds it. Huge find with the refinement there.
Yeah, that is beautiful, and we're just right now concealed cards in the refinement.
Jakie kuk!
Evolution now into the Gardevoir EX.
A, i oczywiście pewnie sniping w tego Reggie Drago z energią. Kurde, jakie gotowanie!
Onto Rowan's side, taking some knockouts here if you're Henry. And that Scream Tail, it's screaming, Kyle. Hey, Kyle,
Wiecie, on nie ma Manafi, przypominam, w tym swoim deckliście.
You sound more like the Squawkabilly on that one.
Ty, ale też tutaj spyty było, że najpierw wyewoluował. Headquarters. To jest takie rzadko widywane.
Oh my goodness, it's legitimately 6 energies. Yep, that's bad news for fire energy enthusiasts.
Oh yes, that is indeed. Look at that! 6 energies. We saw all of them hit the discard pile, re-accelerate onto the screen.
Ta, znika, ja cię sunę. Próba polega na tym, że ma sprajzowanego Fezandibiego i jest dupa!
For Henry and Rowan put in an impossible position here once again.
a little less impossible when you see this.
Zobaczymy.
Iono working wonders. Double Earthen Vessel along with Ultra Ball Energy Switch and just ways to search out that Regidrago V-Star. Looks like all the cards are going to be there for Rowan to potentially find a big return knockout, and if you can incorporate that with Boss's Orders or one of those Prime Catchers, the Prime Catcher, you're going to take a big knockout here on the Screamtail and also knock out a Curlia.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I mean, reminder, the hand before that was just 3 Regidrago stars. Yeah, it was very, very bad.
Kill dance?
So that, I don't know, from Henry's side helped Rowan wonders there.
Ooh, a missing piece to that puzzle was the Dragon Bolt, and it's found.
Yeah, and it's found, and now it's gone.
And it's gone.
It is gone, but not, well, in the best way possible, so it could be utilized to copy from that Regidrago V-Star.
On się musi jeszcze dokopać, jeszcze dojdzie. Też dużym problemem Regidrago jest to, że musi się jeszcze zrobić coś takiego, że kurde Fausta.
Hanging in there, we're gonna see the teal dance as well here from that Ogre Pawn additional card being drawn.
Jest halucza, ale czy warto?
We don't see a card like that Kiram just yet, and that can be a big turn. If you knock out the Screamtail and double Curlia, that's terrifying. We've seen Rowan choose to go away from that strategy. It's very aggressive. You lose a lot of resources. But is this a point of desperation where you have to incorporate the Trifrost?
Well, I'd love to see it once again, Kyle. Maybe Rowan.
We love desperate gamers.
Yes.
Cure?
It makes it more exciting here on the stream, that is for sure, with these tense moments that we could potentially see. That Kurim, of course, being eyed up, drawn out here from that Ultra Ball, discarding the Halucha, as well as a Grass Energy from Rowan. That Kurim, Trifrost, and that is something you don't want to hear if you're a Gardevoir player, of course. Got to discard the energy. That is the sacrifice you make. But you do 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. It is just the perfect Pokemon to take absolutely debilitating turns off your opponent. And we might potentially see it from Rowan, but it looks like he's still sorting through.
Tylko coś myśli, no bo wiecie, no bo co ci po Kuremie, tutaj nie ma Coralesa, kurde.
In the hand, there is another Ultra Ball, so if you can play out the hand all the way down and then restart with your Mew, draw into a piece that basically defines your turn by way of Prime Catcher, Boss's Orders, or Iono, then you really know what you're going for with that Legacy Star.
Well, the double Ultra Ball here gets us the Regidrago V-Stars. We saw Kurim's now in the discard pile, getting the energy back out of the discard pile thanks to that Super Rod as well.
This is a huge debate. I don't know which I like more, the Fire Energy or the Radiant Charizard in this spot. Because when your opponent gets off to such an aggressive opener,
tak jak chcę, oczywiście to jest ważniejsza taka lista, bo teraz trochę słabnie jednak mimo wszystko ten Regidrago, no bo... Bo teraz będzie ten Dragapult z kryształem i po cholerę ci Regidrago, skoro Dragapult robi...
Down the line here for Rowan to maybe clean up the rest of this game in the later
Czy znajdzie?
Yeah. Oh, now you got 3 thanks to that new EX, a little restart, fresh to the hand. Now we're seeing the Legacy Star, V-Star power from this Regidrago.
Chyba, że...
Hey, Fire Energy necessary. But does he try to find that?
Ale też pytanie, czy mu się opłaca się rozbrajać.
Energy switch as well as the Iono, being the cards brought back here from Rowan. We're gonna see
1 Fire Energy.
Yeah, this is actually quite scary.
I love it. Let's go.
Is this gambling?
This is absolutely. Radiant Charizard was shuffled back in. If we see that card, it would have been a fire.
Oh my gosh,
and it is.
no!
Nie ma fajera.
If it was switched, it would have been, exactly, it would have been the fire, but it's the Radiant Zard
the
here.
Smile, he knows what he did.
Yeah, shaking his head here, keeping the Radiant Charizard, but not getting that fire, which was needed.
Właśnie, co ci po Kuremie, skoro nie ma fajera?
From this Regidrago.
A wiecie, co to...
Look at that. I mean, you see it on his face here. He's like, well, I risked it. I did not.
Zaryzykowałem. Elo, do widzenia.
You can't blame him. He knows he needs to to play the odds at that point.
The late game,
and
yeah.
hope to find the right resource, but it just doesn't line up.
Musi, no, trochę zaryzykował.
Here it's just going to be the super rod now to get those 2 fire energy out. That Reggie Drago V coming down from the nest ball, being brought back out as well. But Rowan definitely disappointed. Things could have gone a little bit differently here.
No, może
The other
być
side of
tam
the field, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean,
20,
for Rowan,
bo...
if he does hit the right resource, hits the fire energy, he uses Trifrost, knocks out the main threat here, double Curlia, puts his opponent on a 4-card hand, and they have no way to draw. They're not going to hit him with energy, right? It's just Radiant Greninja and a Gardevoir, and they're trying to find any resource to keep up in this game. And he preserved the energy switch by not grabbing the fire energy instead and hoping to use a later energy switch. So he was thinking ahead.
No trochę przemyślany ruch. Jeżeli miał na ręce, no to czemu nie ataczował?
Exactly, and it's going to be another 2 prize cards, but Henry has already taken 2 prize cards. There's only 4 left. I start to think, is it just going to be you're too far behind, especially when Henry's board state is so heavily established here.
Będzie chyba szympans.
Even more thanks to that huge whip of the turn from Rowan, not even getting an attack off, just passing.
Gardevoir.
This Curlia turning into a nice beefy Gardevoir EX on the bench here.
Jaki będzie cooking.
Ain't done.
Yeah, safety first. Double Gardevoir now in
Jest dopiero top 8.
Even if Rowan comes up with
Ja nie wiem, czy dam radę. Tak naprawdę.
The Gardevoir EX. There's going to be a second one to go along with this. At this point for Henry, use as many resources as possible. Don't let that late game Iono potentially disrupt you, and it seems like he's got that plan lined up
Psychiczna chyba będzie.
Even set up Monkey Dory.
Yeah, that would be just insult on top of injury, honestly, Kyle, at that point. If we see the monkey come down as well from Henry, but like you said, you got to play it safe. You got to make sure that there is no plan that your opponent could potentially have that'll put you on the back foot. So you have to play out your cards, get all of your resources down as much as possible, so you know, even if there's some disruption on the other side, you can still recover back from that. So that's all Henry's got to do. He's already got the lead in this matchup here. He just has to secure the win at this point. So we still have that Curlia on the bench that's already used its refinement for this turn. But still has some future play as well from Henry for some recovery. Radiant Greninja's been carrying some weight.
Ale on ma Night Stretchera.
Looking at the field here.
Czemu ma Night Stretchera?
Finding what to do.
Musi patrzeć.
There's no crazy shenanigans. The retreat Turo, move the damage Monkey Dory, get yourself to the clean 130, and then snipe and remove the Draco. It's not an option. So play safe, take this knockout here, and it looks like you're in a pretty favorable spot.
Yeah, you could see that by far. 2 prize
Jest
cards
ognista?
down. Henry just
Dobra,
left
jest.
to take. Rowan starting off the turn looking very concerned. Mew EX being brought into the active position, but Rowan just might be too far behind here now. It's going to look at the hand. Is there anything we can work with?
Did you see that
here,
top
Kyle?
deck?
No, what was it?
Earthen Vessel.
Oh, and it's...
the one card he hoped to see off Iono is not found. It's the very next turn, and
that's brutal.
A little late.
A little late? I think that's a lot of late. That is a lot of late, Kyle.
Now you start to consider the alternate routes to victory.
Oh,
they're not there. Boss's orders in hand. Henry is going to close out here.
Czyli jednak Henry wygrał. Czyli jednak Garda nie się No, już wszystko dobrze? Nie poddyszesz się trochę? To tak czasami... O, sorry, bo szum. Dobra.
Into Baltimore, taking down another Reggie Drago V-Star deck. That's a 3-0 record now against Reggie Drago.
Bo teraz chyba jeszcze w międzyczasie inni będą grali.
Into our top 4.
It wasn't always pretty, but he came out blasting.
Zobaczymy co to... Kurde, i to jeszcze bez Monafi! Everything is possible.
Take us away, Kyle. That was a crazy game.
Yeah, so fun. Both of our players really just showing off what their decks are capable of. Rowan playing it safe. Had the Kyurem, said no thanks, I'll use my Dragapult to be just fine. It led to a very safe approach. had all the energies to go on double Regidrago V-Star, and Henry just continued to draw through, try to find answers. He was able to check a few Pokemon, but not them all. And Rowan set up
Ładuje telefon.
V-Stars, Rolling Iron copied, led to a pretty clean victory there in the opening game.
Exactly, Rowan had all the pieces there in that first game. It was going so smooth. We had all of the options of those attackers in the discard pile early on, but this next game was so clunky to begin with, unfortunately, for Rowan. We were seeing some recovery there, lost impact, taking a huge knockout, putting as much as possible in Henry's way here, but the balloons were blasting, Kyle, and getting those knockouts right back to catch up in those prize cards. Henry was able to take the win there. Look at that hand.
Game 3. Yep, we talked about the clunkiness of the opener game 2. Game 3.
Worse.
A lot of that. How streamlined Henry's deck looked. The turn 1.
Teraz będziemy razem spać, okej?
This was the big moment of the game. That Radiant Charizard could have been a fire energy and it turned this thing completely on its head. Iono double knockout Curlia instead. Henry draw all the cards, knock out anything. Gonna take this victory here and be the first top 4 player here at Baltimore in the inaugural regional of this season.
Exactly, and definitely earned it, that is for sure. That was not an easy matchup whatsoever for Henry to navigate through, but was able to secure all the pieces there to take a win, take down another Regidrago V-Star.
No teraz jeszcze, ale kryształ, sparkling crystal.
Yeah, I really want to know how he feels about that matchup. I was terrified. It didn't even look good, even though he won. I'm still trying to figure out how he pieced it all together, but it did work for Henry there, and he showed a lot of tenacity. Just hung in there and continued to find the right strategy, and he put his opponent in really difficult spots. Rowan tried to draw out of them, and it just didn't line up. Those resources for Drago are near impossible to figure out in those kind of spots.
Yeah, I guess that's what you need when you're playing Gardevoir, tenacity for sure. And things were honestly working uphill as well against Henry, especially in that game 1. We saw the double Ralts prized, and that was kind of rough. We did see one come out from the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but that combined with really awkward resources in that game 1, it's difficult for Henry. The game 2 even, I mean, the energy just weren't there for so long for Henry, and but was still able to recover from that.
Kurde, ale no są takie deki, no na przykład to dek reklewa, który pierwszy, ja lubię grać reklewowymi dekami, bo reklew ma bardzo ciekawe deki, powiem tak. Kurde, sam fakt, że da się rozłożyć Charizarda tylko Lumineonem. O jeśli jest tak, że ale nie prajzował mi się zaskakująco. A Lumineon czasami mi się lubi prajzować. Samym.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here. Welcome to the lounge. I am joined by the winner, Henry Chow. How you doing, friend?
Pretty good. Yeah, that was
No
kind
cóż,
of wild. Game 1 I really think I could have played better, but game 2 and 3, well, game 2 I kind
ale
of
to
got him.
Braille'a mi to oddało.
I don't know if you could have played it around the stuff more.
Ale nikt nie chce o pieniądze, okej?
And then game 3 he just kind of bricked. So and I had a pretty good hand for capitalizing on that with the Scream Tail play.
Yeah, the Scream Tails and the Drifloon I think are always the really heavy hitters for the
Ta
Drago
Braille'a to
matchup.
będzie duży game changer w tej mecie, bo no, nie da się nie zauważyć, że Quick Search, Braille'a możesz nawet z One Prizera zrobić kurde 2. To jest takie realne tak naprawdę.
When the format was slower, that deck was like really broken. And then I went to Worlds and I brought sort of a similar build. I threw in 1 Drifloon, 1 Charm, but I hit 3 Regidragos. I got absolutely ran over, and it just wasn't really working out. So I kind of came around thinking like I kind of need to adapt the deck a little bit. So I was like, let's cut all the fluff, Bravery Charms, Drifloon, Scream Tail. Let's just race them, and that's the idea. Still doesn't have like an amazing Drago matchup, but I'd say it's around.
And him at top 8 at the NACA. A jak się okazuje, teraz będzie w top 4. Ten człowiek jeszcze wierzy w Gardevoir. Znaczy, też odważną rzeczą. No tak, już był już top 6. A, to jest to jeszcze Evo Devo. No i tutaj S Sledgehammer. No, młotki będą chyba część, no... Znaczy, o ile w przypadku Temple of Simon na pewno te hamery zastąpią te sledge, które właśnie wróciły z zagrobu, to z niektórymi rzeczami może być gorzej. No tak, Radiant Charizarda jesteśmy w stanie zastąpić Ursalun. Lumineona jesteśmy w stanie zastąpić tym Tatsugiri. Do tego zamiast Stona deseczkę. Rotom będzie, no wiadomo, Fezan DPD. No, tylko wtedy nie mamy tego early drawera, ale zawsze coś, choć ewentualnie pewnie będzie klefa, tylko będziemy musieli iść drudzy.
This is not good enough. Like, let's just run with what I'm comfortable with. But then after, you know, Worlds didn't go so well, I'm like, nah, we really gotta innovate the list.
Już.
So I hit up my friend Abon.
No i tak nie
Hey,
zdążę.
you wanna try playing against this bad deck? And, you know, I went like 9-1 in that session. I was playing against Liam Hall.
Ale tak, to nie jest złość. To taka prawda jest, no niestety. Bo nie oszukujmy się, no, jak nie robisz...
Yeah, we thought was down and out. Was there any moment where you thought of switching off of Gardevoir, or you just had a feeling somewhere?
Czekaj, bo wiech jest bardziej konserwą.
Definitely like was pretty like focused on this Gardevoir deck. Every once in a while I get some itch to play Golden Go, but then I talk myself out of it. The Ancient Box matchup isn't so good, so I didn't really want to risk it. But very fun deck. But yeah, mostly Gardevoir.
Yeah, I gotta say as well one more time, Henry, that I am impressed that you were able to adapt Gardevoir to beat Ancient Box, which is considered its natural predator, I think.
That is literally the best matchup for Gardevoir. Yeah, it's crazy, yeah. I'm like,
No wiadomo, też...
I was hoping to hit them. I only hit one. Wish I had more.
And with Ancient Box not being too prominent at this tournament, I think, especially based on all the hype leading into it, were there any other surprises?
Ogólnie chodzi o to, że z tym The Bye Bye jest o tyle ciekawe, że to jest właśnie piosenka o toksycznym związku. Widzieliście o tym? Że ogólnie to jeszcze był... Znaczy wiadomo jeszcze, to no też jednak trzeba dodać, że NSYNC debiutował w czasach, kiedy to mało kto już mało zwraca się uwagę na teksty. Dzisiaj już mamy nieco... Ja już mam alergię czasami na niektóre linijki.
Yeah, and then I'm sure I don't know if you guys have streamed that Noivern Cornerstone deck.
I think we did manage to get it on stream once.
That deck blows my mind, but I think my deck beats it, so I'm hoping to hit it.
Ale tak, ale gotowanko było niezłe. Że to też pokazuje, że Gardevoir wiecznie żywa, jak to się mówi.
Shout out to everyone I hit on ladder. Always feel free to hit me up if you want to talk about the games we play, because that's one of my main sources of testing.
A cóż, za mało informacji. No nie wiem, no, kurwa 32 to już jest ponad przeciętna, okej, umówmy się, już 4 lajki.
Casting desk and get ever closer to our top 4 and finals, so stay tuned.
Henry Chow is eating up the competition going into our top 4. That was a great match to see. I am Jeremy Jalen here with Kyle Sablehouse.
Znaczy jeszcze w międzyczasie będą jeszcze pozostałe mecze. Znaczy, no nie będziemy czekać trochę krócej chyba, prawda? Ja nie wiem, czy mam aż taką psychę siedzieć do wieczora.
We are finishing up our bracket that we have of our favorite first partner Pokemon, and it is Kyle's Mudkip up against my Fuecoco.
Ja. Jeremy's Furukoko i jeszcze
I
Mapkin
feel like
będzie.
I've said plenty about my Pokemon. I'd like to hear a little bit more about yours, if you don't mind. I'll lead you in. 3, 2, 1.
Alright, well I already said it stands for Fire Croc, right? And just look at this guy.
O, jakie fajne, jak chcę takie.
That he is not the cutest Pokemon you've ever seen. There's no thought behind those eyes.
A czajcie, no.
Alright?
Ten dworowy tam się ale no przepraszam bardzo, w momencie kiedy...
Just a big old little chili pepper.
O, właśnie.
Loves food. I love food.
No nie.
You love food. Henry loves food. He eats food. It's great. Vote.
No, we're done.
All right.
We're not gonna vote for that.
No, we are.
We're not gonna vote for that.
I feel disrespected.
Yeah, rightfully so. Because you're not prepared.
Well, I hope you're prepared.
Actually, I'm not.
All right. Are you ready?
Sure.
3, 2, 1, go.
Under legal counsel, I plead the fifth and defer to a written statement from my attorney.
Hello. My name is Emily, and I am here to advocate on behalf of Kyle's Mudkip. I have a lot of people who want me to support Kyle's Mudkip, and I, Emily Foreman, approve this message and also like Mudkips. Please don't make me draw again, Scars. Like, I will do anything. We like Mudkips here.
What was that?
I don't know what that is.
Well, the decision's up to you. Of course, we've already made our case. I didn't have to say very much, but I think you viewers at home know what to do.
Exactly.
I've got a date with Destiny in the finals.
I thought it was Sunday World.
Yeah, but it's not your date.
Oh. All right. Yeah. Well, and I don't know about that, but I think this might be a little rigged against me.
Well, when we get back, we will see the results. Who do you believe in? Is it Wacoco or is it my Mudkip? We like them. We love them. We love y'all too. We'll see you in a few minutes. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, I've never seen someone price check that much. That was crazy. That system you got there?
Thank you. I
Probably
practiced.
works. Yeah.
O ja... Ja praktycznie
Oh my god! Nightmares.
Yo, you were close to going crazy, bro.
Is this some vessels, bro? Is this some vessels?
How many you got? One of those? Oh wait, hold on.
Ah, don't baby.
Wait. I keep on thinking this game's going really poorly for me, but you just look like so uncomfortable that I'm like, maybe.
Matchup is quite uncomfortable just in general, I would say.
Maybe your hand is just horrifically bad also.
Getting that to
Congratulations.
I appreciate it. It was a great set. Really.
Yeah, it was fun.
Kurde. No, tak jak mówię w Gdańsku. Poland stąd. To jest takie...
International champion.
I first got into Pokemon with my dad back when I was in elementary school. I ended up playing with him on these little mats that we had made, and we played back and forth for a lot of years. And then I ended up finding a niche in high school where I started a Pokemon club, and then I went to college and I found, hey, there are people that actually do this and travel to tournaments. I want to get involved. And so in college at Michigan State, I really got into the competitive scene. That was about 13 years ago now.
Some fun facts about our players here. JW has performed with Sting, which is pretty insane to think about.
My drive to keep competing really comes from my desire to win. I'm just a naturally competitive person. I have been for a long time. And Pokemon is a great outlet because I feel like it's a very family-friendly environment. Pokemon is very welcoming. and yet still there's a high level of competition. My favorite moment from Pokemon competitive history, it would be my first regional win. I mean, that meant a lot to me personally with a deck that I had created on my own, and something that was so fun when I won and I had friends that just mobbed me after the win. That's a feeling I will never forget.
So,
my favorite Pokemon would be Pikachu because I loved Pokemon Yellow and replaying that over and over and over. I'll go with Pikachu. My #1 goal was a regional win. Does a lot of things. Obviously, the prize money is great, and the chance to call myself a 3-time regional champion. But more so, I now get to attend the World Championships in Hawaii, which I'm stoked for.
Śmieszy fakt, że jego piosenki są dalej. Ewentualnie. Znaczy, czy to jest najbardziej odklejona rzecz, że tam na Spotify się nie da? No tutaj faktycznie nie jest takie odklejone, bo rzeczywiście no nie zarabia się tak raczej na streamingach tak super dobrze, jak na przykład przy zakupie pełnometrażowej płyty.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024!
Teraz będzie ciężko się dostać, może będzie... Ciekawe, kto będzie pierwszą osobą, która dostanie się na Worlds. Co to się zajmuje długo? Aha. More Masters Stop Air. Bo ja... Jak tak naprawdę dożyć finału?
We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon!
Hello, Pokemon fans. Jeremy Jallin here to buy a little time in between our matches. I learned how to draw some Pokemon from Watson a little bit ago, and I'm trying to use those skills to draw new Pokemon for y'all here today. It is going to be one of the most popular Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG, Teal Mask Pokemon. So it's daunting, but I think now he said to start off with like a lot of the things that are very recognizable, right? So it's very spiky. There's some leaves and stuff going around. Gotta get the mask right as well.
Dobra.
Oh,
Ale jestem.
see, I already messed up. Thankfully, erasers exist. Yeah.
Oczywiście, że nie dostępne na tym kanale, bo...
I probably shouldn't have chose this Pokemon, honestly. For a second time. Has long legs, too. I messed up again. Oh my gosh. Is it hot in here? And shaded in a little bit.
Może być ciekawy koncept.
Hopefully this turns out well. All right, I think this is the best I'm going to be able to do. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure, but Adam is a very good teacher. So let's see. The big reveal. How did I do, y'all? Did I do good? Let me know in the chat.
Oglądamy.
Honestly, what an amazing showing from Jeremy Jallin's talent here. Not only talented on the microphone, but also talented in the way of the markers. Well, we are still here at Baltimore in our top 8. Jeremy, honestly, now joining me here onto the desk. Yeah, goodness. That was great, honestly.
Yeah.
A couple mess ups. Honestly, I could point out a couple things that you did wrong, but that was still pretty good. I'm Emily Foreman, now joined here by Jeremy Jallin here onto the microphone as we are now in top 8. We are now going to feature our first seed from the entire tournament. He's actually kind of alluded with getting a stream match, I believe, up until this point. But it's definitely an interesting matchup that Rahul Reddy needs to be ready for.
Yeah, exactly. And before we get to that matchup, we're going to check in on the bracket to see how My Fue Coco did, right? Let's take a look and see who made it to the finals.
Got bad news for you, buddy.
I'm disappointed in y'all.
Good try. But then again, I can actually defend my Cyndaquil without Skarzik threatening me with another drawing segment. So I think maybe I will just be able to do it in finals. I don't know, though. It seems like the chat and everybody at home is just loving Kyle's Mudkip. So we'll see if Cyndaquil can do it. But yeah, I am super excited to see how that one is going to go. But Jeremy, we are in top 8. I have to say the deck choices in top 8, it's all from around the spectrum, and that's what you love to see.
Yeah, well, we were saying at the top of the weekend where there could be 8-10 decks that could potentially take down this tournament, and Lugia is one of those decks. It has been destroying a lot of the top tables throughout the weekend, and we're going to actually see a pretty close mirror match of Lugia.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Rahul running close to, if not the same exact list from Worlds, where he's going to play a couple discrepancies in his deck from what we're very used to in what is kind of new Lugia, right? Both trainers actually have different types of Lugia lists going on here. I'm really excited to see how this one is going to lay out. But Rahul going up against Steven Varesco here. They just did our coin flip, and we are about to jump into the table. But Jeremy, why don't you tell me a little bit about these differentiating lists?
All right, so Steven is playing a more similar style that we've seen of Lugia V-Star, where it's the 2-2 Cinccino. You are playing the full Lugia V-Star line, and then you have double Minion to help just find those supporters. You have 4 Boss's Orders, which has been basically the staple of this Lugia deck. Once you get set up with your Archeops in play, you have as much energy as you want, so you just want to be able to knock out any Pokemon that you can. Meanwhile, Rahul, his list was very different that we saw from Worlds. So having that Raikou V in the deck, the Lightning Energy, just gives you an extra attacker you can use. Even the Fleet-Footed from Raikou really puts in a lot of work when you're trying to dig for those cards like Boss's Orders.
Well, we know that drawing cards in this game is very good, but I also think Raikou, just because of the type advantage here, Lugia V can also go down to a Lightning Rondo just from having your bench full too. So Lightning Rondo definitely going to be something that we are going to be looking out for here. I am super excited to see what Steven Varesco is going to be able to do too. Both lists are playing the Weird Deer and the Blood Moon Ursa Luna. I'm not really too sure how it's going to go, but I feel like in certain types of these matchups, it's whoever can go first, 1, and 2, find Ultra Ball, double chops in the discard, you'll be able to get your win.
All right, well, I believe they are ready.
Nie wiem, czy taki najbardziej
Let's go ahead
sycący.
and meet our players for this next top 8 match.
Okej,
On
mamy.
the left, Steven Varesco on the right.
No,
It
mamy
is a
jazdę.
Lugia mirror match. Let's take a look at Rahul and
Dobra, Randy Raul.
accomplished.
No, będzie ciekawie.
I mean,
dobra.
I think the biggest
Tak,
one, right, is top
Raul
16
Randy,
just
kolejna
after the
legenda amerykańskiej
right on the
sceny.
top 8 too. Just
116 Honolulu, w Berlinie top 8, w Nashville 116 i w Melbourne, w OAC.
top 4 OCIC.
Ach, po staremu Lugia. Lugia w top 4. Oczywiście.
Yeah, actually getting 9th at the World Championships because of that asymmetrical cut, but ended up losing a terrible matchup. And then
No i Steven Varsenko, o ja, Columbias, no finał list w Richmond 2012
top 32 US Nationals in 2014
i Lancer.
and a regional finalist in Richmond in 2012. Both of these players are very familiar.
No, papieska już
They come
wybiła.
from the same kind of Virginia MD area.
O kurwa, Mirror!
For about 15
Nikt nie dał do Binga Mirror?
and both of them
Kurwa,
basically
ej,
learned how to
ej,
play
ej.
Pokemon from the likes of Michael Cranwatt and
Kurwa, Mirror!
soaking in all the information that they can.
Mamy
and
to!
playing
Mamy
a
to!
very different
Chyba
lists.
Lugia.
Both of them hoping
Ale
to
Mirror!
down their first
Kurwa!
big tournament win.
prize cards going down here. I just love
Legacy Energia, Iron
both
Hands.
up there, the same art exactly here too. I think the biggest thing to note here, especially on Rahul's prizes, is that Legacy Energy. It's going to be a big
Rahul
one,
Randy,
especially
czyli
because it also
legenda.
acts as kind of what we like to call
A
rainbow
sam
energy.
fakt, że jest
Also
mirror
focusing on
match.
Raiko acting as the lightning energy, but we'll see what Rahul's going to be able to do. On Steven's side, nothing too crazy. 3 energy prize definitely doesn't feel too great, but the iron bundle's in there too.
Yeah, the Legacy Energy along with the Iron Hands EX is pretty bad news for Raul in this game, but anything can happen in the game of Pokemon. We're going to have to see who our players are starting things off. Looks like Steven with the Iron Hands and a Legacy Energy to attach.
Dare I say there are 2 different starts to Lugia, Jeremy, and you have potentially the Iron Hands.
Czy na pewno Mezagozę weźmie, czy będzie...
attached with Legacy Energy, and that could have just been turned, but we are going to be able to see Mesa
nie muszę wspominać, że
so
będzie...
that means we get to grab any Pokemon out of the deck, and we get to start our first deck search here. Once again, Lugia can be kind of a coin flip type of deck here, but compared to capturing a
To
Romo,
będzie drugi
where
Archops.
you
O!
get
Chyba wiem, co się gotuje.
or a
No, możemy już odhaczyć Ultra Ball z 2 Archopsów. No właśnie, można to odhaczyć.
Wow, yeah, right away. Ultra Ball, double Archeops in the discard. This is the perfect start for Steven in this top 8 match.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for anything else either. No Carmine in the list for Steven either, so we're not going to go on in and Luminous sign for anything here. We are just going to go on ahead and Ultra Ball, double chops. You cannot ask for anything more. Has the Squawk ability in hand as well, so we are going to see a Squawk and C's top 6 cards here.
No, ale się gotuje! Ale się gotuje, mamy to. Ultra Ball z 2 Archopsów. Mamy to.
Gotta also point out here too that Lugia is also weak to lightning, so if
kurwa,
kind of set up here, we could be seeing an Ampu very much for 3 prizes, which could be, you know, what I like to say, worst case scenario here, but passing the turn on over to Rahul, going to go on ahead and flip the Mesagosa, but it's a 5, so it's not going to be enough here. Let's see what we got in hand.
Godling!
O,
to jest R ten wesel, to jest trochę inna lista, czyli tam są normalne energie.
Also very important to note out here, Jeremy, that the one of Minchino is in the prizes. Rahul doesn't play a 2-2 line, it's just a one of, and it's all the way at the top.
Yeah,
dostał się do top 8, ja nie mogę. To jest szaleństwo. Co tam, Lunuś, jak tam?
The thing that still gives him a little bit of an out, there is the one basic lightning energy in the deck, so he can use a Raikou V to take a return KO against something like a Lugia V-Star. But Raul does have 2 Lugia V, which is where you want to be against a start like Stevens. As that research,
on gra z Antipiego, widzę.
In the discard now as well for Raul.
Honestly, you can't ask for a better showing from both Lugia, not only going first but going second, to show that it is possible to get that win condition into the discard as fast as possible. We see the Jet Energy attached from hand here. We do also get to read the wind here too if we want to go.
Co to będzie? Ampiwery masz po 3 prizy! Ej, a czemu nie ma na przykład w bingo Ampium Very Much po 3 prizy? Wiem coś, skoro a to już zrobiłam! Co nie, Lunuś? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tak.
We'll just be doing the read the wind, draw 3 cards here. On over to Steven's side, so I do believe we are going to go for another Mesagosa, so we can
Ilunia, będziemy się chyba krzyczeć.
Hitting heads here. This is going to be Lugia V-Star into Summoning Star here, where we're going to be able to start accelerating energy. Honestly, Jeremy, this is
3 prizes.
This is 3 prizes for sure, but this is just a great start for Steven.
Zobaczę, co się tam dalej dzieje. Tak, kamera była
the biggest thing for Raul right now is staring down the 230 HP from that Iron Hands EX. News, if you don't know, Lugia V-Star does 220 damage. That is not enough to take the knockout, and if you let this Iron Hands EX go unchecked, it's going to be a pretty fast game.
Has the Jacques for turn as well, so we are able to go out and grab 2 evolution Pokemon, reveal them, and then throw them into your hand. So we're already going to be able to start setting up our Minccino here too, but it is just going to be the Lugia V-Star and another Archeops here. We will see the evolve into the V-Star power Summoning Star. Comes Archeops both to the bench, and like we have been saying, Jeremy, this is a very, very tough game for Rahul to come back into, especially because Ampy very much is just the obvious choice right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill climb for sure. Now, Rahul did end up being the first seed of the tournament, so that means that they cut the way it turned out.
Thank you very much for
didn't
surprising.
have to play the top 16-ish that we had.
Będzie grube, jak będzie thank you very much.
The Origin Palkia V-Star deck with Dusknoir, which is usually a bad matchup for Lugia, but Steven was able to overcome Grafton in 3 games to able to take the victory and
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Surprise. O tak, będzie to, będzie to.
Iron Hands.
Będzie surprise.
I really hope both of our players have the emotions. I've been waiting for somebody down at the table to do it, maybe with good friends who've known each other since they were 15. If we have some joy in this match, but nevertheless here, still, we can evolve into Cinccino as well this turn if we want to. Things are looking really good for Steven. I mean, he is pretty set up.
Thank you very much for surprising.
3 prize cards, and now just another big
Tak.
attack possibility of
Yes,
winning the
Lolo.
game.
Yes.
Something if Rahul has to bench a Lumini
Thank
on
you very much
a
for
simple dodge
surprising.
can seal up game 1 for Steven.
Also, I just want to kind of point out too that Steven just picked up the Iron Bundle coming out from the prizes too, so it's something to also note out. But there could be Modcast of this regional Serendipity, but we want to go on ahead and safeguard just a little bit too. We're using that nest ball to search the deck right now. It could be potentially a Raikou play if we really kind of get there. Right now, we find Raikou and our lightning energy. We could see something along the lines here, but it will be the Iron Bundle actually coming out from Rahul's side. Going to have to move one of these bench Pokemon into the active here. I wonder what Steven is going to go for.
Basically, Rahul doing this to where you kind of force Steven to make a play, and then you can decide what you're going to attack with. And here it looks like Steven is going to promote that Lugia V-Star, where it has no energy, but it's still going to be very hard for Rahul to take a knockout here.
Raikou V
Oh,
coming
Raikou,
down,
yes, that is a
what
Raikou.
we wanted to see. And I think what's very interesting about playing this Raikou, Jeremy,
jeszcze
is that if we have
Fezan
Jet Energy from
DPD.
hand, that we could get Raikou into the active. The Legacy Energy, like we talked about, can also act as a lightning energy, and thus making Raikou V only worth 1 prize, even if we are able to get that momentum on the other side, though. Luminion is also a great target for him very much.
Ale serio,
You got to remember that
było
one
w
of
tej
Legacy
bingo
Energy
na
is in
przykład
the prize
thank you very
card.
much.
So Rahul does
No,
not have
tu
access
Pricerze.
to Jet
W
Energy to bring
szczególności
up
jak
the
to
Raikou. It's going to be forced to
tu
retreat
Pricer ma weaknessa.
the active spot.
LOL.
Catch the lightning for your
Szkoda, że nie było w bingo. Thank you very much.
Want to see here, but here comes our second Primal Turbo here, and like you said, just 1 V-Guard here onto our Raikou. See how exactly it's going to play out, but just a very unfortunate game for Rahul. 2 missed flipped heads on Mesagosa. The Legacy Energy is quite literally the first prize at the bottom, but then you look at Steven Varesco's side, and Steven was able to flip heads, Ultra Ball, double chops in the discard turn 1. Things are looking real good for
normalna
him, but
energię ma,
with his
dlatego.
Serendipity, we're going to flip the script, but there's that lightning here, so we will be able to see an attack.
Yeah, that is huge here. Rahul having the lightning in hand, even though he discarded the Earthen Vessel on the first turn. Now this Raikou will be able to take a knockout and at least try to keep up in this prize trade. Granted, Steven just needs another big attack from the Iron Hands EX, but at least the way Rahul set up the board, there's no one-hit knockout potential for Ampy very much.
Do have the Minccino going into the active here, and now it is going to be the draw for a turn. Has Serendipity in hand as well if we want to draw more cards, but I think a lot of the times with Lugia in particular, sometimes we fill the bench a little bit too much, but there is the evolution into the Cinccino here. Special roll, 70 times as many special energy onto that Pokemon. There's the Pheasantipity.
O, też ma Pheasantipity, okej.
We are going to be flipping the script here, where if the Pokemon was knocked out last turn, are able to draw 3 cards. It's such a great ability. But Gift Energy as our manual attach, I have no worry in the world that Steven Varesco is not going to be able to take this knockout this turn.
Yeah, needs 1 more energy, but you know what's good at getting energy in play? Archeops with Primal Turbo.
There you go. Feels really good here. And we can also use our second Primal Turbo to keep stacking up energy.
Lugia, Regidrago, to one jeszcze się skrzeszają przed emeryturą.
But the price
Chcą.
rate at this point, Jeremy, is just so in Steven's favor. Rahul just needs a way out.
Yeah, and in my mistake, it's actually a 4 energy because the double turbo reduces the 20 damage. Special roll only does it per special energy card. So the double turbo, while providing 2 energy, it is just 1 special energy card.
Totally okay when you still play 16 energy. I feel like all the Lugias that we've had streamed for the past weekend, right, have played different counts of energy. We've seen as low as 14 to as high as 18 energy here, and we've seen what happens when you run out, but especially when Steven is playing so reserved, disciplined. Honestly, how could you say that anything could go wrong here? What a great, great game so far for Steven Varesco, who only needs 1 more prize to take game 1.
Yeah, this is just a great start from Steven in this mirror match. Really utilizing starting that Iron Hand ZX, and just the fact that he's playing a 2-2 line of Cinccino really helps reach those big KOs as the game goes on, even against something like a Lugia V-Star. Now, we're going to probably have just a knockout on the active Cinccino, because if it stays around, it's game over for Earl. That Cinccino can knock out anything, so you're going to have to rely on
Nie ma dużo pecha, to jest trzeci.
maybe stick Steven with 1 or 2 cards, but if you take a knockout, Pheasantipity EX starts to draw 3 cards, find the boss's orders, maybe find a Luminion of Steven's own, and it's really spelling doom out for Raul in this game 1.
From what I can see in Steven's hand, that Luminion might already just be there, so I think hand disruption at this point kind of feels like it's the only way to go about it. Maybe one of the 2 Ionos, I believe, or just there's 2 Ionos in Rahul's list, but Rahul recognizes that the prize trade is just not in his favor. Steven Varesco with quite possibly the most perfect game of Lugia I think I've ever seen. Ultra Ball, double Archeops in discard, flipping heads on Mesagosa 3 times. Can't ask for anything more as a Lugia player.
Yeah, well, especially against a match where it really is based on who goes first. Steven won the coin flip and is able to just continue the rolling of this game 1. Let's go ahead and take a look again at how Steven was able to accomplish a pretty clean victory here in top 8.
You can't ask for a better board state than this if you're a
Kurde,
Lugia player,
to
right?
był dobre zagranie, anti-very-much na Lugi.
colorless Pokemon
To
with
kto
the
tak będzie
Mist
zrobił?
Lightning. There you go, you have the
Kacze,
Legacy Energy.
Lugie.
You also have
Dawaj jeszcze prize.
go on ahead and get it done. But the problem is, Steven went first and had quite possibly the best turn, and sometimes it feels like in these mirror matches, in general,
No, mirrory mogą być ciężkie czasami.
flip heads just does it correctly. So honestly, it is
No,
going to be
konkurs,
Steven's
kto się
game
lepiej
1, but let's see
rozłoży.
how Rahul plays, probably going first in game number 2.
And some updates out on the field in our other top 8 match, I believe. Emmett Hurley is up.
Damy radę, bo raczej ja nie wiem, że ja dam radę.
Rob winning in that asymmetrical cut.
Jebnąć do końca.
Control deck.
Ale jest szansa, że ja
Pretty much
tego nie
pulling
dam
us out
rady.
of nowhere.
Yeah.
With an Iono leaving a lone cornerstone just to take some damage from a Regidrago V for a couple turns, and honestly really trying to do another big run back here.
Well, it is going to be Rahul going first, and from what I can see on my screen with the die laying on top, that's also 1 mulligan. So we do actually get to draw an extra card here too. So that definitely feels good when you're already
Dobra,
one
co
is
tam
going
się dzieje?
first
No
and
bo
two
tak, jak
drawing
na
that
razie
extra
Steven
card
wygrał i
this
to jeszcze
turn.
bardzo
So
dobrą
let's
turą.
see what is going to
Nazywa
happen
to
as we are going to
potrójny
see our prize
anti-very
cards
much.
already laid out for Rahul. Nothing too crazy, I think, on Rahul's
Tak
side.
jakbyś
I see
kurwa zbiał
research.
Vimaxa dosłownie.
See the Iono, but we also see the one of Jacques to a special energy prize. But my goodness, you want to talk about special energy prize? I want to talk about Steven's prize cards as soon as possible, because 4 is a lot.
Raul is going to start things off, though, and does get the tails on the capturing aroma. Again, it's a hit-or-miss card, and right now Raul hits. Going to be able to find a Lugia V.
O kurwa, 3 rzutki! To jest...
Yeah, as you were saying, look at that. Iron Hands EX in the prize cards, along with 3 Jet Energy and a Gift Energy, along with a Minccino. That might be bad.
I was going to say, just judging from the deck list, while last game, a Minccino being prized for Rahul meant that he couldn't utilize the line at all. A Minccino being prized for Steven means that we just still have one in the deck. So one of my favorite things about the Pokemon trading card game is, yes, you can absolutely play the same list as somebody else, but the good news is you can remix that list to be whichever way you want to. But it is just going to be the gift energy onto Lugia here, having your dear V in the active, and we'll see what Steven's going to be able to do on his turn.
The big flip for Steven. A Tails hits the basic. I think that was the only route for Lugia V.
Ale garki na ten moment na Allegro kosztują już 20 konań. Jej, a nawet 40. Wyobraźcie sobie płacić za Commona 4 dychy.
No professor's research in the prizes either, so we are going to be able to just find that luminous sign, but it looks like Steven doing his counts right now, and it's very important on this first deck check to be a little bit diligent here too, especially when you're counting your Pokemon, you're counting also your special energy in here as well. So see what Steven is going to be able to do here. Here comes that Squawkabilly EX you were alluding to.
Squawkabilly is just the best card to be able to grab this turn 1. You can use its Squawk and Seize ability, discard your hand to draw 6, and then still play a supporter afterwards. And there is, ooh, look, double Archeops in the hand. There's a couple double Turbo, which is a little bit worrisome.
2 Archopsy ze Squawka. Czemu by nie?
In this matchup, Pheasantipity with Cruel Arrow can also be an attacker. Now, granted, it wouldn't be ideal, right? But you need 3 colorless energy, and then you're able to do 100 damage to one of the Pokemon out on the field. It's not like we said an ideal line, but no Lugia there off of the Squawk and Seize. We might just have to flip for it here through Mesagosa.
Wow, this is pretty intense turn 1. Again, if you don't get a Lugia V in a mirror match like this, you're just so far behind. There is an Ultra Ball though, so I think we're fine here.
Ja to jak to
be able to spin a little bit with the Jacques.
So doing a little bit better here too. So it is going to be the golden combo, as I like to call it. Ultra Ball, but only going to be actually 1 Archeops there. I think we got one in the Squawk and Seize just a little bit earlier, but
there's already 2 in there.
Okay.
And to speak on your point earlier with the Cruel Arrows, I was talking with Steven a little bit before the match, and he actually was like, yeah, it's been an option in a lot of my games, especially against decks that are trying to set up an evolution Pokemon, or like the Dusknoir that he was facing down against Grafton in the previous round.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of Manaphy's or
tak 4 godziny trwa,
a in general for this regional here too, so it's definitely an option.
Twitchu mamy 3.
Also can take down a potential Minccino too before it evolves. There's a lot of ways to go about it, but it will just be the manual attach of gift energy, benching the Lugia V.
Co jest to, co ja nie lubię trochę czasami.
See what he's able to get done here.
Przez
There's that jet
okieneczko.
energy from hand. Can just move your Pokemon into the active here, but a great Iono coming out from Rahul. Both players going to be able to draw 6 cards, and we'll see what is going to be able to come of it. Legacy energy from hand, but draws right into that Lugia. Can't ask for anything more if you're Rahul.
Maybe a couple Archeops in this card,
that's
but
fair.
there is 0 right now. Needed a lot of help with this Iono to 6, but did not find it. Did find an Ultra Ball, but again, you can search for it, but then you can't grab another one. I think we might just be seeing a re-win here, and you're not even discarding an Archeops with it.
Right now, but seeing more cards could help here. Still, Pheasantipity in the active with a gift energy on it. Can't say that I've seen it too much this tournament. Let's see how it is going to go, but like you said, Rahul, it is going to be the read the wind on the boss's orders, because honestly, you can't pitch away your legacy energy, and you're going to see more cards anyway with Professor's Research, but I like the draw of the capturing aroma there. We do have a 50% chance we can see an Archeops this turn, but Like you said, huge miss here for Rahul. So that means it's time for Steven to kind of press on the Jets here. We could get that Lugia V-Star. We know that Archeops is in the discard already. Capturing Aroma coming out, so it is going to be a basic Pokemon coming in here for Steven. Dare I say that we could start getting some of our Minchinos ready?
Yeah, potentially just trying to line up a play like that, but I think the goal right now for Steven is to get those double Archeops into play, charge up a Lugia V-Star without a double Turbo Energy. That way you can take a knockout on something like the Lugia V or, the Weirdier V that is brought up by Hyper Blower. This is a great hand from Steven after that Iono.
No.
Basic coming down here for the Capturing Aroma. And I think we are going to start seeing some of the Minchinos start to hit the bench here.
Co tam się dzieje?
Again, a huge miss from Rahul allows for Steven to start getting into position here to go this 2-2-2 prize route. I have to say, it's just been a really great showing from Steven. Dare I say the Iono helped Steven more than it did for Rahul.
Yeah, and it's usually like that, at least in my experience. You always help your opponent out more than yourself, but a summoning star
To już top 4, czy to już top 8?
Not what Raul wants to see. It's always great starting first in a mirror match like this, but when you can't capitalize on it, then you just give that advantage away to your opponent.
Primal Turbo 1 here, going to be stacking up that Lugia, and like you said, not going to attach any double turbo energy here. We want to just go on ahead and just hit for the full amount here, but I think it's really important that we point out that the V-Guard energy is going here. So even if Lugia were to have 4 special energy there, no double turbo energy, the V-Guard energy is still going to subtract some of that damage amount here too. So it will be Steven Varesco getting the first 2 prizes here. Could go either way, but Rahul definitely needs some help from 2 of these Capturing Aromas. What will it be? It will just be a basic here. Honestly, Rahul has not flipped heads a lot here, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's a skill issue probably, but
Sick.
we'll probably have to find out from him. Raiko is a good find if you are able to build up the bench a little bit. You can go ahead and cobble together the Archeops, Summoning Star, and maybe get a knockout through the V-Guard energy thanks to the weakness, but it's gonna have to rely on the good old flip the script to try to find some help.
Well, dare I say, and I've been saying it all weekend at this point, Jeremy, that drawing cards is just what we're going to have to do here. So let's hope a couple of shuffles here will give us some Archeops that we can actually work with. I see a Blood Moon Ursaluna. I do not see Archeops in sight. So the Legacy Energy going on to the Raiko V here. Professor's research, there's an Archeops. Do we have a way of discarding it? We do with the Ultra Ball. Rahul trying his best to get back into this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, this looks like a single Archeops play if Raul decides to go for that. I guess you have the fleet-footed option here. Drawing into the second Archeops would be ideal.
And it's not.
Mezzagoza.
Yeah, but here it comes. It comes all down to this coin flip.
Yes!
He will finally be able to flip heads here after what I think was about 7 dice.
No w końcu
rolls.
mu się
We saw the
udało!
smile on Rahul's
Kurde,
face.
w
Finally
końcu
gonna be able
fartowny
to get that
rzut!
second Archeops. And thanks to that Ultra Ball here, we
Co?
are going to be able to see
no.
Ultra Ball double Archeops into that discard. Here comes that Summoning Star onto Rahul's side. And Jeremy, this game just got a lot more interesting.
Indeed, but you also have to just be worried about Steven's board setup right now. The double Archeops, the Minchino, along with that Pheasantipity EX, really is just a good game plan against any sort of disruption from Raul. Granted, he did Professor's research this turn, so as long as Steven has access to the Minchino, that's an easy knockout. Granted, you're only taking 1 card thanks to that Legacy Energy.
Feels very good indeed. So Rahul going to be able to make a Titan comeback because it certainly was not looking good for the first couple turns here, but we love to see it when a successful
Ciekawe jakie gotowanie będzie.
We'll have a match of Pokemon here.
Ale bardzo cieszę się, że dostanę oficjalnie znaczniki.
It even hits V-Guard energy as well. That Lightning Rondo here. Not going to be getting anything too crazy out of the prize cards at this point. Has a Jet energy, I would say, if Raiko does take a hit. But you know what Steven is looking for. He's looking for a boss's orders.
Boss's orders would help with the prize mapping for the game, and granted, you could have access to it if you flip aheads with Mezzagoza. You're up in prizes, so you can find that Luminion You could also just draw into it with the flip the script. A lot of options here for Steven.
Discard pile here for Rahul. Consider all of our options here, but flip the script.
Trzeba rozkładać się
Get
bez...
to draw 3 cards, and I believe I just saw the Luminion potentially here. A lot of lines that we have.
Luminion.
A little bit of flipping though. I believe Cinccino might be in hand, or it might just be another Minccino, but there's a Blood Moon Ursaluna in there. I do see the Luminion. I'm pretty sure it's there.
Again, with the Luminion, you kind of want to avoid benching it a lot in these matchups just because it's an easy prize for something like your opponent's Iron Hands EX, but you already got that. You have that Pheasantipity, easy KO from a Lugia V-Star, so we might as well see it, but the heads flip was huge here, grabbing that Cinccino from the deck.
Cinccino going to come down and evolve here. Like we said, special role, just a great addition to this Lugia V-Star deck. But there it is, the Luminion V hitting the bench. We are going to be using that Luminous Sign ability to grab a supporter from the deck. There's that boss's orders. You can only imagine what's going to be sent up. Dare I say, Jeremy, that I think the Pheasantipity pull could also be a good idea.
It is probably the one you want to target the most just because of the draw power, but the thing is, the Lugia V-Star is just very hard to take a one-hit knockout outside of something like that Cinccino. So you might just be forced to take the 2 prizes there. It gets 2 energy off the board and still an attacker that could be threatening you next turn.
Luncia sobie położyła się.
But in the deck as well, you pointed it out just a little bit earlier.
Muszę się do Wyrcia
Double turbo
przygotować,
energy takes
bo
away from your total amount of damage here, but I think we're considering the legacy
godzina
star,
z kategorii takich, no,
or the
w Stanach
legacy energy, excuse
normalna.
me, that counts as the 1 energy here, so it's not even a
A,
prize
legacy
card
energy do
if
Minccino, no
Rahul
to będzie
is
ciekawie.
able to take it next turn.
W Stanach normalna to jest godzina, ale nie w Polsce. No jeśli chodzi o tego, no sporo kupiłem, ale wiem, że kolejne skoki będą.
Now with the 4 is still 1 missing.
No właśnie,
Have
garki.
to attach another double turbo, but that should be more than enough to take the knockout here, but it's just a lot of resources.
It's a lot of resources going down here too, and even when we're going to be able to get Iron Hands out of the prizes here, have that legacy energy attached
no jak
to
ktoś się
Cinccino, so
ostatnio
you can't
sprawdzał,
even use it
to
for any
Terapagos jest warte 11 euro.
So it's definitely going to be an interesting play here now for Steven Varesco, who only needs 2 more prizes to take this game back on over to Rahul's side.
I think we saw the boss's orders on the Lugia V on the bench, just because that is another Pokemon that could evolve and gain even more hit points with that V-Star, and that way that Pheasantipity EX is just sitting there waiting for the last KO, because you don't want to KO the Raikou because of the legacy energy, and there just was not enough energy in the deck for Cinccino to take the KO on the V-Star.
Unfortunately, we've only seen one coin flip go in Rahul's favor. Now granted, it was definitely the one that we needed, but Rahul's favorite numbers must be 1, 3, and 5 because he has only been flipping it here. But speaking of flipping, we also get to flip the script here. Oh, I like this bench play coming out from Rahul. It's very important to note, once again, one of the biggest discrepancies in the list is that Rahul is playing 1 lightning energy here. So granted, an Ampu very much won't take, it'll actually go through the legacy energy and we're still able to take a prize.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to even try to eye down that. Maybe just because with the double turbo energy, it reduces your damage to 100. And that Cinccino has 110 HP. There is the 2 bench Pokemon sitting there, that Luminion V and the Squawk ability. So might just be forced to use a boss's orders. But if you do that, Cinccino's sticking around. It's a pretty easy KO with just an energy attachment.
And we can see through the hand. We don't even have the boss's orders to really kind of work through right now. So it is just going to be the Lightning Rondo for 0 prizes thanks to that legacy energy. You can just say, you know what?
Nie za bardzo widzę tych prizów, zobaczę jeden
you get nothing from all that work.
No, Steven prowadzi jak na razie.
The 4 roll right here is there's no real attacker on Steven's side of the board. Is going to have to cobble together something maybe even a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
To już jest takie łatwe dwa prizy.
Just trying to finish off
Że
this
coś się
game.
szykuje.
Yeah, and honestly, thinking about the other kind of side of the prize mapping, right? If Rahul did boss's orders there, Blood Moon Ursaluna could have easily just come down from the hand, find a boss's orders as well, and then that could have been game on something like the Pheasantipity EX sitting on the other side. So we are just going to go on ahead. I don't see any special energy left on deck.
They are all in the hand for Steven, so that takes away the possibility of just dropping the Blood Moon Ursaluna, Jet Energy, Primal Turbo to it, boss's orders, and win the game and go on to top 4. Now you're forced to Iono those energies back into the deck and hope Blood Moon Ursaluna EX can just go the distance the next couple of turns.
Yeah, you unfortunately just have to let this Squawkabilly go and just kind of throwing it to the birds at that point. And this Raikou is going to be absolutely hitting for knockout, but it's also hitting for weakness too. Rahul's Raikou, this is what I like to call Rainbow Lugia, because there's more than just special energy in the deck, but my goodness, look at all of those boss's orders in hand for Rahul. Definitely not the worst thing you could have asked for.
Yeah, this is the scary part now because Steven is like, yeah, you could take this Squawkabilly EX prize. Yeah, I want you to do it with the Iron Hands. Amp you very much. Sure, take 3 prizes. Because then this Blood Moon EX is attacking for free, and I'm taking a knockout on that Iron Hands EX.
Esagosa going to flip heads here for Rahul. Here comes the Earthen Vessel here, like we were talking about. Rahul using it, though, just as a little bit of a search here, see what we have left in the deck. But I definitely like the Iono play from Steven, saving the resources as well. But here's that Primal Turbo. We can just assume it is going to be a swing with this Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, Lugia V-Star into the Blood Moon even is potential. Just have it in the active, kind of damage it. But again, that's not really going to give you the win here. You got to take 2 prizes, hope to dodge a boss's orders. And, oh, yeah, boss's orders the Blood Moon. We're going to do this play here.
But for one, just to see, just another Lugia V, but it is going to be the Lightning Rondo for 220 here. So we're taking our win condition here. Let's see if we can find a top deck here for Blood Moon Ursaluna attack. Steven Varesco has been kind of on the line of just winning here, but unfortunately, with the prize or with the energy cards being in hand, it's just not as easy here. Let's see what exactly is going to happen here. It is so close in this game number 2.
I think there's enough energy for Steven to actually attack with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It just all depends on if there is a boss's orders to be able to take the game. Remember, the legacy energy on the Raikou means it's only a single prize attacker instead of the 2 prizes you normally get for knocking out Pokemon V.
Here's the problem that we have been running into this entire time, Jeremy, where it is, I have a way to get victory this turn, but my bench is full, right? You have Squawkabilly sitting there, you have Luminion sitting there too. So it is just going to be this single prize card coming up for Steven here. Has 1 prize card left. Rahul definitely going to get the Blood Moon Ursaluna out of play now, but what else can we do to ensure victory next turn?
Yeah, Steven's running low on energy and Pokemon to really attack with. This might be the opening role needs to try to take out the game from under Steven's clutches.
Like this here, Rahul going to flip tails, thinking about the Luminion here. Could potentially go back into the deck, find another supporter if we really choose to. It's very interesting to see what lines we can take. I do believe there is a boss in hand already, but I don't see another line that would be as optimal as just throwing out the Tempest Dive and then just taking 2 prize cards here.
Yeah, if it's left in the deck, the Luminous Sign for the last Iono could be huge, but we're just going to see a Jacques here. So not able to disrupt the hand from Steven, and it's going to allow him to even flip the script next turn after taking this KO.
Czy Jacyś Placów? No nie, to... A, dobra, to Jacek Placek, dobra. Myślałem, że będzie jakiś gaz.
Has the Luminous Sign here, but the manual attach of that double turbo energy onto the Pheasant here will be the Tempest Dive, discarding Mesagosa as well. And now Steven has a big choice to make. It's going to be looking like, I mean, I think all of these Pokemon just have a retreat cost of 1, so it doesn't really matter what we're throwing into the active here. We'll see how we recover, because all Steven needs is Oh my goodness, think about it, Jeremy.
Yep,
He has
no
nothing to kind of work with.
dobra,
Right?
1-1 jest.
Or Steven has full bench, so we're unable to really get the Weird Gear down all the way through, especially with a V-Guard energy attached. Rahul will be able to recover after a series of unfortunate coin flips.
Yeah, I think there was about 2 total energy left available for Steven, 1 in hand and then 1 in the deck. That is not enough to attack with anything that's left. You were really hoping to have that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX for
No,
that
jeśli
last
nie, to też od Japonii też już wymyślają wiele tych archetypów, bo jest na przykład taki archetyp oparty o Edgy Slasha, tego małego Edgy Slasha.
Put pressure on it, and that legacy energy finally coming in clutch, having that Raikou just stick around for so long.
Yeah, getting tons of mileage there. Dare I say the MVP. But it always is, it just feels like the tempo of the match is just always going down to everybody's first turn. So we are going to check out the replay here to see how Rahul was able to stay in this match, because honestly, Jeremy, for a while here, was not looking too good.
Yeah, decided to go first. That's what you want to do, but not having access to any Archeops in the discard until your opponent finally got the great play to do it. Mezagoza, the top deck from the fleet-footed, the heads, finding that second Archeops Ultra Ball opened up this play of the Raikou V to be able to take the return KO. And from there, Steven just was lacking energy. 4 of them in the prize cards this game. Granted, taking a bunch of knockouts and setting things up pretty well, but just unfortunately ran out of energy and attackers once the game went long.
Going back to game 1, you have to think about how much mileage Iron Hands EX got with that legacy energy there, and forcing to use it onto the Minccino, and great, that does a good job of, you know, offsetting the prize trade. It's not exactly what we want to see, but this is what I like to see. Both players starting off with their Lugias in the active, no Blood Moon Ursalunas or Weird Gears in the active. It is just going to be more of a standard start. But
Aha, Iron Hands Mega Goza tutaj jest. Iron Bundle. Ale Hands też jest, Mega Goza, Iron Bundle, Research, Turbo i Ultra Ball. Nie najgorsze price. Zresztą widzę, że start taki identyczko. Zobaczymy, która lubię lepsza.
Good enough. You can even get that Minccino down. Thanks for that capturing Aroma. Meanwhile, Rahul, those prize cards, you got your one of Minccino again. Maybe it's the Cinccino. They both look the same.
It's
with
the
great
Cinccino. I can see the little scarf.
Along with the Squawkabilly EX. It is a little unfortunate if Rahul has to go that game plan, but I do see Illumineon being in the hand, so you never want to bench it, but with the Iron Hands in the prizes, maybe it's okay.
Może nie takie attach pass.
We did have a choice there whether to go for the Minccino or for the Squawkabilly. We did have access to it, but still, speaking of supporters here, we are going to be
chyba widzę, że będzie kategoria kopiemy głębiej.
Professor's research. We're going to start going through this deck as fast as possible. You know, both players so much on the line here. They've already made top 8, which is a great accomplishment, but it's one game that's separating them between here and top 4.
And it's kind of deja vu.
A serio? My nie mamy tak wiecznych czasów,
where there's just no Archeops in the discard, and is really going to have to work for it on the next turn. But a big Professor's Research discards 2 energy and that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
There are tons of lines that we actually have off of here. We could go for the Capturing Aroma right now to try and discard, try and flip heads, and for the first time we're not even going to be able to see it. We'll just
Tails.
heads too often here. We had an Ultra Ball there for a discard potentially, but this may just be a wind type of turn here for Rahul. I can only imagine if that Capturing Aroma turns up heads, Jeremy, would have been a much different of a turn.
Yeah, honestly, you still have access to the Ultra Ball with the 1 Archeops in the hand, so you can Ultra Ball for another Archeops and then read the wind, discard it to draw 3 cards. That way you have both of them in the discard for the next turn. You also have a second Lugia V on the bench, so even if the active gets knocked out, you're still able to recover with that Summoning Star on the following turn.
It is just going to be the read the wind of the Archeops there. kind of stacked hand if you're Rahul. But over on to Steven's side, we're going to see the evolution into the Cinccino already. We get Jet Energy as well. Has the research already in hand too.
Będzie
So
jakieś,
I believe we were looking for some Archeops. There's one. We just need to find another, and it's so risky in a matchup like this to just summoning star for one Archeops. You really have to dig. It's really coming down to some of these capturing aromas, which you either hate or you love to see. Big roll right here, unable to find it. I don't know if it flipped up heads or not, but it's tails, and once again, you cannot go and grab an evolution Pokemon with tails here, so you have to figure out what else you can do to reinsure something, but this could be a huge miss for Steven.
Yeah, fortunately for Steven, does have an Ultra Ball in hand, so you can Ultra Ball the Archeops that's in the hand, go ahead and grab the Lugia V-Star, use Summoning Star, grab both of the Archeops onto the bench. Primal Turbo can charge up this Cinccino and take a knockout on the Lugia V. The unfortunate thing, though, is...
O, jest
well, I
Lugia,
guess it's not
jest
really
za są
unfortunate. Roll has a
Archopsy.
ton of cards in hand, so the gift energy is doing nothing.
Yeah.
Jest
What a price trade here, and I think it's something to note out here on Steven's side here too, is that I felt like last game our bench was a little kind of tight for attackers. We weren't really able to get anything kind of set up here, but that's the perks of playing our 2-2 line of Minccino and Cinccino here, is that we actually have another attacker almost ready to go here. You have the Lugia V-Star as well, but it is just going to be the Primal Turbo onto our active Cinccino here. We're going to start getting things ready to roll.
Special roll.
Yes. That was a joke. Thank you, Jeremy.
Oh, you're welcome.
See the 5 special energy onto this Cinccino. Going to be taking the knockout, but like you said, the gift energy isn't going to activate all the way here because Rahul has so many cards already in hand.
No. Aha, Hensik już uwolniony.
Again, starts the prize race here.
Heads? Chyba heads. Jak szósteczkę mi to wygląda, więc to jest heads. Dobra, jest heads. Jest Ultra Ball i wyskakujemy cokolwiek.
Gotta get set up here too, though. I mean, we can take out the Cinccino with a Lugia V-Star. That's no worry at all. But we're not even considering the fact that Steven has another one waiting on bench. Also just pulled the Iron Hands off of the prizes as well. Legacy Energy hasn't even dropped onto the Pokemon
Też
yet.
pewnie będzie
So
Faust,
we have a
który
ton of
jeden
different
tych
routes for
testowy.
Steven, and I'm not seeing any other plays. I mean, this could be a play here too. I mean, we could hit the Cinccino for 2 prizes and still hit that 2-2 prize mapping.
Co ugotuję, znaczy nie będę kolejnych deków
like a retreat
raczej
energy
robić.
from the active or a jet energy attached manually to that Iron Hands DX, but I believe it is in Rahul's hand to be able to pull that off.
So double Primal Turbo here going on over into the Iron Hands. We are just or considering another line of way to go. And that's the cool thing about playing Lugia. Depending on what your deck list provides, you could be kind of throwing your energies in different ways here, but it is just going to be the gift and the jet. I like throwing the gift onto the Iron Hands as well here for Rahul. We definitely want to keep drawing those cards and seeing those cards, but I mean, this could be spelling trouble here too, Jeremy. And I mean, if we could easily just see a Luminion boss's, Luminion V, Luminous Sign boss's orders here too.
Well, here is the Ampu very much taking 2 prizes off the Cinccino.
Dobra, wow.
Steven does get to draw a couple cards.
Spalono trochę resourc. Dobra, uwolniono Minccino i uwolniono Skłonka, który i tak jest niepotrzebny. Jeszcze bezużyteczny. Przypomnę sobie, że Skłonka mi uwolniłem. Z price trendu. Ciekawe, która się pierwsza osoba, która od razu tam wciśnie.
Gosa flip here, and it is going to be the tails. It's not going to find us that boss that we need here. There's a lot of stuff going on in the hand. I did think I see an Ultra Ball at some point, so we could actively get the Minccino here, but we are going to flip the script first before we use any of our resources here. Both players, it is so close. Another Ultra Ball here too, where we are going to discard just Lugia V and Lugia V-Star. It's already served its purpose, right? Especially in a matchup where Rahul's playing that Raikou line too, and you definitely don't want to see that hit for weakness.
Ultra Ball is most likely going to find this Luminion, grab that boss's orders, and Honestly, yeah, taking out
O ja,
the
gusty są...
Minion. You could also maybe eye down an Archeops, but that's just not really the game plan you're going for here with the prize mapping.
Not the prize mapping that you could want at all here too, and I think it's also important to note that unless Rahul goes for the manual attachment of the lightning energy, Ampu very much is not going to take down Lugia with the lightning weakness either because it has a ball here. So double primal turbo coming up here for Steven Varesco, definitely getting in line to call it checkmate, if you will. What are the lines that Rahul can even do to kind of bring this back into favor?
Well, you at least have to maybe just try to take out the Minccino on the bench. You're still going to have access to Ampu very much, and that's the one Pokemon that can take a knockout outside of the Blood Moon Ursaluna now, or even the Weirdeer, but we do see the Weirdeer in hand for Steven.
No, trochę się też zmieniło wtedy, jak on to chyba wcześniej nagrywał.
Boss's orders bring up the Luminion, easy 2 prizes, leaving just one more big knockout for Steven to move on to top 4.
We haven't even seen the Legacy energy hit the bench just yet.
Nie wiem, czy dam rady.
Very active threats on Steven's side, setting up for the checkmate here. This is a very big turn for Rahul, but finds a couple Boss's orders off at the top, so we'll see what exactly the line is. And like you said, Jeremy, I mean, we could go for another Ampu very much, but I mean, the thing is here too is that the double turbo energy attached onto Lugia also buys us some time, allows the Iron Hands to take the hit. So if anything, I'm really just kind of seeing we power up this Lugia V-Star, we knock out that Minccino onto the bench, and then we just hope for a turn to kind of play around.
Yeah, best case scenario for a role here is having the Iono in the hand,
to teraz jest ten nowy
just to be
sezon, tak
able
jak
to
wspomniałem wcześniej.
hand disrupt Steven and just dodge that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. The one thing that's rough though is Iono's still stuck at the top of the prize cards for a role. I don't know if he's already played the second one or the rest of the game here. You're kind of forced to Boss's orders this Minccino anyway. So I think this is just game over. As long as there's energy left in the deck, you need one to be able to attack with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We see the Jet Energy in hand along with the Ultra Ball.
It all makes sense to me here. Top deck is going to be just the Archeops, but like you said, Iron Bundle is going to be the decision there here. It could also just be a Iron Hands with Legacy Energy coming down here too, but it is going to be the Weirdeer here.
This will be enough.
Yeah, 40 times as many energy on it, and thanks to Lugia V-Star, you're going to have a ton here, so it is going to be activating Weirdeer's Frontier Road, where you're able to just take all of the energy up into a vacuum and spit it right back out from that Weirdeer onto your opponent's active Pokemon. I see it here, and that will be win for Steven Varesco as long as all of the energy is there.
Jest
Still
Weirdeer.
counting it out, but I'm pretty sure it's go time, Jeremy.
Yeah, and there you go. Jet Energy helps the Weirdeer V bring all the energy to the active, and just like that, Steven Varesco moving on to top 4 with Lugia V-Star, then pretty much the most traditional list we've seen throughout this format.
Honestly, it was such a hard-fought battle for both competitors here. We saw a ton of heartbreak.
Czyli dobrze myślałam, bo z tego co wiem, te osoby, które będą w top 4, czy będą już jakieś pierwsze osoby, które automatycznie się zakwalifikują. Wiecie, jak będziesz w top 4, no to już
winning this match, and you know a big hug's coming in for these two players who have known each other for so long. But gotta say, Jeremy, we gotta check this replay for what
tak, Mirror, którego wygrał Senko, no. Zobaczymy, co będzie w top 4.
Just pretty insane.
No.
How a mirror match can shape up depending on how the cards fall and the coin flip as well. And that's how this first game went. Steven starting off first, starting that Iron Hands EX with the Legacy Energy.
Ale działa!
Turn 2, Summoning Star after that Ultra Ball double Archeops.
No droga, my też mamy typa z pozdrawiamy.
Cinccino coming in, taking the knockout on the right.
Jeszcze nie ma Ancient Boxa,
doing what it does
jeszcze nie
best,
było
using its favorite special role, happy hour Natsuchi, and it really was just smooth for that first game. Game 2 was a little bit different. Roll going first did not have any Archeops in the discard, no route for Summoning Star, but was able to get it out in play just a turn after Steven did but Raiko V proving
Ja,
the
no już
difference
było
in
100
this game with that legacy energy,
Dobra,
taking
dobra.
knockout after knockout, and eventually
Była Palkia.
was able to take this game too.
Palkia z
Such an
sznurami.
exciting set
To
here,
nie jest
but
jeszcze ta
dare
Palkia,
I say,
której
Jeremy, that if you went first, you
był
won in the game.
Snorlax
Honestly, a lot of our
Stone.
players that we saw today and throughout the weekend playing Lugia had really creative routes of getting the Archeops out, whether it be just
Ten
an
Lost
all-natural, finding Ultra Ball, double Archeops, or using things like Read the Wind, capturing Aroma as well.
Slowplay chyba nie było, bo tutaj póki co większość graczy, no chyba, że nie widziałem Isaiah Brennery.
Your bench is too full, or you just can't find that second Archeops, but Steven Varesco is going to be moving on in this tournament.
No mi
Well,
Raidenów
a
nie było,
very
to i
respectable top
generatorów
8
nie
here at
było.
his honestly home regional here, Baltimore.
Ancient
Yeah,
Boxa nie
doing one
było.
better than World's 9th place, but of
Torca
course,
jeszcze nie
great
widziałem, ale
accomplishment
za
still
to
just to
z
make
tego,
top 8,
czego nie ma w
and it's
bingo,
just the
no
consistency
to
that
już
you're
tam...
able to accomplish as
Chodzą,
well.
co ciekawe,
And of course,
jest Palkia z
players
Dusknorami.
for that regional win. Steven Varesco still has
Po
an opportunity to
Huntera
make that happen.
Blutera.
Yeah, doing it with Lugia
Więc
V-Star too, a
tak,
deck that
to są jeszcze te listy Palki bez tych Stellar Chrome'ów, czyli bez tego Terapagosa, bez tej Areny Zero, tylko z tymi duszkami. To jest ta wersja z duszkami teraz. Palkę powoli wraca na salony.
Yeah, well, I think our interview is ready with Steven Varesco, so let's take it down to Skarsgård in the lounge and see how things were shaping up.
Torca nie było. Slowplaya? Nie zauważyłem, żeby ktoś aż tak wolno. No nie wiem, no jeszcze nie widziałem Isaiah Brennery w akcji.
Advancing in the tournament, Steven Varesco. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a while since I've been in the top 8. It's been a while since I've been on stream. It just feels good. Playing against Rahul was great.
Yeah, I know that you and he go way back, obviously.
Yeah, I've probably
No
known
nie
him since I
wiem,
was.
nie widziałem jeszcze Czarodzieja Brennera w akcji.
At this point, like my
On
local,
potrafi
you know, we
wolno
grew up
grać.
together.
Yeah, and he's been playing Lugia for a long time. Is he the one who put you onto the deck, or is it just a mutual thing?
Well, what I do for every tournament is I contact Michael Pramawa and I say, what should I play? And he said, you're gonna play Rahul's list -3 cards plus 3.
Forców nie ma,
And
slowplay.
did those changes
Nie
you
wiedziałem,
made
żeby
to
ktoś
the
tak
Lugia
grał
deck actually
chuj
matter for
wolno.
this mirror?
Chciałem przejrzeć.
Probably not for the
No
mirror,
końca
but
to
I would have
wszystko.
lost 1 or 2 rounds earlier in the tournament if I didn't have 2 Cinchinos.
Okay, yeah, so the Cinchino's been going up and down as the meta has shifted, and so it ends up just needing more of the single prizers right now?
Yeah, it's like the single prizers because there's a lot of turbo 2 prize decks, but also there's a lot of decks like Blocklax and Cornerstone
Yeah.
that you need these like non-ability Pokemon to kill the Cornerstone.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so, break it down for me when you went into the finals and you were playing the finals, you know what I mean, the mirror match, your final boss, so to speak, of taking down Rahul, a friend of yours on the same list. When it comes to the Lugia mirror, players tend to boil it down to, oh, just win the coin flip, just evolve first. Is there a little bit more to it than that?
Oh, there's definitely a little more to it. Like in game 2, I messed up. I like benched that Ursaluna, not thinking that he could just boss
Tak.
and hit it, and then I
Czyli
I
macie jeszcze
didn't have
szansę.
anything to kill, anything on
Więc
his
zaraz
bench
zobaczymy, kto dostanie
Okay,
pierwsze
so
inwajty.
there's a little nuance
Bo już
to it,
mamy
but going
pewne
first is
rzeczy
definitely just
kandydatów,
the biggest
którzy dostaną
factor. Go
pierwszego
first, get
inwajda.
turn 2 double Archeops, and don't make egregious misplays.
I see. Even though there are certain factors that give you an advantage, you still have to execute in game. And speaking of which, of course, coming down to the wire at the end.
Ale z pieprzykiem.
Set up a pretty good checkmate, it looked like the casters were saying.
Yeah, so if he went boss on my Minccino, he couldn't Iona me, and then I knew I had enough in my hand to win the game. But if he Iona'd me, he wasn't going to knock out the Cinchino. So then I could evolve into Minccino and take the 2 prizes with the boss and enough energy.
Okay, yeah. So once you get into a position like that, and you are super favored, it's got to be so great.
Yeah, it feels good. It's just you just can't mess it up when the checkmate arises. You just don't want to make the wrong move and lose it.
Yeah, and when we talk about the overall experience right here, beginning of a new season, now you've put such a strong foot forward. It's given you a little bit more enticement to keep on playing, keep on chasing these top placements.
Yeah, you know, I honestly thought this might be my only regional this year because it's local. It's like an hour drive. Normally I don't really do too many regionals. I just try to do one international, but with this finish I might chase an invite again. It's been a while since Yokohama. I didn't do it last year.
That's great that, you know, this potentially would reignite that competitive fire in you. And when we look at the other parts of the tournament, is this the meta that you were kind of expecting, or are you just glad that Michael Pramawat and Rahul kind of had your back with just playing a good list regardless of what was going to be brought here today?
I mean, Michael Pramawat said that Lugia was good for this tournament, which is why he recommended it for me. And I think Lugia was actually way better for this tournament than people expected. They were afraid of all these Miraidons and Iron Thorns because of the World Championships.
Yeah.
But those decks can't beat these stall decks that were appearing. People were trying to, like, adapt and build new decks towards the meta. So this was kind of like one step ahead, but not very innovative.
You know, you can't hate on it, right? It's winning here. It's doing great. This has been, I think, a tournament of a lot of decks that people thought weren't going to be great picks, ending up being very strong. You know, Lugia, Gardevoir showing up out of nowhere seemingly. And is there some advice maybe you have when it comes to picking a deck for the tournament? Like, let's pretend Michael Pramawat, you know, didn't pick up and you had to pick a deck. Was there something that you particularly were comfortable with that maybe you would have brought, or something that you thought was going to be good if you didn't play Lugia? Was there like a very close second?
The close second just would have been Drago, but I feel like that deck has a lot of nuance to it, and there's a lot of sequencing errors that can go wrong in resource management, and I did not practice enough. So without practice, I didn't want to play the Drago.
Okay.
So I was going to go with something very turbo and simple, maybe like Miraidon or Roaring Moon.
I'm glad you went with you know, your friend's pick, and it ends up working out here. Steve, congratulations once again. I'm going to let you go so you can prepare for your next match. Get some rest, certainly, but don't go anywhere because we're going to go to a quick break, and there's more Pokemon action on the way.
O, dobra.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably
Ja nie dam rady dalej
I
uciągnąć.
played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a
Ja
lot.
nie wiem, czy ja dam w ogóle radę uciągnąć.
If I had to pick a